A very, very good morning to you. Welcome to Lydden Hill for the opening round of the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. We've got lots of action coming your way throughout the course of today, and we're back again on Monday as well. It's a double header here at Lydden Hill. Let me give you a rundown of what's happening today. Then we're kicking it off with Super Retro. 5 Nations British Rallycross Super Retro Q1, race 1 and 2 coming your way. There are 15 cars entered, and what an array they are too. Then we have the MSUK Cross Car and RX150 Championships combined for this season, a new championship under the MSUK branding, and that is happening second of all with their races. Then we move on to the MSUK Supercars. Oh yes, the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy Supercars. The headline act, we have Q1, race 1 and 2 coming your way. We move on to the Swifts then, the little tiny Swifts, they're always good fun, followed by the MSUK Juniors, the 1.3 litre engine Juniors. And we finish off with the Retro class before we do it all again for qualifier 2, where we're all getting ready for the opening round then, the opening race of the season, as moving into position. You just start to see some cars, some drivers on your screen. Moving into position, car number 50. That is Steve Cousins. Steve Cousins is a Renault 5 Turbo. Long-time rallycross driver. Alongside him, Andy Grant. Then behind him you have Joss Sturkins. And in the Stratos, number 99, John Cross. Alongside a bit further back, car number 180 just moving into position. That's Steve Pascoe. Had 2 outings in 2023. Scored well in each of those rounds with 11 and 12 points respectively. And alongside him, the number 42, that's Charlie French in the Escort Mark II as well. Start official just moves away off the screen. We are ready to race here. Let's have a look at the lights. Top left hand side of your screen. Bring the noise, bring the smoke, bring the exhaust. And it's a very poor start there at the back of the pack for Steve Pascoe, but off like a scalded cat, as we say, with Steve Cousins in that Renault 5 Turbo going round. That the Stratos takes a leap on the outside, curving round the bend, and then another jump as well. That is Charlie French. Looks like he's got the better of Steve Cousins as they head up to the jump, and over the Stratos goes, takes a lead, and a chunk of a lead as well by the look of it. Looking at the timing screens here, it's having a quick look down at the moment. He's just around about, oh, it's about 20 or 30 metres ahead now as you see the gap. It is going to start to reel back in as they head up to the top end, to the north bend, and head down Hairy Hill. There's that Stratos leading away. Still leaning really heavily, in fact, isn't it, the Escort Mark II, as it heads down, very rapid down Hairy Hill on that right-hand bend into paddock. Round he comes, there's the Escort behind. Then through a little bit further back, seems to be a bit of a Renault Escort sandwich at the moment. Followed by Grant. And at the very back of the pack is Steve Pascoe in his Ford Sierra, but out ahead, well, there's the Renault 5 you can see there of Cousins, Steve Cousins. He's in third place. He makes his way up to the hill. There's a big gap now opening between second and third, but the challenge at the front between the Stratos, as you can see, really being hemmed in now. Right in the back of it comes the Escort up into North Bend. Round he goes. It is very tight at the front. Down he goes. Very tight as they come round onto this paddock. It's very slippery as well down there, and it is Charlie French putting all the pressure on the back of John Cross, and I think he's got him. He has got him. He's got him as they go into Talladega and exit Talladega, going up to the jump. So John Cross taken, a former retro champion, in fact. 1 win and 3 other podiums in 2024, but look at that. That gap is now opening up with Charlie French, the reigning champion, all the way up the hill. That Stratos chasing him down, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger by the moment. Down he goes, Charlie French has got the making of this one. In third place, it is that brilliant drive, isn't it, from the Renault 5, Steve Cousins. Big gaps open between all now. The Sierra at the very, very back of the pack, though, is a long way back. It seems to be in a completely different race at the moment. As round the corner comes Cousins, but he's been chased down. Oh, he's been chased down by Josh Sturkins in the Escort Mark 1. And is he going to get him? I think he's going to get him in Talladega. He's gone high, he's gone low. No, he's stuck in the wheel tracks now of that Renault 5. As we're way out ahead, Charlie French has this one by more than a nose, and it is John Cross in second. There's third place Cousins. He's managed to open up that gap a little bit more, though. Looked like Josh Sturkins did such a great job into Talladega, lost some time, got very sideways there into Devil's Elbow. There's the Stratos in second place coming down Hairy Hill. Huge gap between who is going to be our winner as he goes over the line. Charlie French takes the first win of the day, the first race of the day. Stratos home second. John Cross comes home in second, and a fantastic drive into third place. Steve Cousins and Renault 5 Turbo followed very, very closely by Josh Sturkins in the Escort Mark 1. And then Andy Grant in the Escort as well. Based in Devon, former Supercar regular. Last running was back in 2022, and we wait for one more car to come down the hill, and it's the Sierra. As he comes round, Steve Pascoe had 2 outings in 2023, scoring well, as I say, and he brings that Sierra home. And there we have our first race of the day done. There's the order: Charles French leading, John Cross, Steve Cousins, Josh Sturkins, Andy Grant, and Steve Pascoe in 6th place. Great start to the action here. Like I say, a lot of action coming throughout the course of the day in this opening round of the season, the British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy and others. Beginning the day with the Super Retro. So the next batch of cars come out. The next batch of cars, well, it's going to include into position comes Vincent Bristow, sorry. Not to be mistaken with the darts player. Renowned for being a very spectacular driver, Vincent Bristow, so keep your eyes there on him. In the BMW E36 alongside goes Gary Simpson, and then into position goes Crockett. Alan Crockett in the Opel Kadett GTE. Behind him, Ray Morgan, former Super Retro champion, came 8th last year, missed 3 rounds, 3rd overall in 2021 and 2022. Then is Pat Duran, the number 46, Escort Mark II, 4 times British Rallycross champion. Further back, Alan Tapscott in the Ford Escort Mark II. Then Stuart Emery, lining up at the very back of them all is Charlie Maroney in the Mark II Escort, former BMW mini racer in Rallycross. Dad Richard was also a retro Rallycross driver as well. So they're all lined up. Pole position, Vince Bristow. We're treated to one decent race so far. I've got a feeling this one might get pretty tasty as well. So thumbs up from the start marshal, pointing to the lights. Let's keep our eye. Here comes the noise, here come the revs, and then they stop. That was Morgan, I think, creeping forward. So yeah, Ray Morgan's creeping forward. He's just got to go back there. He's been told to move back. I'm just wondering if he's technically been classed as a jump start. In fact, changing the position for Ray Morgan, and that's right, yes, a bit of a jump around of positions there by the look of it. Goes to the very back now, as you see, shuffling further back. Ray Morgan is now on the very, very back of your field. 8 cars in this second race, qualifier 1. And off they go. It's a great start from Bristow, a great start from Crockett though on the outside as he dives across now and he's got the lead into Talladega. What a fantastic start, jumping from position 3 to position 1 in the space of just a few meters really. A brilliant start from Alan Crockett as he leads out of Talladega into the jump for the first time, bumping and barging, no, very clean as they all go over the jump. Emery has made a great start as well. Emery moving all the way up to 3rd place. They head up to the hill now, or 3rd place. Looks like it's going to take 3rd place as they go up the hill. Around the top end though for the first time into North Bend. It is a fantastic start from Crockett. Can't get over that 3rd to 1st so quickly. Brilliant control as he heads round that corner and carries on going, but he's been hunted down by Bristow. Emery in 4th, Duran in 5th. Tapscott, see the order changing on the screen there on the top left-hand side as over the jump they go for the next time, and very wide at the top end there, ran very wide. I can't quite see who that was, but out ahead. Alan Crockett has got the making of this one with Emery behind. Pat Duran is right now on the shoulder, isn't he, of Ray Morgan. As we have a quick look at Pat Duran, see if he can do something around the outside. No, is he going to duck in on the inside down Hairy Hill? Well, he might do. The gap is starting to build. That's a great piece of defensive driving, though, you've got to say, from Ray Morgan. Out ahead, then, it is still Alan Crockett, Bristow, Morgan, Emery, Duran, Morgan. Go for Talladega still as they were. Pat Duran trying to close up that gap, isn't he, as much as he can on Emery, who's in 4th place. Huge jump there, loads amount of air from Emery. Sweeping round to the left, got a lot more track they can use on the exit. A lot of track talk in the driver briefing this morning. Just having a quick look as well at Gary Simpson, and he looks like he might be a bit injured. Let's keep an eye on his car. Yeah, a lot of talk about track limits and which white line they're allowed to use. You might notice there's some very, very wide areas of white paint here at Lydden Hill. Drivers are allowed to go across that. Leading the way, it's still Alan Crockett. Stuart Emery in 2nd place is now showing on my screen. Let's just keep an eye ahead as well. Crockett, Emery. So 2 Emerys currently occupying 2nd and 3rd place at the moment, so a slight glitch there in the matrix. I can tell you that in 2nd place is actually Bristow. Bristow's in 2nd, Crockett leads. Chronomotor having a few issues with the timing screens at the moment. Just ignore the top left-hand side. We've now gained another Crockett, but you can see Crockett is way out ahead. And what about that? A little dive to the inside. That was a really nice move there, trying to position the car as the BMW kicks its back end out. And Bristow has got a real fight on his hands, isn't he? With Maroney, Charlie Maroney in 2nd, or in 3rd place as they go across the line. Let's see if we can get to grips with what happened there with the result. Well, Crockett, Emery, Duran, Ray Morgan in 4th. I'm sure that's going to be quite right. Just having a look at the screen here, just trying to give you the full and final answer. Well, French, Crockett, Cross, Emery, Pat Duran, Ray Morgan there, but it's keeping on changing. So we're kind of none the wiser. I can tell you that was Crockett that took the lead. It was then Vincent Bristow in 2nd. Then it was Charlie Maroney in 3rd. Then it was Emery in 4th. Pat Duran came home in 5th. Some confusion there with the timing screens. To use the old trusted eyes, they're not working as well as they used to, unfortunately, but there you go. We'll get to the result of this one properly a little bit later on, but we've seen 2 races so far in Super Retro. We will be turning our attention to the newly formed combined championship, crosscar and RX 150s going together as they start to make their way out. I'm trying to get your confirmation of that result a little bit later on. So we get ourselves ready then for the cross guard. There you go, that is the result. So French, 2 Alan Crockett's. John Cross, there you go. Stuart Emery, Pat Duran. So the first Alan Crockett there was Bristow. On to the Crosscar RX 150s. It's combined championship now. And it starts off with Stephen Jones. Centre, number 5 you're looking at just there. That is Will Ovenden. Into position, just on the outside actually, is James Constantine. Benjamin Bartlett in the centre, and on the right hand side is Richard Rees, left hand side of your picture. So there you go. We have 5 of these little carts going into position. These brilliant little bike engine, sequential gearbox cross carts, RX 150s. And a combination of different manufacturers. Life-Live TN11s, TN5s as well. Mygale XC04 from Will Ovenden. Here we go then. It is an absolutely fantastic start there by Will Ovenden on the inside. He's got alongside and very, very quickly. Round the outside and into the lead is Benjamin Bartlett. No, it's not. Oh, brilliant in the inside just there on Devil's Elbow, but then overran the corner, and that allowed Bartlett to keep the place from Rees. Rees just got in on the inside, then Bartlett managed to grab him back, but at the top end you can see it's very, very close with Ovenden and Constantine. James Constantine, number 8. Has, I think, got this one at the moment. Yes, he has. Look at that, flicking the cart out, brilliantly drifted. And it is Richard Rees in the lead, with Ovenden in second. Then it's Benjamin Bartlett in 3rd place. Time Smith's jumping all over the place at the moment, trying to get to grips with that, but it is Rees and Ovenden squabbling as Ovenden now takes the lead once again. Little wheelie there from Richard Rees. Here's Ovenden has the lead, heading up the hill. That hill must feel very, very steep in one of these. Up to the North Bend they go. Drifting around, oh, cocking a leg there from Will Ovenden, and that allows Richard Rees to come back at him as they go down Hairy Hill, tucking it into the right-hand side. Here we go. Brilliant little bit of driving, brilliant bit of drifting there, and you can see very nicely that it's Richard Rees that's got the lead by just a few metres, a matter of metres. Of Benjamin Bartlett in 3rd place currently. But the squabble continues out ahead as we have a quick look there at Benjamin Bartlett. Here's the lead 2, and it is Richard Rees. Huge amounts of air there, Richard Rees. And then just keeping him honest. Can't make a single mistake as he heads up to the North Bend. Tucking it in nicely, but is he going to run wide on the exit and allow Will to come in on the inside? No, just closes the door on the exit. Down to Alec Bend, and Joker being taken by Will Ovenden, so that's a decent strategic call. Maybe feel like he's being held up there by Richard Rees. As into the Joker they all seem to go now. It's just one more driver to take the Joker. He's got a bit of a gap, but he's going to be very, very conscious, isn't he, Constantine? So we have a quick look at the back, a little bit further back. That brilliant green tank-coloured crosscart of Stephen Jones. Up the hill we look at our race leader. Richard Rees takes that right hand and tucks in brilliantly, drifting out wide. Will Ovenden is now looking down the hill as into the Joker goes Richard Rees, flicks it right Out he comes. This is going to be very, very close. They come up to the line and it's taken. Oh, I don't know who got that one. It says Will Ovenden. Oh, look how close that was. That was absolutely remarkable. Ovenden got it, but less than a blink away from each other. 0.018 of a second separated first and second. Will Ovenden, Richard Rees, Benjamin Bartlett in third, Stephen Jones in fourth, followed by James Constantine in fifth place, bringing the action. Well, that was dramatic from start to finish, wasn't it? But what a great battle between Will Ovenden and Richard Rees. Came down to the joker in the end. Will going earlier, obviously doing the opposite to what James was doing. So if James had gone into the joker, Will would have stayed out. It paid dividends, but 0.018. 2/100ths of a second separated. Very, very close. Race number 2 then. And we have Lewis Gatt going into position. Lewis Gatt, that Live TN11. Bradley Turner takes up the position in the centre just there, cart number 61. Switches to this category second in the 2022 Mini Rallycross Championship. Number 7 on the outside is Max Weatherly, yes, the reigning champion of the cross car. Great performance from him last season, accumulating 130 points over the course of the season, and then finally into position their cart number 16, Leandro van der Viver from Belgium. Jack Newman is the other cart number 6, taking up position. Inside Lewis Gatt. Bradley Turner in the centre, right inside of the picture. Out there to the entry to Talladega, but it's a brilliant bit of driving there from Max Weatherly as they head up to the jump for the first time. And it is Max Weatherly that's well and truly in the lead, leading Leandro van der Viver, Belgian driver, as they head up the North Bend for the first time. And Max Weatherly's starting to increase the gap, isn't he? You sense that he's a reigning champion for a reason, Max Weatherly. 5 victories last season out of the 7 rounds that he ran. Second in one of those other 2 that I haven't mentioned is into the joker. We see first time. It's Max Weatherly well and truly in the lead. They're taking that early joker. Speed car wonder kart, Irishman. Max Weatherly takes a decent chunk of air, doesn't he, there? Lewis Gatt following on. It's Max Weatherly that's just got this one made, doesn't he? You just feel like he's so assured as he flicks that cart in. And then Leandro van der Viver in second, where he's noticing the gap behind him is starting to close down a little bit as Weatherly takes the right hander into paddock bend, nicely controlled. No drama for him at all, no pressure. In fact, straight off the start, he was in control, wasn't he? You sensed. And Lewis Gatt in third place, just trying to put the pressure on van der Viver. Jump. It's Max Weatherly. There is Leandro. Followed very closely by Lewis Gatt, but the gaps are starting to equal out a fair bit. You sense that this is going to probably be the way it ends. Anything can happen in Rallycross, and often does, but not for Max Weatherly. He's got such an advantage at the moment. He could probably stop, have a cup of tea, get back in and carry on, and he'd still be the victor. Round he goes into the joker now. Good time to do so, as time is running out. Max Weatherly weaves left and right through. He goes, oh, and drops it into the gravel at the very back. Leandro van der Viver has got to get his kart going again. He does, but dropped it onto the gravel, and he goes from a very healthy second to a very unhealthy 5th place. That is not what he would have wanted at all for the Belgian, but it's Max Weatherly who gets through without any drama at all. And Lewis Gatt looks pretty much in control for a 2nd place. Jack Newman is actually hunting him down, has got right in his sights. Max Weatherly, though, has got no issues at all as he rounds into paddock then for the final time. A huge gap into the Joker, which means that it is Jack Newman that's going to leap into second place, and third place, well, that'll be a great result for Lewis Gatz. Third for him. Fourth, Bradley Turner. Fifth, Leandro van der Viver. That was a real problem for him, though, wasn't it? It was the Joker that caused the issues, went in way too hot and got sideways into the gravel. And you see the confirmation at the times on your screen. Max Weatherly well ahead of them all. Some huge gap, in fact, 2.5 seconds and more in his time over Will Ovenden. Will Ovenden running in the first race, Max Weatherly running in the second of them. Ovenden, 2024 Swift Sport champion, moves across into this category as we now close the door on that one and turn our attention to Supercar. Is Ian Barrett starting in pole position in the first race. Tristan Ovenden alongside him. Max Langmaid. And then with the GB1 on his car, it's Patrick O'Donovan and the Proton Iris. 3 times British Rallycross 5 Nations champion, reigning champion 3 years in a row, European champion as well in Patrick O'Donovan. Don't write off the others. Ian Barrett, very experienced rally driver and circuit racer, debuted in British Rallycross just last season. Here we go. And we are off, and it's a good start, as you'd expect from Patrick O'Donovan. He leaps straight into the lead, into Talladega. A fantastic start for him, a terrible start though, the very back of the group for Tristan Ovenden. No, he's looking actually okay in third place. In second place though, you can see Ian Barrett, but he has got Tristan Ovenden breathing down his neck, and it's a poor start by Max Langmaid, but he's made up the gap. Oh, and there you go. Tristan Ovenden looks like he's got a mechanical, maybe. He's stopped on the hill. Patrick O'Donovan well and truly in the lead though. He's just going to keep it easy, keep it neat. Well, there's a yellow flag and he gets a big puff of smoke up there as he comes around the corner. But Patrick is assured he knows this course very, very well, doesn't he? Ian Barrett in second place, third place into the Joker, and out of the Joker comes Max Langmaid, taking advantage of the stricken Tristan Ovenden up on the hill. Start to slow down with the double yellow waved flags, and out of the car comes Tristan. Patrick just going past him now. You see on the left hand side of your screen, that's where Tristan stopped, so well and truly out of the way, which is good to see. But you suspect that with the double yellow wave, which isn't going to stop at any moment, that Patrick O'Donovan has got the making of this one as he flicks that car in. A lot of tyre smoke there as he manages to keep hold of it and collects it for another lap into Talladega. The gap now between Patrick and Ian Barrett is now 2.5 seconds. Not quite sure how long the Joker is going to take in this current setup, but we'll know in just a few moments as Patrick goes over the jump then. Ian Barrett in the Polo, Irishman, chasing down the other Irishman, Patrick O'Donovan. I'm not sure if he's running under the Irish flag or the British combined flag for this one, but down he goes into paddock once again, flicking it right. No real pressure as into the Joker goes Ian Barrett. So it's just Patrick O'Donovan now to Joker. He's going to have to get it done now, as we know, on this next lap. But the gap is quite substantial, some 5.5 seconds between Patrick and Ian Barrett. Langmaid just bringing the car through without any problems. Patrick just slowing this course, has to be double yellow wave flags, and out he goes past stricken car. Tristan Ovenden. At the top end, Patrick now bringing this one home, just stroking the car home, you'd imagine. Spotter just telling him to take it easy, into the Joker, no mistakes. He just gets on the brakes, flicks it one way, flicks it the other, nicely done through the chicane, and Patrick back on the power, and up to the line to take a very simple, in inverted commas, victory for the three-time British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy champion. Still waiting for one more driver to come through, that is Max Langmaid, as he now pops his car around the right-hand side at paddock for the final time for him. Just protect the car, no need to go too crazy, and you can hear the revs actually, he's just dropped off a little bit, hasn't he, just to keep it nice and secure for the next one. So there you go, Tristan Ovenden. Hopefully they can get that car sorted and get him back out nice and quickly. He's just getting back into the car right now. Be interesting to see if it can start under its own power. I think it can. Not sure if they're bringing the truck out or not. Let's just keep an eye on Tristan Ovenden over the screens here in the commentary, but I think he's probably okay. There's a recovery vehicle going right now, so they might have to give him a quick tow. So we'll get ourselves ready for the next race here, race number 2 in qualifier 1 for Supercar. It's a shame to see a driver struggle so early on. You don't want to see a mechanical so early on, but Tristan Ovenden, we're hoping it's not too problematic. Into position then. For the next race comes Oliver Bennett. Bennett, 3-time Supercar event winner in the Five Nations. Only 3 rounds run last time out. Next up, it goes Donoghue. That's Gary Donoghue. Racing for MMS RX Team Ireland, a newly formed team. Gary Donoghue in the Fiesta. Olsberg MSE built car, raced by Andreas Eriksson and Peter Hedstrom. Next alongside it is Ollie O'Donovan in the Focus, followed by Michael Seller on the left-hand side of your screen, right-hand side of your screen, sorry, left-hand side of the start line. Seller running as a single car entry, experienced rallycross driver and circuit racer, returned to rallycross in 2020 after nearly 10 years away. Here we go. Both of those have got a great start. Not a great start at all for Ollie Bennett as he gets pushed back into 3rd place and very wide there, very wide from Ollie O'Donovan. He drops from 2nd back into 3rd place. Well, it was a great start from Ollie O'Donovan, but then just got very, very sideways into Talladega. Couldn't get the grip, couldn't find the grip, couldn't get the traction, and it pushed him back down to 3rd as up the hill. It's Gary Donoghue having a real ding-dong battle, isn't he, with Ollie Bennett, and he's got the leap on him just there. So those two fighting out while Ollie O'Donovan, is he going to joker? Yes, he is. Ollie O'Donovan goes into the joker, heavy on the brakes. Let's keep an eye on the lead then, and it is Gary Donoghue leading at the moment. Ollie O'Donovan into 3rd place, or stays in 3rd place. He has jokered, so he's going to try and control this one now from the position he's in and try and close that gap up. While these two are squabbling, it's not going to help their cause. As ahead, Oliver Bennett, a heavy landing for him. Gary Donoghue, in 2nd place. Ollie O'Donovan in 3rd place, heading up the hill. You can see the gaps now, but Ollie O'Donovan, you get a sense he's starting to close the door. Heavy on the brakes, big puff of smoke from his tyres as he heads up to the north bend. It's our leader coming down now into paddock and very sideways once again. He's going to lose a lot of speed there as he goes so sideways. Ollie Bennett, and in and out of the joker goes Gary Donoghue, and that allows Ollie O'Donovan to jump ahead of him and close the gap further maybe, as it's brilliantly exciting Ollie Bennett, but he's sideways a bit too often, you suspect. He's just on it, isn't he? Left and right, swinging that car around, and every time he does so, he's going to lose a little bit of pace, a little bit of grip from his tyres, and Ollie O'Donovan will sense this. I'm sure his spot is saying to him, look, just keep on going, because Bennett is spending most of the time at a 45-degree angle. Down he goes to Paddock, and is he going to joke? And no, stays out for one more lap. Flamboyant, isn't he, Ollie Bennett? Ollie O'Donovan just chasing after him. Very committed style, huge amount of air there as well. I'm not sure if you hear the car bottoming out just then, but he did crack the pan on the tarmac as the car compressed. Up to North Bend he goes. Another very sideways, scrubbing a bit of speed off again. Ollie O'Donovan can't seem to close the gap now, though. It's now or never. Into the Joker goes Oliver Bennett, and well, the gap is so big that he could take it relatively easy. So all the way through that, Ollie Bennett takes the victory. Ollie O'Donovan in second. Gary Donoghue in third, and Michael Sellett in fourth. I thought maybe that Ollie Bennett may have just been going a little bit too sideways, scrubbing a bit too much off, but no, he got it done. A flamboyant starts to race number 2, with Ollie O'Donovan jumping from third to second to first, then back down to third again almost straight away. So we have one more race in qualifier 1 to come in Supercar, and it features Julian Godfrey, 6-time British Rallycross champion. So Julian Godfrey is going to take his position up in pole. Here he goes. Citroen DS3. JGE Team Goody Rallycross. It's a very cool looking car with the Union flag on the roof, isn't it? Next up, Derek Tohill. Derek Tohill in that Fiesta. Last raced in the championship in 2022. 2021 British RX5 champion, and 2010 and 2013 European RX champion in the then rear-wheel drive touring car category. Colin Anson, and then on the outside, it's John McCluskey. Fiesta. Here we go. Imagine that Julian Godfrey in the prime position of pole, looking for the best start possible. And off he goes, but it's a fantastic start there from Derek Tohill. Takes a leap on them all as he goes into Talladega for the first time. And that one was a brilliant, brilliant moment from Derek Tohill. Just got a huge leap, didn't he, on Julian Godfrey, who was static for just about no time at all, but it was enough for Tohill to take a huge lead, and a huge jump as well for Tohill as he leads the way. Anson in second, Godfrey in third, heading up the hill for the first time. Flick it round they go, keep it neat, keep it tidy. Tohill's just drifted it down a little bit too wide there, but seems to be okay. Round paddock. And into the Joker goes John McCluskey, getting that one done so he can now concentrate on the regular lap. Colin Anson, sorry, as he can now concentrate on what he's up to. But it is Derek Tohill leads, John McCluskey second, Godfrey in third, Anson in fourth. Way back in fourth, Colin Anson. They'll start to come back to him a little bit maybe as they go into their Jokers, but way up ahead. It's so, so close. Great battle with Tohill and McCluskey and Godfrey. Not much separates them at the moment as into the Joker goes, goes McCluskey and goes, Godfrey, who then takes a battering into to the Joker lap itself, and that'll be a little penalty, I think, coming his way for that one. He takes a bit of a swipe through the Joker. That'll slow him up. That'll play into the hands of our race leader, Tohill. Just flicks it over the jump. John McCluskey looking very assured, isn't he, in second place at the moment. And then it is Godfrey who's got that bit of bodywork now, looking a little bit unhappy, flapping away on his car. But Tohill looks very, very content. Some 3 seconds up on McCluskey in second. Let's keep an eye on that bodywork, as into the Joker goes our race leader. And out he comes, and he has the lead, still has the lead. Derek Tohill and McCluskey still fighting it through. Looking at the car of Godfrey, it looks okay to me. It wasn't going to do much damage, was it? They're pretty movable, those barriers that make up the Joker here. As over the jump our race leader goes. Huge compression on the landing just there. Tohill, McCluskey, Godfrey and Anson in fourth. Up they go then. Looks very nicely done there by Derek Tohill. A great performance from him in this first race of the day for him. Flicks it round. And crosses the line, and it was all done in the Joker for Tohill. Got through, got out just ahead, didn't he, of John McCluskey, but it was so close between the two of them. McCluskey jokered a bit earlier on, and that means the victory goes to Derek Tohill. John McCluskey second. Julian Godfrey will be very disappointed. Godfrey got a bit slow off the start, and then it was the Joker that really caught him out, and Colin Anson will be happy with his work, just bringing that Mitsubishi Mirage through for the first time of the day. So there you have race 1, 2 and 3, qualifier number 1 in the Supercar category, MSUK British Rallycross 5 Nations Trophy Supercar. Very few cars in the next one for us to have to contend with, so we move our attention to the Swift Sport Rallycross Championship. Wait for the track to clear, and then they will be out. Good crowd here. Oh, it looks like Julian Godfrey stopped out on track. Just trying to glance as to where he is at the top end. Ah, yes, going up the hill. Stopped there, not sure why, but his bodywork actually, there's no real damage. He did flick it into the barrier a couple of times, maybe a heavy landing off the jump perhaps. Try and get to the bottom of that one for you a little bit later on when we send Hal Ridge out to find all the information. He'll probably be on it straight away anyway, knowing him. Probably has the answer for me, even without asking. So I'll get a recap then of what we have today as we await Julian Godfrey exiting the circuit. Well, we've seen Super Retro, we've seen the Cross Car and the RX 150, the combined championship now for 2025. Supercars, where we saw those 3 races just now. On to the Swift Sport Championship. Then we have the juniors, the MSUK Junior Championship coming up after that one to qualify number 1. Then we have the 2 races in retro to finish out Q1s. That'll take us through to around about 10 to 12, something like that. And then we'll have a little tiny break for around about 10 minutes. We'll be back again for qualifier 2 for Super Retro, for the Cross Car and the RX 150s, and the Supercars again, then Swifts, Juniors and Retros. So we do it all again as they were before we move on to Q3s and the semi-final splits happening this afternoon after the lunch break here at Lydden Hill. Beautiful sunshine. Quite windy though, as you can see from the flags fluttering. Make sure we've tied them on properly. Blue skies and wispy clouds. So we move our attention then to the Swift Sport Rallycross Championship, 1.6 litre cars. We've seen Will Ovenden already today. He was a champion of Swift Sport last time out in 2024. Will Ovenden was a fantastic performance throughout the course of the season. In fact, he ran 7 victories out of 9 rounds. This is going to be a race between 5 with Samuel Peterson, with Philip Seath, with Matt Cake, Steve Harris and Ted Shepherd making up the grids. A little bit of track maintenance being done as they still move Julian Godfrey's car. Away, which is now being cleared, so onto the track come these little Swifts. These 1.6 litre Suzuki Swifts. First up, taking up the position of pole position is Samuel Peterson. Debuted following a taster day in a Swift at Lydden Hill. This is his debut, so there'll be some nerves inside the cockpit, you'd imagine. Philip Seath is also new to the category. Lines up next to him. Makes his debut after his taster day as well. Matt Cake on the right hand side of your screen, that blue Swift. Older brother of Phoebe, who's in the juniors, had an amazing battle at the end of last season with the champion Will Ovenden, finishing 4th in the championship overall. Ted Shepherd in P5 and Steve Harris in P4. Supercar regular with the electric Mini, Steve Harris. You'd imagine that Matt Cake would be one of the favourites for this one here, with Peterson and with Seath. Both new to the category after their taster session, so the real expectation that they're going to have is going to have to be somehow controlled as they look towards the lights. Just waiting for the tractor to clear at the top end, which it now has. The start official is all ready for us to go. Clears the way. Keep your eyes on the lights. Ready to race. And we are off, and it is a great start as we expected from Matt Cake on the outside. It's just going to bring the car across and close the door. We want to keep this nice and cleanly, don't we, for the first time if you're in battle here at Lydden Hill. And they've dealt with it very nicely, as it is Matt Cake who's certainly leading the way. I'm looking very happy with it too. Samuel Peterson's done a good job though. He comes out that corner in 2nd, retaining that 2nd. Philip Seath into 3rd. Not a huge amount of pace of these cars, you'd imagine, and when they go over the jump they sort of leap down, and there is a bit of a spin there. Ted Shepherd has just come to a stop at Devil's Elbow, just on the inside, on the outside of Devil's Elbow, but he managed to get the car started, and off he goes again up the hill. It's going to feel like a real drag up that hill in that Swift. As down the hill comes Matt Cake, and over his shoulder is Samuel Peterson, who goes into the Joker, gets that done at the first time of asking, no problems, weaves one way and the other. In fact, he might come out still in 2nd place. That's a great performance if that's the case. Yes, indeed he does. Goes into Talladega, and Samuel Peterson has managed to take the Joker very early on and come out and hold that 2nd place. Oh, but drifts really wide on the exit of Talladega, and that allows Philip Seath, the other debutant, to take advantage, although he's still got to Joker as way out ahead now. It's Matt Cake. He's some 3 seconds up the road, in fact, Matt Cake, from Samuel Peterson. Oh, and a couple of drivers just dropping it again on the entry to Devil's Elbow. 2 cars getting sideways at exactly the same point, and at the top end there as well, it was Philip Seath who got it a little bit sideways as well, and he made a spin on the entry to Devil's Elbow. So all going on behind, but out ahead, our race leader, Matt Cake, has just got the measure of this one, as down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. Peterson in 2nd place, Seath in 3rd place. So we turn our attention to Samuel Peterson, and then on to Philip Seath, Here's Samuel Peterson just there, going over the jump. It sort of lands on top of the jump, doesn't it? They get a huge amount of compression as it goes down. You see it bottom out maybe. Up the hill they go though. Matt Cake is way off in the distance. In fact, we haven't seen Matt Cake for quite some time. He's that far ahead as we keep our eye on Samuel Peterson as he goes round the North Bend. He's got a huge amount of space to make up though. Is into the Joker comes our race leader, Matt Cake. And no dramas, nice and neat from Matt Cake, and he exits. He's got such a huge margin, hasn't he, over the others behind. But Peterson's done a brilliant job on his debut in the category. As into the Joker goes Philip Seath. Loads of time for him to come in and come out. Harris is in 4th, Steve Harris, followed by Ted Shepherd in 5th. Matt Cake is finding this quite a breeze, almost 5 seconds up the road from Samuel Peterson. Go down the hill for the final time then in race number 1, in qualifier number 1, and it's a job well done for Matt Cake. All he's got to do is hold it together here, and there's no dramas there for him. Just keeping it nice and neat, nice and easy. And over he goes to take the victory there for Matt Cake. A whopping 5 or so seconds ahead, 4 seconds ahead it was in the end of Samuel Peterson. Here comes Phil Seath. 3rd, a great start for him and for Peterson. They'll both be happy with their classification points so far after 1 round. And I'm sure they would have learnt a lot that they'll take on to their next round. And their next round, well, it comes thick and fast. They have round after round after round. It is pretty relentless. Confirmation though, Matt Cake 4 seconds ahead of Samuel Peterson in 2nd, Phil Seath in 3rd, Steve Harris 4th, and Ted Shepherd in 5th. But 4 out of 5 spinning, or having a moment at least anyway, around the Devil's Elbow on the exit of the jump. So we wait for those cars to clear. We'll get ourselves ready for the next class, the next category, and that's the juniors, the 1.3 litres. So we had the 1.6 Swifts, the juniors, the 1.3s. We have a decent 7-car field in the juniors. Teddy McPherson, Caden Harris, Will Hands, Tommy Brown, Phoebe Cake, Mason Ovenden and Harrison Foley. And there is Teddy McPherson. One of the favourites for the championship. Teddy McPherson came 3rd in 2024. Beaconsfield. It's the highest returning drive from last season. Alongside him goes Caden Harris. Also one of the favourites, came 4th last season, Caden Harris. So between them we've got 4th and 5th. 2 title contenders. Will Hands, number 23, making his debut. Starting on the outside of row number 1. In the middle made up of Phoebe Cake and Tommy Brown. Phoebe Cake in the blue Swift, all in Swifts now, of course, for this season. Mason Ovenden. Uncle Tristan's in Supercar, cousin Will is in Crosscar. Very local to Lydden Hill. Then it's Harrison Foley making up the grid. Returning driver. Came 8th in 2024. So we reckon that the 2 championship contenders at this early stage, Caden Harris at 84 and 119 Teddy McPherson on the pole position. Oh, Harris just creeping a bit there, holding it, but creeping. Oh, and a huge amount of wheel spin, but he's got away very well. In fact, Caden Harris. McPherson bogged down, couldn't get off the line from pole position and drops that pole position all the way down, I think, to 4th as they go into Talladega for the first time. But I'm sure he'll make that up very quickly, as out ahead is Caden Harris, 4th in 2024, sorry. Not many points off, just 5 points off of Teddy McPherson, who finished 3rd. And they're already back on each other, aren't they? Teddy McPherson. Oh, and they've rolled the car. 2 cars coming together. Tommy Brown is on the inside of Devil's Elbow. And it's a red flag. They're going to have to go and sort this out as quickly as they can. Red flag there. Teddy McPherson, they had a couple of cars have a moment on the entry into Devil's Elbow. Driver is climbing out of the car, so that's a good sign. Just off the picture at the moment, waiting for the all clear, but he is out the car, just walking away. Now, I'm not quite sure how he got so sideways. I guess he was sideways from the exit of the jump, got sideways into the elbow, and his wheels just must have dug into the gravel, causing the car to roll. But it was odd because Tommy Brown was on the inside, so I'm not sure if they came together. I don't think they did. Just having a look out to see Tommy Brown's car. I think Tommy Brown's car's totally fine, so I think it was just maybe McPherson just digging that car in. As you can see where it is, there's a big divot, isn't there, on the grass, so it went sideways, just dug the car in and flipped it over. A couple of rolls, but he is okay. You can see the driver is just there with the medic. It doesn't seem to be too phased by it. It's nice to see the underside of the car though, isn't it? You see the pan there that we talk about when they slam into the ground, you get that huge compression. Hopefully no lasting damage to the car. I'm sure it's okay, but the driver looks absolutely fine from where we are, so I'm sure we'll get this car removed and carry back on. But it's been odd. There's been a few moments with the Swifts earlier on, and with these juniors that are also in the Swift too, Suzuki Swifts, a couple of cars getting very, very sideways. PB Cake. Daughter of former Rallycross champion Chris. It's going to make a Rally X Nordic debut in Latvia next month as well. So no messing around, just getting this grid reformed as they look to move the car. I think they're going to try and roll it by the look at it, roll it back onto its wheels. Get it onto the low loader and get it back into the... Yeah, there you go. Over it goes. Unceremoniously dropped back on there, but you can see where it is, right in the gravel. Gravel does its job, but if you're sideways and your tyres dig into that gravel and you are too sideways on it, will just roll the car, as we just saw. Took a sting out of it, of course, though, which meant that inside Teddy McPherson will be absolutely fine, apart from fuming, I imagine, because it doesn't help his start to the season, does it? You don't want to drop around. There are no drop scores now. As the grid reforms, and it is Will Hands. It'll start on the outside on the first row. Caden Harris in the middle. What a great start he had. His tyres just lit up. Seemed to light up for ages, going nowhere. But then when they did manage to grab hold, it gave him such a leap on all the others into Talladega, the first corner here at Lydden Hill. Behind, in row 2, Phoebe Cake on the right-hand side of your picture, the blue Swift. Then the silvery grey Tommy Brown. Just having a look at the car, no damage to that at all. And then further back, on the back row, the right hand side or the middle of your picture, the white car, number 27, or 273, even if I get that right, 273, you can't see the 3, but 273, that is Harrison Foley. Alongside him, 38, Mason Ovenden. It's a real dynasty, isn't it, the Ovenden clan? Just waiting for that car to clear at the moment, so the drivers have got to go through it all again. Great start from Caden Harris. 4th, as I say, in 2024 for Caden. I'm sure desperate to not just improve a little bit, but it's a freshly reshelled car. It was reshelled over the winter. Caden Harris's car. And just like that, the grid and the track starts to clear. The grid is all set up. The track, all the trucks and paraphernalia that's been brought out just disappears really quickly. A well-oiled machine. 2 low loaders. Back into the paddock for a bit of a once-over, I'm sure. Teddy McPherson's car. I'm not sure if we're going to see it again. Hopefully we will, but seems to be rolling okay. We've still got the Retro Rallycross Championship up to 1600cc cars to come. And we have 2 races, race 1 of 4 cars, race 2 of 4 cars coming your way. Paul Buckmaster, Rob Buckmaster, Dan Swalen, the reigning champion. Ian Biaggi came 4th last year. Also taking part. That's to come once we've completed this race then. The juniors, they go again. Caden Harris, can he do what he did before and get away swiftly? And he does in the Swift. In fact, they all got away very cleanly. Mason Ovenden just at the back struggled a little bit, but he's just repositioning himself going into Talladega at the very back of the picture in the red and yellow Swift. But it is Caden Harris who comes out way in the lead. It's the green Swift at the back of your picture just dropping away. That's Will Hands just dropped further back as the corner went on at Talladega, but it is the expected, a bit of contact, and Phoebe Cake is turned round, and now they're going to have to take evasive action, but Phoebe's going to have to wait now before she can get herself going, and let's see if she can get herself going. Yes, she can. A bit of a reverse, going to make it a 2-point turn maybe, and off she goes up the hill. Got her work cut out now, hasn't she, Phoebe Cake, as she drops all the way to the back. Bit of contact on the entry to Devil's Elbow there is what turned Phoebe Cake round, and she had to wait, and it's that horrible wait, isn't it, where you can't do anything as all those around you start to move off and disappear off into the distance. We have had another spin as well. This is Will Hands, and well, falling off for him. It's about a 5-point turn for Will Hands to get going again. The underside of the car has taken a bit of a beating, isn't it, over the grass? Let's just see the barrier damage into the Joker. Looks like it's okay, but Will Hands is right in the way at the moment. Just needs to somehow get that car clear. If he can't keep going, just move it away from where you currently am. And you can see the bodywork on the back of Will's car is just dragging away onto the ground. So bit of a collision there with the barrier, and unfortunately for him, I think it is game, set and match for the race, as Caden Harris, well, he comes through well and truly in the lead, followed by Tommy Brown, and Will Hands, I think, is going to stay well out of the way at the top end there before he gets to Talladega. Then it is Harrison Foley in 3rd, in and out of the Joker. Then goes number 38, Mason Ovenden. Phoebe Cake has now got herself beached up in the gravel too, into the Devil's Elbow. So the Devil's Elbow is not playing the same game as the others at the moment. Phoebe's had a nightmare around that area. Got knocked and turned, sent to the back of the pack, and now she's just sitting in the gravel, and it's going to be double waved yellows all the way through as Will Hands still continues to travel around the track. And this man, Caden Harris, goes in and out of the Joker. No problems for him. Followed by Tommy Brown, and no problems for Tommy Brown either. You get a sense they're just able to mark it through almost here, because Phoebe being in the gravel and Will having his problems. He's got a bit of pace now again, Will. He seems to have found 2nd or 3rd gear. Here's our race leader then. Harris, a big leap over the top of the jump into the elbow, double yellow waved, so taking it easy around there he goes. Then it is Tommy Brown. He makes his way. There's a huge gap between them. 5.5 seconds or so between 1st and 2nd place. Harrison Foley in 3rd place. He's about 4.5 seconds off the back of 2nd. Still going though, out there on track is Will Hands. It's important for the classification that you make it to the end and then into the barrier. That is a huge contact just there. Mason Overton on the exit of the jump again, got sideways under braking, locked it up and went straight on into the barrier. And I think he's going to exit the car. It looks like he's going to exit the car, but it's been very, very wobbly around the Devil's Elbow at the moment. And the waved yellows are waving even more ferociously to warn all the other drivers. But the checkered flag has gone, so Caden Harris takes the victory. Tommy Brown coming home in second. Harrison Foley in third. But wow, this has been a bit of a killer, hasn't it? A bit of a race killer for these juniors, with 3 of the cars stricken. Phoebe Cake stuck in the litter. Mason Overton stuck in it as well, and straight on into that barrier, and it's quite a hefty barrier there. Yeah, double tyres into the barrier itself, but beyond is a big grassy bank with the marshal standing on it currently, and out goes the medic once again. So 3 cars struggling to make it through. 2 of them absolutely struggling to make it through because they are stuck. Well, Will Hand's car is dragging itself over the finish line by hook or by crook. 2 laps down there for him. Class as a DNF, not making it to the finish line, unfortunately, before the race was called. So Caden Harris takes the victory, Tommy Brown second, and Harrison Foley in third. Probably find there's going to be a little bit of a delay now between this and our next race, as we have to clear 2 cars off the track. You can see the sorry sight there of that Little Swift being dragged away. Well, I can tell you the Joker's been put back together now because it took a bit of a hit as well in that last race. As we get ready now for Retro. Race 1 and Race 2. Simon Hart taking up his position. 2 second places in 2024. 2 other podiums as well. The 2021 champion where he beat Tony Lynch by 6 points in 2021. And 3rd in 2022. On the outside, on the right-hand side of your picture, that is Dan Swaylen, the reigning champion. Great end to 2024 with 3 wins in a row. And a podium in all but 2 of the opening, the 2 opening rounds. Paul Buckmaster further back, so it looks like it's a 3-car field. Paul Buckmaster, brother of Rob, came 2nd in 2023 Retro RX Championship, 1st place, 3 points ahead, or 1 place and 3 points ahead of Rob, in fact. Paul Buckmaster and Rob, well, they're brothers, but they want to beat each other, obviously, out on track. So Simon Hart in that Escort Mark 1. Ian Biaggi in the BMC Mini Clubman. Paul Buckmaster in the Nova. Up to 1600cc in this class, the Retro Rallycross Championship. That Mini Clubman is a 1.4 litre though. But much smaller and more nimble. It's great to see it out on track earlier on in the practice and the warm-up. Fantastic looking thing. Such a short wheelbase. You can see the difference actually at the wheelbase in that Mini compared to those around. The Escort Mark 1 alongside looks like a giant compared to both the Nova and the Mini. But here we go. Ready to race. And we are off, and it's a great start as you expect from Swayland and also from Ian Biaggi. In fact, all 3 of them got away very, very cleanly as they headed to Talladega for the first time. And look at that, it's a little Mini of Ian Biaggi, just feisty little Mini, ducking into the corner. Still touring car battle, isn't it? Mini great in the corners, slower on the straights, but look at this, over the jump it goes. That Escort hunting him down, but the Mini's got a great leap of some half a second already at this stage. Up the hill he goes. The Escort starts to close that gap up a little tiny bit, but the Nova is really close now on the back of the Escort of Dan Swayland. And down the hill they go, down Hairy Hill, and you can see just how close that Nova is now. Paul Buckmaster is close right up on the back of Dan Swayland. Is out ahead. Ian Biaggi looks nice and composed, flicking that car left and right. This is the battle, though, the battle for second. No jokers needed for these. The Retros and the Super Retros. Much wider line, and a spin. Oh, a spin in Talladega. And it's a spin for Paul Buckmaster. As you can see just there, it looked like a great line, and all of a sudden got slightly off, and that rotated the car around. He was a passenger at that moment, but he's back up and running. You suspect it's race over for him. Well, a 3rd place anyway. He'll take that in this first race of qualifier number 1. At the top end though, around the north bend, there is that little Clubman. And then the Escorts, different lines. You can just see how differently they have to take that corner as they go down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend one more time. Quite a big gap between them, around well, just under 2 seconds in fact between first and second. Ian Biaggi and Simon and Dan Swayland, sorry. Ian Biaggi leads. Oh. And at the top end, you just saw that Simon Hart had a bit of a moment as well. Simon Hart spinning his car as he was hunting down everybody else. So way out ahead, there is our race leader, Ian Biaggi. Biaggi's got the making of this one, a very, very assured drive from him. Simon Hart in second, Paul Buckmaster in third. Dan Swayland, don't know where he was coming in my head, he's not even in this one. But there you go, he should have been. But didn't make it out, so a bit of a change to the grid from what I have in my hand. So apologies for that one just there, as we see our race leader Ian Biaggi looking very, very strong. Simon Hart in the escorts, 2 escorts out there, that's the confusing thing. Shouldn't be, but it wasn't this time of day. Maybe I need some coffee. Anyway, Paul Buckmaster has closed the gap up after that spin from Simon Hart. It's a DNS for Dan Swayland. Not sure the reason for that. We shall find out in due course. But over we go, and it's Ian Biaggi who takes this victory. And a country mile ahead of Simon Hart and Paul Buckmaster, nibbling away at him but not able to get close enough. As you can see, up they go, and a solid second for Simon Hart, who spun at Talladega. Paul Buckmaster also spun at Talladega. You see Ian Biaggi takes the victory, and no Dan Swayland in sight. So a DNS for him, for the reigning champion. To get to the bottom of that one as to why he was the DNS, but there you have it. We've got hopefully 4 cars coming up to the grid then this time out. Hopefully we shall find the right one that's missing, if there is one missing. I can tell you Rob Buckmaster has arrived on the grid, as has Ian Halfhide. Rob is in the Ford Fiesta RX2 Mark II, Ian in the Peugeot 205. There is that fantastic looking RX2. I used to love those things as a kid. Terry Moore takes his position on the right hand side of your picture, or centre of your picture, but the left hand side of the grid. The Austin Mini, regular in this category, won the opening round in each of the past 2 seasons. There's Terry Moore. Luke Eastwood, Joe Luke Eastwood, takes up his position, making up the 4. Yes, I can count them. There are 4 cars on the grid this time. New entry to the category, Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro. Thumbs up, and we are good to go. Rob Buckmaster, 5th last season. Only ran a partial campaign, but keep an eye on the right hand side of your picture, Terry Moore. And start from Luke Eastwood. As off he goes. At the top end you can see our race leader in your picture. Apologies, can't see the picture at the moment. I can see somebody has just gone sideways in, and it was, oh, that was a real disappointment there for Rob Buckmaster. He's managed to get the car going again. Sorry, I can't see the screen at the moment, so I'm looking out the window rather than anything else. And Terry Moore, absolutely on it. Terry Moore was fantastic last season. As I say, won the opening 2 rounds last season. Well, the opening round in the past 2 seasons, should I say. So he's got form in the opening round of the season. Then it is Ian Halfhide. Rob Buckmaster, who's managed to get himself going again right at the back end, doesn't he? But over the top goes Terry Moore. Into Devil's Elbow. He's got a huge advantage. And another one this time into the gravel and into the barrier. And that's Ian Halfhide. Manages to get it going again though. Terry Moore has been watching what's going on. Way out and ahead is our race leader, Terry Moore. Then it's Rob Buckmaster, and at the very, very back, quite a long way back, in fact, Ian Halfhide, but there's no real surprise. He's got a bit of a battering as he span into the Devil's Elbow. As up the hill we go for the final time, I think it is. Final time? Third time? Third time. For our race leader. Look at the gap there, it's absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? 13 seconds, Terry Moore leads. Mojo seems to be struggling to get up the hill over the jump. Into Devil's Elbow he goes as Terry Moore comes around Paget Bend. That is the huge, huge lead between first and third. And Terry Moore could probably just ease off now and just bring it home, stroke that car home with no drama. Rob Buckmaster is in second place. It's coming down Hairy Hill. Comes Ian Halfhide. As over the jump goes Terry Moore. That's about half a lap. In fact, the difference between first and third here. Rob Buckmaster doing his very best to get on the back end of Terry Moore, but there's nothing he's going to be able to do here. Down they go then, around and about down Hairy Hill. The gap as Moore goes around the right-hander and Paddock Bend. It's just bringing this home, no stress at all on him or the car. As in fact, almost just one arm on the steering wheel. He was already waving as he was coming around the bend there. So there you go, easy victory for Terry Moore. Second place to Rob Buckmaster. And still completing out there is Ian Halfhide as he heads down Hairy Hill for the final time. Round he goes. There you go, completing 1, 2 and 3. Moore, Buckmaster, Halfhide. We have a short break here before we have our next rounds. Only a very short break though, around 4 or 5 minutes I would say before we have the Super Retro. We shall bring you all the action from the qualified 2 before the lunch break. Welcome back to Lydden Hill for coverage of the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. A bit of a demo run going at the moment here, just entertaining the crowds as we get ready for qualifying heat number 2. And a fair bit coming your way still today for this round 1 of the season. Super Retro kicks things off when we get back underway for qualifying 2. Then we have the Crosscar and RX 150s, followed by the Supercars. 3 races in qualifying 2 heats for those. Then we have the Swifts, the Juniors. We finish off with the Retros before we all break for a well-deserved lunch and I get my eyes tested. Make sure I can get the right cars when they appear on the grid. But a demo run going on at the moment here, just wowing the crowds, and it has certainly done that. Just reversing down the hills. We get ready for these Super Retro cars. You can see the pre-grid area, assembly area at the moment. As you see all the cars and drivers waiting around there, including Alan Tapscott. Just there on the right-hand side. You saw him just leaning on his Escort Mark II, the red Escort Mark II. Looking at the classification, classification after the first round, and it's Charlie French who took the full 50 points from that one. Then Alan Crockett took the 45, Bristow 42, and Charlie Maroney, great for him, Charlie Maroney. 4th quickest overall on that first round of heats. John Cross 5th, Stuart Emery in 6th, all gaining their points for the classification. I've just been hearing that we're going to have a little bit of time off for track maintenance at the moment, so we might disappear off your screens for a few minutes while they do that track maintenance, and when we return we'll have Super Retro, Cross Cars, Supercars, Swifts, Juniors and Retros once again. Well, here we go then for qualifying 2, starting with Super Retro. British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. We saw some action earlier on with heats number 1 for all the different categories. We're on to heat number 2. And we start off with Steve Cousins moving himself into that pole position. Steve Cousins in the Renault 5 Turbo. Alongside him is Joss Sturkins. Former Euro RX champion. Famous for a massive hit at Brands Hatch in the 90s. Then on the left-hand side of your screen is Alan Tapscott. Just trying to bring up the intermediate category list here so I can give you some idea of how they got on slightly earlier on. But yeah, Tapscott there, down in the 11th overall. Gary Simpson and Andy Grant make up the middle pairings. Grant in the red. Ford Escort. Then behind you have Lee Wood. Steve Pascoe is in the Ford Sierra. Steve Pascoe, 14th overall in the classification after the first round. Lee Wood didn't make it out last time out, so it's good to see him there. No Joker laps in the Super Retros. 2 races coming your way. This one followed by another grid of 8 cars. Pat Duran, Ray Morgan, Stuart Emery, John Cross, Charlie Maroney. Brilliant performance from Charlie Maroney. First time out. Vince Bristow, Alan Crockett and Charles French. They're making up the next one, but we'll just look at this grid reminder that Steve Cousins is on pole position. Joss Sturkins in the middle. The picture in second, Alan Tapscott. On the left-hand side of your picture in the Renault, Cousins on the left side of your picture. Tapscott on the right side of your picture in the Escort. And full start for some reason. One driver waving. I've got a feeling it's Lee Wood. Let's have a look. Yeah, Lee Wood is just waving his arms a bit just there. So once again, Steve Cousins takes up that pole position. Joss Sturkins in the middle of your picture, and on the right hand side of your picture is Alan Tapscott. Starts 3rd. 4th is Andy Grant. Ford Escort, the red Ford Escort on the left hand side of your picture. Gary Simpson starts 5th alongside him. Simpson in that BMW M3. And it's Steve Pascoe in the Sierra, and you just saw Lee Wood moving backwards, so getting pushed back. It was a full start, jump start, I'm not quite sure, but he's been pushed back anyway as a bit of a reprimand. Just trying to get that Sierra into position, just see on the left-hand side of your picture, but thumbs up, all happy. There's a humongous bubble comes flying past our screen here. It's that bubble-making machine around at Lydden Hill, I'm sure. Here we go then, ready to race. Rev sprays. And it's a fantastic start by Joss Sturkins in the middle of the picture. Struggling off the line was Steve Cousins, but they go in, and then Lee Wood just moves away at the very, very end. But you can see out ahead that there's quite a margin now already. Quite a margin, but nibbling back very quickly as they go up to the jump. There was Cousins, who started in 1st place. Is Sturkins ahead of Tapscott. Then it's Cousins. So Cousins went from 1st to 3rd. And Wood has started to close his way onto the back of the pack as well. And up the hill they go. And it looks to me... Can't quite see who's actually wiggling the way up into 4th place at the moment. But there's a bit of a battle going on at the back. I'll tell you in just a few moments. You see at the top of your picture just there, as around our race leader goes for the first time. Josh Sturkins ahead of Tapscott, Cousins, Grant and Simpson. Pascoe at the back, and it looks to me like Lee Wood's had to retire from the race. He's just disappeared off the top end there, so taking himself out of the race itself. That's a shame to see, but out ahead is Josh Sturkins. Still maintaining quite a good gap over Alan Tapscott. And Cousins just there as well, maintaining too, but some 2.3 seconds between first, 2 seconds between first and second. And then 3 seconds between second and third at the top end of the picture, and you can see as well fighting away. It's a bit of a fight between Grants there too. Let's keep our eyes on that one. Down they go, down Hairy Hill. Cousins is in third. Oh, is in fourth now. Drops it onto the grass on the exit of Paddock Bend, and then that allows Andy Grant to jump him and go into third place. So now Cousins has got it all to do again. Just a quick shot there of the Sierra. There is Grant, struggling a little bit now. Just trying to find that grip, finds it, and off he goes down the track towards Devil's Elbow. It gets very sideways, and he's rotated the car on the exit, and into the barrier he goes. That's Andy Grant. He lit up those rear tyres, just carried on rotating that car around, and rather than getting off the throttle, kept the foot in, maybe trying to drive his way out of it, but ended up spinning the car straight into the barriers, and that's not great for him. He's stuck where he is. I think that might be the end of his race. I'm not sure he can get it going. No, he stays exactly where he was. As out ahead, we still have Josh Sturkins. Behind him, Alan Tapscott still got that same gap of around 1.8 seconds or so. It's a long gap between him though and Cousins in third place as they head up the hill. And Andy Grant is just sat there, isn't he? Can't do anything about it. Steve Pascoe comes through. Oh, and he runs a bit wide as well into Devil's Elbow. Manages to keep it going though. And over the line comes our race winner, Josh Sturkins. Alan Tapscott second. Steve Cousins, who started in pole position but got really problematic off the start line, couldn't get away, fell back to third, and that's where he finishes. Gary Simpson's had to retire as well. And over the line, creeping over the line, is Steve Pascoe, and that sees out race number 1 and heat number 2. Sturkins, Tapscott, Cousins and Pascoe. Shame there for Gary Simpson retiring the car. Not quite sure what the issue was. We'll try and find out a little bit later on for you. Have to recover Andy Grant's car, which is just on the hill after Paddock. Really lit up those tyres, didn't he? Lit up those tyres on Paddock, on Devil's Elbow. Kept the foot planted. And that ultimately for him was the end of his race as he slammed the car sideways into the tyre wall. And out he goes. So a bit of maintenance needed here to recover 2 of these cars. Certainly one of them needs a proper recovery. The other one might be okay just to move away. Clearing 4 cars that can move under their own steam. The BMW is going to have to be cleared, as is, well, it's going to be a fair bit of time, isn't it, you'd imagine, with this tyre barrier there needs to be restacked. So we'll disappear for a few moments and come back with more action, but it's probably 5 or 10 minutes away at a guess. A dramatic first race there with a couple of cars not making it through. Andy Grant, Gary Simpson not making it through. Lee Wood retiring early there, but the track is now being cleared and we're ready for the second race of heat number 2. Qualifying heat number 2, and lining up in pole position is Charlie French. Alongside in the centre there is Alan Crockett, and on the left hand side of your picture, on the right hand side of the track, is Vince Bristow. Third fastest in the first round of heats. Then behind them, in fourth, or starting fourth, is Charlie Maroney. A great performance from him. And then the Stratos is John Cross. And the very back of your picture, you can just moving into position. That is Ray Morgan in the centre. That red escort is Pat Duran. Stuart Emery starts on the inside of them all in the Volvo 242. So Pat Duran, full-time British Rallycross champion, starts in the very, very back of the field, but keep your eyes on the front. Charlie French on the left-hand side of your picture. Alan Crockett in the centre and Vince Bristow on the right-hand side. We're ready to race and we're off and running, and Pat Duran hasn't got anywhere as the Stratos lights up its rear tyres and continues to smoke all the way down. Pat Duran has now got himself off and running as they all head into Talladega. Pat's got a lot of work to do. Let's keep our eyes on where they're going. The Stratos is on the outside and falling back quickly, as out ahead it is Charlie French going over the jump for the first time. Then in second place, Alan Crockett. Third place then is Maroney. Brilliant start from him, and he's had a great day already, Maroney. Charlie Maroney, fourth fastest in the opening round of races. In heat number 1, down Hairy Hill goes our race leader, French. Remember, no joker laps required in the Super Retros or the Retros. Anything with retro in, there's no jokers. Second place, Crockett. Third place, Maroney. Fourth place in the Stratos is Cross. Then the Volvo, Emery. We had a good start, didn't he, Emery, last time round, the Volvo 242. Fourth in 2024 with 1 podium. And that Stratos takes a wider line again. It's just twitching at the moment, heading up to the jump. In the top of your picture there, over he goes. The Volvo hot on his heels as round the corner our race leader goes, round Devil's Elbow and up the hill towards the North Bend he goes. And French leads by about 1.4 seconds now. You can see the gap there behind him as Alan Crockett keeps following on. There's no change at the moment as Emery's starting to fall away from the Stratos of John Cross. Over they go once again. Charlie French, Alan Crockett, John Cross and Maroney. Well, there's Maroney in third, John Cross in fourth and Emery in fifth in the Volvo, still trying to close him down. Seems to have a nicer line around Talladega, does Stuart Emery. And right on the back of him as well, you see Ray Morgan. 3 cars going into the elbow right now. I'm not seeing Pat Duran anywhere. In fact, he's slowed and he heads up to the jump now. Pat Duran, over he goes. Down Hairy Hill then comes our race leader. There's a huge margin between first and last in this race. And our race leader, well, the gap is closing, isn't it? The gap is closing considerably. French from Crockett. Only, well, less than a second now between the two. Charlie Maroney is in third place, Maroney, in that Escort, and the Stratos and that Volvo are fighting for fourth at the moment. There's a lot to go in this one. I think there's still a lot to go at the front end as well, because you see our race leader, the gap is still pretty tight as the Stratos has gone sideways and contact, and into the barrier he goes. The Stratos lit up the rear tyres, turned. The Volvo could go nowhere. They collided, and into the barrier goes the Stratos. So double waved yellows as over the line heads our race leader. Well, that was all getting very tasty for fourth. It got too tasty in the end. Charlie French takes the victory. Alan Crockett in second. Charlie Maroney in third. Then inheriting a few positions as Ray Morgan. How about that? And Pat Duran heads around the corner now as well, and he's going to inherit in much better position than he was going to previously. And now Pat Duran crosses as well. So there you go. We lost Emery and we lost Cross, and they were having a really, really solid battle. That was a shame to see, but the Stratos on the exit of the Devil's Elbow just lit up the tyres, and there was contact. There was contact there, and they're just waiting to get the driver out, and looks like all drivers are okay. In fact, yeah, the driver is now at the Stratos. Took a while there, a few people running over to try and help him, but there you go. And the medic will go over and do the precautionary checks they always have to do, but it looks like we're going to have that barrier rebuilt again. That bit of tyre barrier has taken a lot of battering so far here today. Charlie French, Alan Crockett, Charlie Maroney, Josh Sturkins, Ray Morgan. It's a bit of confirmation for you. We'll give you the points a little bit later on before we head into the next round of qualifiers. Qualifier 3 coming up just after lunch in the Super Retro. But even more drama. When we didn't think it was possible to get more drama on the Elbow, but we got even more. It seems to be slaying quite a few people, that Elbow today. Particularly the exit of the jump as you head into the Elbow, but a few cars lighting up their tyres and not able to recover it, and that was exactly what happened with the Stratos getting on the power, digging that in and then flipping the front end round, and the Volvo couldn't go anywhere. It collided, sent the Stratos into the barrier, and the Volvo stopped exactly where it was. So Emery having to wait there for the all clear. Hopefully his car will be okay. I'm sure there won't be too much lasting damage to that one. It is a Volvo after all. In fact, we probably need to rebuild the entire bank, don't we, after that? But there you go. So bit of repair needs to be done. We'll be back very, very soon with the next round of racing, the next category, and that is the MS UK Cross Car and RX 150, the combined championship for 2025. Track repairs have been completed, although there's still a stricken Stratos out on the hill waiting for it to be removed. But medics are sorted out as well, so it looks like they've taken the driver away, so that's all good. And we get ready then for our next category, the MSUK Crosscar and RX 150 category. It's a new championship combined for 2025. We saw some decent action earlier on. We've got more action coming in just the next few moments. Starting with this one, Lewis Gatt in 81, starting in pole position. Stephen Jones starts alongside in the middle. And then number 61, you're looking at there, Bradley Turner starts in third place. Bradley Turner was 8th in overall, gains 36 points on the intermediate classification. And behind them, Leandro van der Viver and James Constantine in number 8. And Leandro had a great start to the race, but then it all went wrong for him earlier on. So just waiting for the track to be clear before we get underway here for the first of 2 races in the crosscar and the RX 150. But it won't take a moment for the track to be fully clear. Total race time last time out was 3 minutes and 13 seconds for the leading driver. That was Max Weatherly. He'll start in pole position in the next race. Will Ovendon alongside Richard Rees, Jack Newman and Benjamin Bartlett. So these are the slower of the groups, of the grouping. Still waiting for the track to be clear at the very top end as the Stratos comes around North Bend and down Hairy Hill, but on the back of a low loader. Arms folded, waiting. Waiting. Lewis Gatt in the Lifelive TN11. Stephen Jones is in the RX 150. Very experienced. Won the RX 150 in 2023 and 2024 to Stephen Jones. So keep your eye on him. Stephen Jones in number 19, the very centre of your picture. Here we go, ready to race. And they're off, and it was a terrible start there from Stephen Jones. Well, that's the commentator's curse, wasn't it? So he falls from second all the way to the very back of the pack as they head into Talladega, but he's going to keep it tight on the inside now. And Van der Veer looks like he's doing all right. No, he's dropped back as well. That's a real shame. But he's going to keep it going with 5 of these carts all together. Van der Veer has actually picked up. He's in second place, looking very, very strong, isn't he, around there in second. Up the hill they go for the first time. Just feel like an age in those little carts. They're so low to the ground, aren't they? The sequential geared motorbike engines. Down Hairy Hill they go. Towards paddock for the first time, you see Stephen Jones wedged right in third place, third of 5. And into the Joker he goes. Trying to make up some time maybe. Great exit of the Joker. A bit sideways following him through though was James Constantine. Van der Veer has closed up the gap already, hasn't he? He's right on the back now in third and fourth place. The battle for third includes one driver who has jokered and one who has not. As out ahead, Lewis Gatt leads Leandro van der Veer, and up he goes, just trying to get past him at the top end, maybe force a mistake as they rotate those little carts and head down the hill once again. Stephen Jones can't do much about this at the moment. He's just got to sit tight as around they go, and into the Joker goes Leandro van der Veer. He goes in, he goes out, and can he emerge in second still? It's going to be tight. He does indeed emerge in second. Bradley Turner resting at the wheel of his. He's still got to Joker. Stephen Jones has already jokered. A bit of a wide line there by Leandro van der Veer. And that just allows our race leader Lewis Gatt to extend that lead a bit more. Stephen Jones struggling to make any ground up on third place, but should all come back to him once the Jokers take place. I think he'll get himself a third at least. At the top end, you can see our race leader round North Bend now, and there behind is second. So the gap is pretty equal between first and second and third and fourth. And then it starts to get a bit more congested after that. Into the Joker then. This is going to allow Jones to come through. He does go through. Stephen Jones goes through in a bit of a flick and a wide line there, as out of the Joker comes Bradley Turner, and he slots into fourth place. Up ahead though, our race leader Lewis Gatt over the jump. Behind him, Kai-Andrew van der Werve. It's very close into the Devil's Elbow, and they both emerge quite nicely, in fact. And Stephen Jones is all on his own in the middle of the five, occupying third place. Up to North Bend they go, and all crossed up as they come round down the hill, onto the brakes and into the Joker he goes, our race leader. That's going to allow Kai-Andrew van der Werve to go through, and indeed it does. He goes through to take the race lead and to take the win at the final moment there as Lewis Gatt comes through. Great strategy there by Kai-Andrew van der Werve. He takes the victory. Lewis Gatt had to Joker and just couldn't quite get through the Joker in and out in enough time. That allowed Kai-Andrew van der Werve to have the victory. Lewis Gatt in second, Stephen Jones in third, Bradley Turner in fourth, and James Constantine in fifth place at this stage. But it all means nothing until we know what's happened with the second race, featuring Max Weatherly, Will Ovenden, Richard Rees, Jack Newman and Benjamin Bartlett, who were quickest of all in the first round from heat number 1. So it's a close fought race there. You've got to be so careful you don't eat up time defending and defending. Just keep going your own race. And they sort of did that in the end, didn't they? Lewis Gatt wasn't holding up Kai-Andrew, you don't feel. And they both emerged some pretty decent times of a 3:22. Casting minds back though to Max Weatherly in the first round of heats, a 3:13 was his quickest of the entire race. So potentially still some way off the target time as we see what happens as Max Weatherly comes in and takes his position in pole. He's in the Life-Lived TN11, the cross-car champion from 2024. Lydden being his local circuit. In the centre of your picture, Will Ovenden just there. 2024 Swift Sport champion moves into this new championship for this season. And on the left-hand side, the right-hand side of your picture you're looking at right now, in fact, is Richard Rees. Richard Rees, third quickest in the Mygale XC04. Behind them, well, Jack Newman and Benjamin Bartlett, number 44, ready to race. And it's a great start from the outside, Richard Rees, but Max Weatherly covers him off. I feel no, Richard Rees darts into the lead. Right at the start of the race, Richard Rees dives across Max Weatherly and into the race lead. This one might have a long way to go as they head up to the jump for the first time. And it is Richard Rees that has the lead. Max Weatherly in second place around Devil's Elbow. It's very, very tight, this one. All five very closely contested up to the North Bend. And Max Weatherly trying to take a different line. Wide in, tight out maybe. Trying to get the undercut and be on the inside of him into paddock. But no, covered off brilliantly there by our race leader. Into paddock and into the Joker go 2 of the 5. Getting those done. It is Richard Rees that has the lead. So it's all out front that it's happening, but you suspect maybe Newman and Ovenden are going to come back into this one. They're around 4 seconds back, but they're not holding each other up. Yes, they are holding each other up into Talladega, and Will Ovenden just getting a bit sideways into Talladega over the jump. They go. And so up ahead, it is still Richard Rees that has the lead. Max Weatherly in second, Benjamin Bartlett in third. As they go round the North Bend, that's the top 3, the trio that you're looking at right now. There's nothing between them, is there, between first and third? And then the other 2, well, they're a bit further back, but they've already jokered. As into the Joker now goes Benjamin Bartlett, and he is going to emerge, yes he does, cleanly into third place. Slots himself into third place right now, as Jack Newman has the 4th place position and Ovenden in 5th. But out ahead it is still Richard Rees, still leading over Max Weatherly, both still to Joker. in third place. The gap is not huge. Benjamin Bartlett could close this one up, and depending on the joker and when these drivers take it, it could come back to him. I'd imagine there'll be a split strategy coming up right now. Whatever the guy in front does, you do the opposite, I'm sure, is the thinking here for Max Weatherly. Let's see. Yes, Max Weatherly decides to joker, and that's because race leader Richard Rees did not. It was a case of do the opposite, always do the opposite with one to go, and Max Weatherly manages to emerge into Talladega ahead and retains his second place, but only just keeps the second place over Benjamin Bartlett. Very, very feisty between those two, and the gap, well, it's shrinking a little bit here as round into the Devil's Elbow goes our race leader Richard Rees. He heads up to the North Bend, and the squabble behind might be bringing this one to him, this race. They've got to work together. There's no point holding each other up in these qualifying heats. You've got to get the points, you've got to get the time as down Hairy Hill our race leader goes into the joker. Is he going to emerge ahead? He should emerge ahead. And foot to the floor, off he goes. This one's going to be tight. Up to the line he goes, and he takes it. Yes, Richard Rees takes the victory. Max Weatherly in second, Benjamin Bartlett in third. Well, that one had a real tasty feel about it, didn't it? It was the exit of the joker, and Richard Rees just manages to keep it ahead. 2/10 of a second ahead of Max Weatherly, and that is confirmation for you. Richard Rees, Max Weatherly, Benjamin Bartlett, then Newman, then Ovenden, then Van der Veer, and Lewis Gatt down there. Stephen Jones in 8th and Bradley Turner in 9th position after those two races. Well, we've got a lot more coming from the RX 150s and the cross cars in this new combined championship, and we'll bring you all the action throughout the course of today and Monday. Don't forget, it's a double header here at Lydden Hill this weekend. So we turn our attention then to the assembly area, to the pre-grid. If you look at the pre-grid, there's quite a lot of supercars just there, ready, waiting. As I try and drag up the results from slightly earlier on. Here we go. I can tell you that it was Patrick O'Donovan that led the way, quickest of all. He'll be in third race here. So Colin Anson takes the pole position inside line for race number 1 in heat number 2 of Supercar. Julian Godfrey, well, it didn't go to his way at all. He's not out here as Langmead is in position. Godfrey had that issue, didn't he? So I'm not sure. Oh no, he has taken up his position just there. Godfrey just slots his car into position just there. Max Langmead alongside, and Tristan Ovenden on the left-hand side. So 4 cars all side by side in this supercar. Heat number 2, ready to race. Oh, and creeping, Anson's creeping, but they all get away. It's a good start there from Julian Godfrey, and he's got the start. He's got the first position going into Talladega. Yes, holds it together very nicely, does Julian Godfrey, and he emerges ahead. What you suspect will start to build a bit of a lead here, but behind him it's very, very close, isn't it? It is Ovenden behind Godfrey as they head around Devil's Elbow for the first time and up the hill. We've seen quite a lot of drama at Devil's Elbow so far here today at Lydden Hill for round 1 of the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, and down they go, down Hairy Hill. Godfrey enters into paddock, no problems. In fact, 2 out of 3 go straight round paddock into the joker, though. We see our third place, formerly third place anyway, this is Colin Anson. He's now succumbed to 4th, but of course he's jokered, so he's got one job done anyway. He's got the joker, although he's in 4th place. He's got that bit done, so now he just needs to knuckle down and try and close up the gap. As out ahead, Godfrey and Ovenden, Tristan Ovenden, are really going for it. It's a bit of a battle for third place at the moment as well. But Tristan Ovenden, two-time Swift Sport champion, stepped up to Supercars in 2019. 5 victories to his name is Ovenden. And Godfrey up ahead of him. Well, Julian Godfrey, 6-time British Rallycross champion. So both these drivers have got huge forms. Into the Joker goes our 4th place driver. More hoping than anything else, I'm guessing. In and out he goes. That is Max Langmaid. 2021 and 2022 Junior RX champion. Then went to 4-wheel drive with the BMW Mini in the all-4s. This is 1st and 2nd, the battle for 1st and 2nd. Julian Godfrey up ahead. Then it is Tristan Ovenden. Both around the North Bend and down they go. Will there be jokers now? Well, I suspect one will joker, and I suspect it's going to be, it's going to be Godfrey. It was going to be one or the other. Whatever one did, the other would do the opposite, kicking up a huge amount of unsealed surface there, and Ovenden has the lead, but Godfrey's right on his shoulder, and unless he can start to build a gap, it's going to go back to Godfrey when Ovenden has to joker. And as he goes up to the jump then for the final time, a huge amount of air there that Godfrey got. Much more committed, it seemed, than Ovenden. As up the hill they go. In 3rd place, Colin Anson, and in 4th place, just going over the jump as well, is now Max Langmaid. Down the hill, our race leaders come then. It's Tristan Ovenden into the Joker. Godfrey comes through, no problems for him. Sideways, the power's down, over he goes, regains the lead and crosses the line to take the victory. Julian Godfrey back where he should be, you'd imagine. Happier with that than he was the first round of races. In heat number 1, Godfrey takes the victory. Ovenden 2nd, Anson 3rd, and Langmead into 4th. Nice battle there between Godfrey and Ovenden. Ultimately went the way of the 6-time champion. Two seconds the gap in the end. Didn't look like it, but 2 seconds is what it was from the timing, so I will bow to the timing screens always. So drivers make their way off the track. We turn our attention to the next group of drivers: John McCluskey, Ollie O'Donovan, Gary Donoghue and Michael Seller. Ollie O'Donovan, 6th quickest from Heat 1, completing the race in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. The idea, Julian Godfrey, 3 minutes and 8 seconds there as well on that last race, goes to show, well, we don't know what's going to happen with the track, I guess. We'll see what happens in this one. If it's significantly quicker, we know the track has come to the drivers a bit more. It's certainly heated up, hasn't it, over the course of the day. It's beautiful weather out there. It's nice blue skies with wispy white clouds, a bit of a breeze. The flag's off to my left, fluttering away quite beautifully up in the distance. John McCluskey then makes his way on to the grid. Racing in the MMS RX Team Ireland. John McCluskey, Ford Fiesta. It's Olsberg's MSE built Ford Fiesta, 3-time British Rallycross 5 Nations event winner. Returned to Rallycross back in 2023, so 2 years ago, after 15 years off. Can you believe that? Ollie O'Donovan moves into his position then in that Ford Focus. So Ireland and Ireland side by side on that grid. Ollie O'Donovan, as we know, is a champion, Rallycross champion. In 2007. Gary Donoghue moves into his position, and Gary Donoghue is another Irishman in the Ford Fiesta. And then taking up his position is Michael Seller. Michael Seller in that Volkswagen Polo, number 69. Here we go then, race number 2, heat number 2 in supercars. McCluskey, O'Donovan, Donoghue and Sella. We are ready to race. And we're off and running. It was a terrible start there by Donoghue, but he's managed to get the power down again as Ollie O'Donovan leaps into the lead as they enter into Talladega. And it's a slightly different line, as you can see there, by Gary Donoghue, but he's lost that position definitely off the start. Ollie O'Donovan has the race lead, and over the jump they go for the first time. McCluskey second, Donoghue third, and Sella in fourth place. Up the hill they're going. Ollie O'Donovan, in the Ford Focus, sweeps it round. Big discussion earlier on about track limits and what you can and can't use. Just for clarity, you can use anything that's painted white. So if you see the white areas, well, you can use all of those. And Ollie O'Donovan was certainly doing that on the exit, wasn't he? As in and out of the Joker goes Sella from fourth to fourth. Ollie O'Donovan, he got tapped, didn't he? In Talladega, Ollie O'Donovan certainly got tapped by McCluskey. McCluskey's had to sit there and wait as Gary Donoghue now moves his way up to second. But as they were going around Talladega, just a little clip in the back there, a reminder he was there. McCluskey into Ollie O'Donovan, and that forced a few of them to stop, or two of them to stop at the very least. Ollie O'Donovan managing to keep going and avoid the tyre stack, and down Hairy Hill he goes. And into the Joker, just to get the job done. Ollie O'Donovan into the Joker fairly early doors. He emerges out ahead, and that's the right call. You've got the race lead, continue the race lead, as Donoghue has second, and third place is now Sella. As in and out of the Joker goes Gary Donoghue. Goes John McCluskey. So all that problem at Talladega has forced McCluskey right to the very back of the pack. Sella managing to move his way up to third and keep it. Gary Donoghue, though, is chasing down Ollie O'Donovan. Up the hill they go. That was costly there for John McCluskey into Talladega when he clipped the back of Ollie O'Donovan. Couldn't quite retain it, couldn't keep the position, and had to fall back to fourth place. Taking that Joker, he's going to try and hunt down third place in Michael Sella, but not sure he's got enough time. Into the Joker goes Gary Donoghue. In and out of the Joker he comes now nice and cleanly, and you can see how close Sella is to him. Well, I think he's got the job done. And McCluskey, he'll be licking those wounds when he gets out of the car a little bit later on. Over the jump once again goes our race leader. There he is, sweeping the car right a little bit into the left-hander. Devil's elbow. Behind him is Gary Donoghue. The gap, it's pretty impressive. It's around 5 seconds, in fact, that Ollie O'Donovan has managed to gain. Ollie O'Donovan went around here last time out in 3 minutes and 8 seconds in total. As he comes round for the final time, then what is the time on the board? Well, let's keep our eyes on it as Ollie O'Donovan goes across the line. A very simple victory. You would say that, but it wasn't for the Irishman because he got clipped. He had to go off track and get back in. He was sort of lucky, though, that the collateral damage from McCluskey was that Gary Donoghue couldn't manage to get ahead of him. And so Ollie O'Donovan kept his foot down and got through the mess from Talladega to take the victory in race number 2. And he did it at a time of 3:13.974. So it is a bit slower than it was in the earlier races. Julian Godfrey still leads. Tristan Ovenden, Ollie O'Donovan with the third quickest time so far, and Anson fourth. Gary Donoghue managed to pull it back up to fifth there in the end with his total time, but you suspect he'll fall down the order a little bit more once Patrick O'Donovan, Oliver Bennett, Ian Barrett and Derek Tohill get onto track, which is happening as I speak. Into position then with GB1 on the side of his car, Patrick O'Donovan, three-time British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy champion and the reigning European champion, takes his position up. Pole position for him. Quickest in the heats earlier on, in the races earlier on, with a 3:02.574. Alongside him goes Ollie Bennett, three-time Supercar event winner in the Five Nations, based in Bristol, and a real flamboyant driver, committed style we saw from him in that SX1, the BMW Mini. Next up, Ian Barrett takes his position on the centre of your screen. Ian Barrett, third quickest in the polo from Ireland. Very experienced rally and circuit driver, debuted in British Rallycross in 2024 and took victory this penultimate round of the season at Lydden, claiming the famous fireworks rallycross win. Then it was Derek Tohill taking up his position you're looking at right now. Derek Tohill in that Peugeot 208. Two Irish drivers, two British drivers, though Patrick O'Donovan does have, I think, dual passports actually. As we go, building the noise, ready to race for race number 3. Heat number 2 in supercars, and no, he stalls on the line, Patrick O'Donovan. Disaster for him, and Derek Tohill leaps his way from 4th to 1st, and O'Donovan is still stuck, can't get the car started. It's a disaster for Patrick O'Donovan. Can he get the car started? I'm sure he's trying to cycle through at the moment, but I'm looking down at the screen. Yes, he's got the car running finally. What a disaster for the reigning British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy champion. Up the hill, our race leader goes. Tohill, Bennett, Barrett all together. Not in that order because it's Tohill that leads. It's Barrett in second. And into the Joker goes Ollie Bennett. He's going to get this one done as quickly as he can. Just brushes the exit of the Joker. I'm sure that's allowed though. I'm sure that'll be okay. Just rushes it, the barrier as he came through, but no damage done. Just knocking it ever so slightly out the way. Down the hill goes Patrick O'Donovan. He's got a lot of ground to make up. He goes straight into the Joker though. He's feisty though, Patrick. When he's got a bit between his teeth, we know that he can close up these sorts of spaces, but my word, he's going to have to close down a very, very big space. I'm not sure he's going to have enough time, at the very, very least, at the top end. Then our race leader, Derek Tohill, leads from Ian Barrett. Down they go, down Hairy Hill. Will they both stay out? No. Into the Joker goes our race leader, Tohill. Barrett stays out, and a great entry and exit in the Joker for Tohill as he emerges in second place. Ian Barrett in lead, Derek Tohill in second place, Oliver Bennett in third, and Patrick O'Donovan now in fourth place. And such a big gap to make up as all three complete the jump, and O'Donovan is just going over the start-finish line right now. Up the hill then goes Ian Barrett, and I'll tell you something, well, they've got very, very close to him as he goes around the north bend and heads down. He's got to complete this lap and one more to go. Will he stay out? Will he Joker? I think he's going to Joker. Yes, he does. So he goes into the Joker. This is Ian Barrett, our race leader, into the Joker and out the Joker. He went in first. He exits in third place as Tohill has the lead. And Ollie Bennett is in second. Patrick O'Donovan heads his way down the hill right now. You suspect he's now trying to take it easy, not to put too much stress on the car. The race is over, just got to try and bank a decent time as Tohill has the lead, but right on his back, well, it is Bennett really, really pushing him. Ollie Bennett up to the north bend for the final time. Is he going to be able to force an error into Tohill? No, Tohill keeps it very, very nice and tight. A great line, lighting up those rear tyres though. Goes Bennett and over the line. I'm sure it's going to be a victory for Derek Tohill. Don't speak too soon though, Bryn. Don't speak too soon because Bennett is still going at him. But Tohill takes the victory. Bennett comes home in second, Barrett in third. And Patrick O'Donovan still got to make his way down the hill and round Paddock Bend. Here he comes now. Patrick O'Donovan still got to secure a decent enough time. I'm sure he'll be frustrated with the car stalling. But over he goes to complete the race. That's 4 in, 4 out. Tohill, Bennett, Barrett and Patrick O'Donovan bringing it home in 4th place. And there you go. So Derek Tohill, confirmation 3:04. Ollie Bennett second quickest, Ian Barrett third, Julian Godfrey fourth. So it was getting slower, wasn't it? Ollie O'Donovan there with that 3:13. Not going to be great for someone like Patrick O'Donovan, but he'll dust himself off. Semi-finals to come in supercars from this one. Won't put him in the best of positions, but you'd still suspect if there's no issue with the car, and I'm sure it was just a stall, that Patrick O'Donovan will still be able to fight for something here today. So we move on from supercars on to these little Swifts. So we go from the sublime to the ridiculous. I'm not sure if that's unfair to say, but the pace-wise is certainly sublime to the ridiculous, and vice versa. Little Swifties. It was Matt Cake who was well and truly the quickest last time out in the Swifts. He finished about 5 seconds up the road, in fact, from Samuel Peterson. So you see Peterson and Cake alongside each other. Further back, Shepherd and Harris. No Phil Seath then, unfortunately. Third quickest last time out in that heat number 1, Phil Seath, but he's going to have to avoid this one, unfortunately. And we're off and running, and Peterson just lighting those front tyres up, couldn't get away, but it is Matt Cake once again. Great start for him last time, and a great start for him this time. As the 4 file round, decent gaps between, very equally spaced between Matt Cake, Samuel Peterson, Steve Harris and Ted Shepherd. Over the jump they go for the first time. And Devil's Elbow, that's caused a few problems, hasn't it, Devil's Elbow, so far today. We've seen so many cars in the wall on the left-hand side on the exits of Devil's Elbow and onto the entry as well. I think as they go from the unsealed to the sealed surface, lack of traction, lack of grip sends the cars off to the right. We even saw one car flip earlier, didn't we, and roll. So, race leader, Matt Cake, well and truly out ahead. Already a second up on Samuel Peterson. Samuel Peterson is 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds up. 3 seconds up from Steve Harris. And Ted Shepherd at the back of the pack. But Ted Shepherd was the slowest of all last time out with that 4 minutes and 12. Just gaining valuable experience. Samuel Peterson as well, new to this category, but did really well in the first race. Samuel Peterson, when you think about it, new to the category and came home second out of the 5 earlier. And he's keeping on the back, isn't he? Keeping on the tail end of Matt Cake. Into the Joker he goes. Peterson. Some of the experience of Matt Cake. A great performance in the final round of 2024. Finishing second in both of the finals. Very much a partial season, Matt Cake, last year. Only ran 3 rounds in total to finish 4th in the championship. He leads this one. Leads it by some margin over Samuel Peterson. A bit heavy on the brakes on the entrance there to the elbow. But Ted Shepherd. Matt Cake decides now is the time to go into the Joker, and through he goes, in, flicks it right, left and right again, a little chicane, and he exits very much ahead of Samuel Peterson, but the gap has closed up, as you can see there. They're both appearing nicely in your picture. Great performance from Samuel Peterson, I have to say, new to this category, and yet a great performance. He had a taste today in the Swift here at Lydden, Samuel Peterson, and it seems to be, well, fitting him perfectly, doesn't it? Like a glove, you might say. You might not. Down they go. Cake leads the way. Still leads away from Peterson. Further back, there's a big, big gap between second and third. The gap between first and second is just a second as they cross over the line there, with Matt Cake taking the victory. Ted Shepherd comes home in third. And Steve Harris brings it home in 4th. That's our Swift done. We turn our attention to the 1.3 litre. Now these are 1.6, sorry, move to the 1.3 litre junior class, which are also in Swifts. Single make. Lydden Harris was the quickest last time out in heat number 1, and quickest by some 6 seconds or so. So it gives you an idea that if he's got a bit between his teeth, well, he's got some pace, doesn't he, Caden Harris? So he lines up in pole position. 2nd place, as we get confirmation of that last result, Matt Cake, Peterson, Shepherd, Harris and Seath there from the Swifts. Tommy Brown lines up in the middle at the front in position number 2. Then on the left-hand side on the outside, it is Harrison Foley. Then behind, we have Mason Ovenden and Will Hans. Phoebe Cake moves her way up into her position in P6. And Teddy McPherson into P7. DNFs for Mason Ovenden, Will Hans, Phoebe Cake and Teddy McPherson last time out. So they'd like to move their way up the order somewhat, gain some points for the classification, intermediate classification. Here we go, ready to race. And it's a great start on the outside by Foley. Oh, but Phoebe Cake there got stuck behind Caden Harris, who had an absolute shocker off the line. And Phoebe had to get heavy on the brakes there just as she was starting, and she couldn't go anywhere, couldn't go around him. Eventually could. And up at the top there in Talladega, well, a bit of a spin from Brown, I think it is. Let's just keep an eye as they head over the Joker, just so I can be sure who it was who had the spin. It certainly wasn't Tommy Brown. I'll tell you who it was. It was Teddy McPherson into Talladega. A bit of a spin there for him, got sideways, and that really slowed up his progress. But up ahead, you can see our race leader. A brilliant start. What a jump start that was. Well, it wasn't a jump start, but what a great start it was from Harrison Foley. Certainly don't want to say a jump start and get him a penalty or anything like that. Just lit up those tyres and managed to get away brilliantly in these little front-wheel drive 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts. And round he goes. In 2nd place, it is Tommy Brown. So a great start there from Foley and Brown. Will Hans had a DNF with a contact with the barrier, but Caden Harris is flying through over Ovenden, and Cake has managed to work his way back up the order. And Caden Harris is now driving angry, and he carries on moving his way up the order. In fact, I can tell you he's into 4th place right now. Now hunting down car number 23, Will Hans, and I suspect Caden's going to get it done now on the entrance to Devil's Elbow, and he does, and in doing so he forces Hans back behind McPherson. So you could see there that Hans was just tentative on the brakes. He had Caden flying up the inside of him, and that just was enough to take his eye off what he was doing. As into the Joker goes our race leader. I mean, which means Brown is going to take over control of the race. Yes, he does. Brown goes into the lead. Foley is now dropped into 2nd, but Brown still got to Joker. And Caden Harris has worked his way up now to 3rd, with McPherson in 4th. And into the barrier, you see Will Hans, and that is in the entrance to the Joker just there. An absolute disaster. Will Hans has come to the barrier now twice. One by Devil's Elbow, and now into the Joker. No damage to the car of any real merit or any real worth, but there you go. Certainly puts a bit of a downer on his race, but it's all a learning curve for these drivers. In the junior category, 14 to 16-year-old drivers, as around the top end, our race leader, Tommy Brown, is just ahead of Foley down Hairy Hill, and it's very aptly named Hairy Hill. Into the Joker goes Brown, and he's going to give the lead back to Harrison Foley. Into Joe goes Caden Harris, and he's got McPherson ahead of him now as they start their last route, the last tour around the lap. Can Caden Harris close it up any further? He is in 4th place, which when you think he dropped all the way back there to last on the start, that's not bad at all. Out ahead though, our race leader, Harrison Foley, has got some margin, hasn't he, between him and 2nd place Tommy Brown. Can't imagine he's going to give this one up at all. 3 seconds the gap. Round they go at the top end. Harrison Foley, let's bring this one home. Checkered flag is out. He's just got to get around paddock bend without any drama. No real wobbles at all. Very nicely done. Rear tyres just jumping all over the place as Harrison Foley goes across to take the victory, followed by Brown and McPherson, and then Caden Harris, who fell all the way back to last on the start, from pole to last on the start, came home 4th. So a great result for him. Phoebe Cake, who had that real problem when she got stuck behind Caden Harris on the start line, when she comes home in 5th. In 6th, there's Ovenden, Mason Ovenden, and then William Hands, who came into contact with the barrier at the entrance to the Joker. He comes home in 7th. But a completed race for him, and he'll learn a lot from that one. So there's confirmation. Foley, Brown, McPherson, Harris, Cake, Ovenden and Hands. Now we move on to our retro race, and deciding to put this to one race as opposed to splitting it into 2 separate races in heat number 2. So the retros are going to be one race. Not sure if we've got a full complement of drivers, but we shall find out when they take to the start line in the next few moments' time. Well, it was Ian Biaggi quickest of all, Simon Hart in 2nd, Paul Buckmaster 3rd, Terry Moore 4, Rob Buckmaster in 5. This is on the intermediate points. Ian Halfhide in 6th. Had a DNF for Joe Luke Eastwood and a DNS for Dan Swayland. It took me quite a while to realise he wasn't there. I apologise for that profusely. So let's see how they line up then. Well, should be in reverse order as it always is. So it's going to be Rob Buckmaster taking the pole position. Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot. The 205 starts in 2nd. Dan Swayland has made it onto the grid. That's good to see in the Escort Mark 1. So a very different grid to what we have on our sheets. Swayland on the outside P3. Then it's Ian Biaggi alongside Simon Hart. Then we have in the back row Paul Buckmaster alongside Terry Moore. There we go, took some working out there, but we got there in the end. Here we go then. Heat 2 for Retro, and it's a great start. Well, she was a terrible start at the end for Rob Buckmaster. He lit those tyres up and didn't go anywhere. I thought he got the power down brilliantly, but couldn't get it done. Just stayed static as Biaggi, you see there, tucking himself into 2nd place, and Dan Swayland is out ahead. And it definitely is Dan Swayland this time, as over the jump he goes. Then Biaggi, followed by Terry Moore. What a jump Terry Moore's done. Terry Moore went from the back of the grid row 3, and he's moved his way up straight away into 3rd place and hunting down 2nd place Biaggi at the moment. Slightly different line on the entry, see, maybe trying to get him on the inside as they exit down Hairy Hill, and he may have got this done there. Brilliant drive, as you see, as Moore got the nicer exit, took a different line to Biaggi at North Bend, and that allowed him to get the inside line on the exit. But Dan Swayland has the lead at the moment. You can just see Moore has started to pull a gap on Biaggi at the moment. The gap is now around a second or so between the two. Dan Swayland goes up to the jump and over he goes. Further back, Rob Buckmaster ahead of Simon Hart and Paul Buckmaster and Ian Half-Hyde in the final position. Maybe they've just switched it round. No, here he comes over the hill. He goes in the Peugeot 205. Seems to be on his own little race, doesn't he, at the moment there in Half-Hyde, but still good to see that car out on track. Dan Swayland, though, has the lead, heading down Hairy Hill at the top end, while Biaggi gets very wide, doesn't he, on the exit and uses the full width of the track as he heads down Hairy Hill. Simon Hart is in 5th place. With Rob Buckmaster in 4th. Round they go again, up to the jump, and there's our 3rd place, Biaggi, in fact. There's our race leader, Dan Swayland, into the elbow, around he goes. Then it's fantastic performance from Terry Moore, as you say, back of the grid for Terry Moore. Leapt his way up to 3rd, and then up to 2nd with that brilliant overtake on the inside of Biaggi at the top end at North Bend with the right now, in fact. A big gap between 1st and 2nd and 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and 4th. Then it starts to get a bit more congested for 4, 5 and 6, but Swayland has got the measure of this one, I'm sure of it. No problems for him at all. And Moore is holding off any form of pressure from Biaggi. Seems to be no pressure from Biaggi, in fact, with Rob Buckmaster holding 4th place. Simon Hart in that 5th position. 2nd quickest in the 1st round of races, Hart. But that was more to do with, I think, there being no Dan Swayland out there. Great performance nonetheless. Paul Buckmaster is in 6th place. Just trying to close it up, but not able to really do much damage. As up to the line comes Dan Swayland. We missed him in the 1st round of races in heat number 1. We certainly didn't miss him this time round, because what a great performance from Swayland. Bit of an issue off the start, but when he got the bit between his teeth, well, he got away very cleanly, didn't he? Then Moore, great performance from him. Biaggi 3rd. Rob Buckmaster in 4th. Simon Hart there, almost getting himself all sideways and allowing Paul Buckmaster to come through, but it doesn't happen. Simon Hart brings it home in 5th, Paul Buckmaster in 6th, and Ian Half-Hyde home in 7th, crossing the line. So there you go. We've had qualifying rounds number 1 and 2 done this morning. We're going to go for a short break here, and we're back after lunch. Scheduled to come back at 2:27. Very precise, I know, but 2:27. It's a very important lunch break for us all. Get hydrated, get fed, enjoy the sunshine. We'll be back here for more action from Lydden Hill from the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. Kicking things off with the action from the Super Retro Q3. Then the cross car and the 150, the RX 150 combined championship there, Q3. Then we have the semi-finals for supercars before we move on to the Q3 for Swifts, Juniors and Retro. All coming up after lunch. We'll see you back here again very, very soon. A very warm welcome back to Lydden Hill for the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. The flags are flying. It's a breezy old day out there. It's nice and sunny, but boy oh boy it's cold, and boy oh boy it's very, very breezy. But we've got a lot of fast action coming your way. Faster than the wind maybe, not so sure. But it kicks off this afternoon with the Super Retro. And Pat Duran lining up in pole position for race number 1 of heat number 3. Next to him, well, Steve Pascoe hasn't had the best of afternoons or mornings really. Steve Pascoe starting down in 12th in the intermediate ranking points with 64. Next up in the Stratos is John Cross. He'll take up position number 3. John's had a bit of a tricky afternoon, particularly with the DNF last time out, but it's great to see them having repaired that car and getting it back onto the grid. Next up, Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. Down number 11th in the intermediate points due to that DNF as well, which was linked to the Stratos DNF. And then it is Lee Wood, car number 333, a DNS followed by a DNF. So here we go, qualifying heat number 3 in Super Retro. Pat Duran, Steve Pascoe, John Cross, Stuart Emery and Lee Wood. No Andy Grants and no Gary Simpson, unfortunately, after their issues last time out. But here we go. We are ready to race. And we are off and we are running. It was a really slow reaction, though, by Steve Pascoe. And that held up a couple behind him. But it is the Stratos that goes into the lead. A fantastic start there from John Cross as he exits Talladega well and truly in the lead. But right over his shoulder, well, unsurprisingly, it is Pat Duran, the 4-time champions, chasing him down, heading up the hill for the first time. So Pat Duran, who is in the pole position, went from first and fell backwards as Stratos just pounced on him, really. It was mainly bit of an issue with Steve Pascoe that held up the few behind him, but it is the Stratos, a completely different line. He gets very offline and very wide. And Duran is looking to pounce, isn't he, as Emery's now right on the back. He's joined the 2. The brace becomes a trio, and the Stratos holds that line, tucks it in nicely, doesn't it? Emery just on the inside now, big beefy Volvo chasing down the Escort of Pat Duran. This one's going to be tight, you feel, don't you? The Stratos was a bit wobbly going into Paddock Bend at the bottom of Hairy Hill on lap number 1. And Steve Pascoe is just following it all through. Around the bend comes. The bottom end just here, Lee Wood. He's had a bit of a torrid morning with a DNS and a DNF. But here comes the Stratos then, with Duran chasing after. And again, a bit of a better line this time. Actually there from the Stratos, driven by John Cross. Much neater in, much more neat and clean on the exit, and that allows him to gallop off along the road, and Pat Duran can't reel him just in at this stage. No joker laps in these Super Retros, so it's all about a race out on track. No joker lap to contend with. The Stratos has the lead, and Pat Duran is now having to completely defend off Stuart Emery behind him, and that is probably really helping out John Cross, who up ahead there, well, he can now create some clean air between him and Duran. But no, Duran is now coming back, can brake a little bit differently, a bit later than that Stratos, it seems. Maybe the experience of Pat Duran around Lydden Hill, as he now hunts down the Stratos, and he goes very wide on the entrance into Paddock Bend, and he might get him through. He's going to have a better line on the exit. And the Stratos has to go defensive, but so does Pat Duran now, as Emery is on the back of him. So Stratos ahead with Cross, Pat Duran, and now Emery fighting it out as the back marker is now getting in the way. And I'm not sure if Lee Wood's going to move out the way. Yes, he is. Moves to the left-hand side, gets completely off the line, completely out the way. Emery locking up the brakes on the entrance there to Devil's Elbow. And up they go one more time. You see how such a different braking line it is between the Stratos and that Escort of Pat Duran. That Mark II Escort. He can seem to get much more late on the brakes, and then he dives very, very wide, trying to force an error onto John Cross, but John Cross looks like he's got the measure, just closes the door on Pat Duran just there and goes up to the line and takes the victory. So it was Pat Duran in second, Stuart Emery just climbing on the shoulder of Pat Duran as they crossed that finish line, but it is Cross, Duran, Emery, Pascoe. Here he comes. And Wood rounding out that race. There you see John Cross, Pat Duran, Stuart Emery, Steve Pascoe and Lee Wood. Pascoe did not come ahead of Emery, I can tell you that. So I'm sure that was just a timing glitch. I'm sure they'll get that fixed as we move on to our second race, featuring the very quickest from the first two heats. So the intermediate points, that sticks Charles French on pole. Here he comes in his Mark II Escort. The reigning champion. Had such a great season last year, Charlie French. 4 victories, 3 seconds, 1/3. Alongside him is Alan Crockett in the Opel Kadett GTE. Sits second in the intermediate points with 90. A great points for 245s, 2 second places for him. Charlie Maroney, brilliant performance we've seen from Charlie Maroney so far in his Ford Escort. He's got 82 points, so a really good haul from him so far in the intermediates. Then it's Josh Sturkins. Also pretty impressive with a 4th in qualifying 2. Ray Morgan in car 114. Alan Tapscott on the inside on the rear row. Vince Bristow and Steve Cousins in that Renault 5 Turbo. But here we go then, race number 2. Heat 3 in Super Retro, ready to race. And here we go, and it's a brilliant start from Morgan there. Can he squeeze his way through? He looks like it. Elbows are out as they go down to Talladega for the first time. What a great start that was from Ray Morgan as he dived on through, but then gets himself a bit wide through Talladega. He's going to try and pick it back up again as they head up towards the jump. That was nicely gathered there from Ray Morgan. And over they go. Brilliant performance. Ray Morgan diving through 2 or 3 on the start there from the second row. Then got a bit wide in Talladega, but used the exit and into the tyres. Oh, that's Steve Cousins goes into the tyres just there in the Renault 5. And that is on the exit of the jump as he rejoins. I'm not sure. We'll have to see if he manages to get going. Looks like his bodywork might be rubbing on that rear right tyre. We'll keep an eye on that as he rejoin the action at the front then. And it is French who leads. Second is Crockett. Third is Morgan. Fourth is Maroney. And then 5th place is Josh Sturkins as he was. I'm just looking at the top of the track around down Hairy Hill, and he's still going well, Cousins, actually. So he's gathered it and carries on going as we keep our eye on the race leader. This is Charlie French, the reigning champion. Huge amount of air just there as he lands it with Alan Crockett over his shoulder into Devil's Elbow. He goes round right now, following through. Thick and fast they come, but up the hill they go one more time. Charlie French. It's great on the brakes, isn't he? Keeps it nice and neat on the entrance to that North Bend. And that gives him such a good launch on the exit too. Running very wide, Maroney, using all the width of the track and maybe even some more as well. There's a bit of dust to skip up there off of his tyres. Nothing between 1 and 2 at the moment. Real nose to tail. Morgan and Maroney very excited as well. In fact, all the gaps all the way down to 5th, 6th place is very, very tight. Charlie French keeping it together. Over he goes in the jump, nice and straight. What a big follow there from Crockett. It's one tyre off the ground there as they go just as it rejoins from that loose stuff to the sealed surface. Maroney can't get any nearer, it doesn't seem, to the back of Ray Morgan, who's had a fantastic start and managed to maintain that third place. But it's these two way up ahead, Charles French and Alan Crockett. Remember, no joker lap required in these Super Retros. Anything with retro in doesn't do the joker lap. So it's all about if he can keep his position. Charles French will fancy his chances. He's managing so far to keep Alan Crockett at bay, isn't he? He's had to do that a few times so far, or 2 times at least today. He goes a little bit wide just there, and Crockett starts to take advantage, but gets a bit sideways himself on the exit of Talladega. And then a huge leap, and then straight on the brakes. You could see as soon as he landed it, he had to put his foot on the brakes there. Probably didn't have to do that, but felt he did. And just on the inside, that's a great overtake. Maroney has just gone past Ray Morgan. It was on the exit of the jump, just off your picture, as at the top end, we've still got our race leader, French and Crockett, fighting it through. But behind it is Maroney there. As you see, the orange Escort, Maroney overtaking Ray Morgan down Hairy Hill, and then Joss Sturkins behind them. Back in front, Charlie French, over the line he goes. Alan Crockett behind, a great ding-dong between those. Then it was Maroney, then it was Morgan, and over they all file. Tapscott just going through just there, and we're still waiting for Cousins at the top end as he heads up the track around the North Bend and dives all the way back down for one more time. Took a spin at the end of the jump, didn't he, Cousins? Took him a while to gather it all back up again, and that ended up paying the price for his race, really. Closed his race out, couldn't do anything with it. But a great race it was too. Brilliant performance from Charlie French there, managing to keep Alan Crockett at arm's length, but a brilliant, brilliant start from Ray Morgan from that second row, creeping his way through and pouncing on them, in fact, into Talladega. Couldn't quite keep it there for the entire race, but he'll be pretty happy with that start, and he'll look to replicate that a few more times, I'm sure, over the course of the season. A brilliant start to our post-lunch action here on track at Lydden Hill for the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. Next up, we're looking at the cross cars and the RX 150s. Max Wheatley leads the way with 95 points in the intermediate classification. Richard Rees with a great performance last time out, in fact, stealing that win, didn't he? He's on 92. Will Ovenden is on 84. Benjamin Bartlett 81. The 5th and a 3rd for him. At the bottom of the pile, James Constantine, Bradley Turner, Steve Jones, and Caandro van der Vivera. And that's mainly because he had that awful first race, didn't he, Caandro, and that caused him huge problems. Bit of track work being done as some people lean majestically on the fence. You can just see how windy it is there, can't you? But it's very, very breezy, to say the least. Ovenden, the big sign just in front of us. The Ovenden dynasty. I think there's 3 Ovendens in this weekend. We have one coming up in Will Ovenden. More work being done on the track here just to hold us up a little bit. Will Ovenden from literally a few miles away. Former junior RX title contender and reigning Swift champion. They move into position, and it is Caandro van der Viva. Lewis Gatt alongside him. Stephen Jones takes up his position on the left-hand side. Coming into your picture soon, but on the left-hand side. good weekend for him so far. Fourth, it'll be Jack Newham, and the number 6. 61, depending on where you're looking, but it is number 6. And then we have James Constantine. So it's Bradley Turner in the 61, and then James Constantine here on P5. Well, here we go, qualifying heat 3 in the Crosscar RX 150 Combined Championship. Andrew van der Verve, Lewis Gatt, Stephen Jones, Bradley Turner and James Constantine all lined up. A tiny bit more track prep going on. Just holding them there just to build the nerves that little bit more. It's really cool bike engines, sequential gearboxes, space frames. Little off-roaders, great little buggies, aren't they? Thumbs up then, here we go. Race 1, Heat 3, in the Crosscar RX 150. Build those revs. And off they go, and it's a fantastic start from Lewis Gatt and van der Verve. And around they go. Talladega greets them, welcomes them with open arms. Oh, and off. Bit of a spin there. I think that was Lewis Gatt, maybe. Just keep an eye as they come round into our picture. Stephen Jones is back there in 4th place, isn't he? James Constantine there too is over the jump now. Joins Bradley Turner, it was, who had that spin. He's gone a bit sideways as well through the devil's elbow as we keep our eye then on the race leader, Andrew van der Verve. Down he goes, down Harry Hill. In the background I can see an opportunity there for Stephen Jones. Looks on the inside, then goes to the outside, decides to joker. He's going to get this done. So he went to the inside dummy to see what would happen. Couldn't get past, decides to go for the joker. And at the back as well. Well, in and out of the joker goes Bradley Turner to get that job done too. Nicely done. Andrew van der Verve leads. Lewis Gatt is in 3rd. Lewis Gatt is in 2nd, I beg your pardon. No, he is in 3rd because that is a great overtake just there from Stephen Jones, just squeezing past him. As they headed up towards the Devil's Elbow and up to the North Bend, he's got that absolutely well done, hasn't he? Because he's now starting to pull away. Our race leader though is eking out the 1.5 second gap as these two are fighting a little bit. He used that to his advantage, and in and out of the joker he goes. A bit scruffy, in and out the joker goes the race leader, but there he is. Leads anyway, which moves Stephen Jones up into 2nd. Lewis Gatt went into the joker, in and out he goes. Back over the jump goes our race leader, catching that beautifully on the landing, up into Devil's Elbow, heavily on the brakes, flicks that little cross cart in. Behind him, Stephen Jones starting to hunt him down as well, and then it is James Constantine. Lewis Gatt in 4th. Bradley Turner in 5th. Will it come down to any joker strategies now? Well, down the hill comes our race leader, followed very closely behind by Stephen Jones. Duck it into Paddock Bend, keeping it very nicely planted. Look at those wheels having to work really hard, the suspension having to take a huge battering as they go in towards Talladega. Skipping those rear wheels out off the back of it, and over the jump goes our race leader, followed very closely by Stephen Jones. I say very closely, still about 3 seconds back, but it's not far in terms of distance. What would take is one mistake from our race leader, and that would allow Stephen Jones through. The checker flag is out, and it's just going to take 1 or 2 more turns as over goes Bradley Turner, taking 4th place, and down the hill comes our race leader, Andrew van der Verve. He goes round, holds it nicely, and over the line he goes to take the victory. It was a brilliantly fought victory for him, really held on to it very nicely. Stephen Jones was some 3-4 seconds back, so was never really putting under huge amounts of pressure. James Constantine came through. He holds out for 3rd place, and 4th, Without too much drama, that's Bradley Turner. 5th place, over the line goes Lewis Gatt. So there you go, confirmation for you. And over there, Steve Jones, James Constantine, Bradley Turner, Lewis Gatt. Lewis Gatt 19, almost 20 seconds off. So as those cars exit, the next cars take their place up on the grid. And it's Richard Rees, Max Weatherly, both on for this one. Benjamin Bartlett also showing some great pace here today. Jack Newman and Will Ovenden. So pole position is Richard Rees. Had that fantastic performance in the last race when he took the victory and the quickest time of all. 2nd goes Max Weatherly in the centre of your picture. Benjamin Bartlett will be on the left-hand side, the outside, number 44. You'll come to that in just a few moments. Over their shoulder, you can see Jack Newman flying the Irish flag. And then number 5, just moving into position, the yellow and red. Must be an Ovenden. Yes, it is a Will Ovenden. 2024 Swift Sport Champion. So we have 2024 Cross Kart Champion. We have the 2024 Swift Sport Champion, and the last race with Steve Jones we had the 2024 RX 150 Champion. Qualifying Heat 3, race number 2 for Cross Kart and RX 150, the combined championship. Slight hold up on the far end. Bit of a delay for this one. The 3rd and final heat for these before we move on to semi-finals. The all-important final. You have the best position possible, don't you, going through. Glance over my shoulder to see if they've managed to clear the car to the bottom, and they don't appear to at this stage, so sit around and try to stay focused and composed. And still at the far end there is this recovery underway. You see the 5 there, Richard Rees on the right hand side, centre right hand side of your picture, and the near side to you, that's the pole position, Richard Rees. Very, very experienced cross-kart driver. And that Miguel XC04. Max Weatherly there as well. Max Weatherly is in his Life Lived TN11. Benjamin Bartlett is in that Miguel XC04. Jack Newman, in that speed car wonder, the Irish driver, taken 2 4th places in the classification, gives him 80 points, and then a Will Ovenden drive to 5th last time out, gave him 84 points. Combine that with his 2nd from qualifier 1. Whistling through our comms position here at Lydden Hill. It's very, very windy. I know I've said it a few times, but don't not underestimate the effect it will have on the cars at different points of the track. There's the vehicle is now being recovered and taken away. There you go. It's James Constantine's car. Hopefully they can get that up and running again. But we look like we're ready to go. Everyone leaps into action. And soon these 5 little buggies will take to the track in anger as well. Here we go, thumbs up. That can mean we're all getting ready. Keep your eyes on the lights. Ready to race. And we are off and we are racing and moving across quite aggressively. There was Benjamin Bartlett, but didn't manage to force anybody into a mistake. He dives to the inside, maybe sensing there's an opportunity on the inside of Talladega. It hasn't come off for him. He maintains that position, but look at this. It's very, very congested, except for out in front. Now, Richard Rees well and truly has that gap starting to build. Great performance so far off the start from Will Ovenden as he moves his way up to 3rd place off the start. Started in 5th to 3rd. That's a pretty good start in the first couple of corners, isn't it? And down the hill they go. Race leader Richard Rees flicks that little cross car in, nicely done. And into the Joker goes Jacques Newman. There is Ovenden. 3rd place, and then Newman joins the very back of the pack. He might, yes, he's just top of the picture just there coming through. You see how steep it is. You don't really get a sense of how steep Lydden Hill is, but I tell you what, it does represent a bit of a challenge to the legs when you're walking around it. It's undulating to say the least. So Richard Rees has the lead. Max Weatherly is in 2nd. Will Ovenden is 3rd. Benjamin Bartlett 4th, and Jack Newman 5th as they go up to the North Bend. Around they go. A little lead there from Richard Rees. What is he? Half a second, just over half a second up, and the next 3 are all together, except not anymore because Ovenden has gone into the Joker and he comes through it nicely done, just off onto the grass just there, running the curb a little bit on the exit of the Joker. Will he get penalised for that? Not so sure, but around they go through Talladega. Race leader Richard Rees, 2nd place. Great landing from Max Weatherly, the reigning 2024 Cross Car Rallycross Champion. Richard Rees only had the 1 round last year where he won it. That was round number 5. He participated in 1 round and that's the one he won. So he's got huge potential, huge form as we know, and he's continued to go round here. Oh, and a big puff of smoke there from 55 Richard Rees. Hopefully that's nothing too concerning. But behind him you still see Max Weatherly pushing all the way. He is getting closer, isn't he? He's getting much, much closer. Max Weatherly on the back of Richard Rees. And I don't know if there's a problem with Richard Rees' car. It is chucking out a bit of blue smoke, and that's never a good colour, is it? So up they go to the North Bend, a slightly different line. He keeps it tight. Weatherly's gone wide to try and duck in on the inside on the exit. He'll get a better drive off there, but, well, Rees is able to hold him off. And down they go for the final time into the Joker. All 3 in fact, all into the Joker. So maybe not the best strategy through them. As over the line we have Richard Rees followed by Max Weatherly, and it's going to be close. And I think Ovenden's got there. I think Ovenden, yes he did. Will Ovenden took it. Richard Rees 1st, Max Weatherly 2nd, Will Ovenden 3rd, Benjamin Bartlett 4th, Jack Newman 5th. There you go. Will Ovenden was like a rocket, wasn't it, at the end just there coming through, and he finished 3rd overall and 3rd in the rankings too. That'll help him with additional points when it comes down to the semi-finals coming up after the next break. Great action there from these buggies. They do it like fun, don't they? These little RX 150s and cross cars. Terrifying fun, obviously. So with the cross cars exiting from the track, we will now turn our attention to supercar.
That dark area there, that's the contact zone.
And into position they start to come. Derek Tohill takes his position. Pole position for him in semi-final one. How important can this be for him? Top four progress through to the final. Don't forget, Patrick O'Donovan, well, he had a disastrous last round, didn't he? Finishing 9th overall in the classification for the time. But luckily he had the win, or fortunately he had the win in the first qualifying rounds, and therefore banked 85 points. Alongside him, his dad, Ollie O'Donovan, pulls into position. 2007 British Rallycross champion, alongside his son, 3-time British Rallycross Five Nations Trophy champion. Into position behind, Gary Donoghue. 7th overall in the intermediate classification. That's why he starts where he starts. Michael Seller moves into position as well. Michael Seller, 9th overall, and then Colin Anson, 11th overall in the classification in that Mitsubishi Mirage. The top four gets you through to the final. That's what we care about. Here we go then, semi-final one for supercar. Tohill, Patrick O'Donovan, Ollie O'Donovan, Gary Donoghue, Michael Seller, Colin Anson. We are ready to race. And a jump start from Tohill, and yes, a jump start there from Derek Tohill. So he just crept, didn't he? And that means he's going to have to take an additional joker. He's really going to have to go like a scalded cat, isn't he? If he wants to get through this one. An additional joker to Derek Tohill. So a little jump start just crept, didn't he? As the revs built, he just crept off the line. So back he goes. Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan just check their straps, get their minds right again. Team game this season. Remember, there is a teams championship, Team RX Racing, where they work very well together, as well we know. So take two, ready to race. And we're off, and it's a great start from Ollie O'Donovan. A bit of a bog down there, though, by Patrick O'Donovan. He manages to close the door, though, on Gary Donoghue, and he comes through in 2nd place, but bullies his way to the front. Does he? Presses his way to the front. He gets past. In fact, he leads out of Talladega, and Ollie just goes one side of the tyre stack, Tohill the other, both avoiding the tyre stack, but a bit of rubbing, and Patrick O'Donovan, with the help of his dad, Ollie O'Donovan, in 2nd place, manages to start to gap all the other drivers. Ollie O'Donovan will be there as a bit of a wedge between Patrick and the others, but now Ollie O'Donovan's got to get his head into the game, got to get down the track as they head down Hairy Hill. Will Patrick joker first of all? No, of course he won't. He'll stay out as long as he can now, you imagine. Build up that gap as Tohill goes into the joker, and Ollie O'Donovan runs extremely wide, but manages to gather it all back up again and keep on going as Donoghue's bonnet starts to flap around behind him. Ollie O'Donovan, well, he's in 2nd place, but he's got to start getting his way up the track as much as he can. Patrick O'Donovan has the lead. Ollie O'Donovan behind, just goes over the jump. Donoghue just there. I'm sure the bonnet was flapping away though. No, it's the front right as he lands off the jump. He goes straight on, and that's it for Donoghue. Gary Donoghue goes straight into the tyre stack, and I'm not sure if they're going to red flag this from the position of the car. Let's keep our eyes on this one, because the marshals are looking right now. We're still going. Patrick O'Donovan is here leading the way. Ollie O'Donovan's got clear air behind him and goes very sideways, gathers it back up again once more. Tohill goes in and out of the joker through the dust. I could just see him go, but Donoghue, it looks like he's going to try and get that car moved. There are flags waving to warn Patrick O'Donovan as he goes over the jump that's there, but Patrick O'Donovan's got the measure of this one as Tohill looks to have 3rd place All signed, sealed and delivered. Ollie O'Donovan just got to keep this neat as he goes round. Patrick O'Donovan's got a very solid lead. Ollie O'Donovan, as we're looking at right now, up to the North Bend. Well, he has second place. Patrick O'Donovan has this lead. He goes round for the final time, or the penultimate time, sorry, as he goes up to the line, starts his final tour. Ollie O'Donovan goes into the Joker. Derek Tohill, well, he goes around the normal route, and Ollie O'Donovan emerges ahead of Derek Tohill. Gary Donohue's got out of his car, so he can't continue. Ollie O'Donovan and Tohill are fighting, aren't they? They're really fighting for this one, but they know that they'll be sort of happy both in the positions they're in, because it would put them straight into the final. Ollie O'Donovan landing that one nicely. Tohill behind. There's Patrick O'Donovan just up ahead, well, way up ahead, really, as he exits the North Bend for the final time, and down he goes. This is our eyes on second and third, and Derek Tohill has not said he's over yet. He's going to keep on fighting Ollie O'Donovan, trying to rotate the car at the North Bend. And Patrick O'Donovan takes the Joker. He's got one more to go. 6 laps, in fact, isn't it, in the semi-finals? So 2 more to go for Patrick O'Donovan. Breathless, breathtaking. O'Donovan and Tohill still going for this one. Just got to keep it going. I'm not sure why they're going to keep on fighting. They might as well just carry on the way they are. As Michael Seller just goes past our comms position here. Ollie O'Donovan and Tohill still fighting through. You sense that maybe they're just starting to ease off a little bit and just be happy with what they've got. In fact, Tohill late on the brakes. Or was it Ollie O'Donovan early on the brakes? Up the hill they go. Michael Seller, he's some way off. And Ollie O'Donovan has to lock up those brakes. And Tohill might have got him on the inside on the exit. As we switch to Patrick O'Donovan, over the line he goes, taking the victory and securing his place in the final. Tohill still fighting with Ollie O'Donovan. I'm not sure that anything's going to change here though, but Ollie and Derek still going for it, and across the line they go. Healthy battle, a great battle. Second for Ollie O'Donovan, third for Derek Tohill, fourth here for Michael Seller, booking his place into the final, and around we go. Colin Anson completes the 5 drivers who make it to the end, with Gary Donohue stuck there in the tyres on the far side of your picture. Great performance there from Patrick O'Donovan. Terrible start though for Patrick O'Donovan, really. He fell all the way back, didn't he, to third, but managed to get himself on the inside, keep that inside line going into Talladega, and then complete the job and secure the victory. No need to worry about his Joker strategy at all. He had so much time. A bit of repairs need to be done to the tyre stack. In fact, I can see a marshal in the background already working on that tyre stack, so hopefully they can drag that car out, get on the back of a truck, and we'll be up and running very, very quickly for semi-final number 2. Semi-final number 2 features Ian Barrett, who had a 3rd and a 2nd overall in the intermediate classifications, giving 87 points. Oliver Bennett, 4th with 83 points. Julian Godfrey, well, he had to recover, didn't he, with a terrible first qualifying round. 10th and then 3rd in the second one, giving him 76 points. Puts him on the front row. John McCluskey and Tristan Ovenden will make up the 2nd row, with Max Langmaid making up that 3rd on his lonesome. So a bit of work to be done, maybe not a huge amount of work to be done. A few tyres being put back everywhere. There's a tyre stack at the base of the jump that has to be put back as well. I'm not sure who clipped that one, but it was an interesting battle with Ollie O'Donovan going one way and Derek Tohill going the other. As he landed, he just had a problem front right, just completely went sideways on him, didn't he? Steering arm broke or something like that, bent anyway. Sent him straight on into the tyres. It's very much a hood kind of day, isn't it, out there? There is the pre-grid, the assembly area ahead of this 2nd semi-final. Final will be coming your way in supercars at, let's have a quick look, around 420, 424 to be precise. We'll say 420. Why not? Keep it loose. Ollie Bennett's car in the middle there with Excite on it. It certainly does. Very flamboyant driving style, isn't he? Fantastic. Julian Godfrey nearest to us with the Union flag on the roof of his car. Tristan Ovenden with the familiar Ovenden colours of red and yellow. Here we go then for semi-final number 2. And into position goes Ian Barrett. Ian Barrett switched from circuit racing and rallying to rallycross in 2024. Car he sits in is the car Johan Kristoffersen won the 2023 Rally X Nordic title with. Had some problems early last year, but it's improved, and then won the penultimate round with some fantastic pace. And his car is now run by Tony Brady Motorsport. Last year, you got a sense he was really starting to learn the car. Didn't run a full campaign, but they did race in 6 of the 10 rounds, taking a win, as we say, in the penultimate round. A bit lonely out there, isn't he, at the moment? Ian Barrett, as he waits for the others to leave the pre-grid. The next person to leave the pre-grid will be this man, Ollie Bennett. Former world RX racer, Nitro Rallycross driver. 3 Five Nations British Rallycross wins. Always does select events and is always fast and always spectacular. There's Ollie Bennett. He won the final round of the season here at Lydden Hill at the back end of 2024. Julian Godfrey doesn't really need to have a lot of introduction, does he? 6-time British Rallycross champion. He's an engine builder and engineer as well by trade. Citroen DS3 built by Liam Duran's team. And he is the teammate to Tristan Ovenden in this season's team championship. Julian Godfrey and Tristan Ovenden working together in the DS3s. Alongside Julian Godfrey comes John McCluskey. In the MMS RX Team Ireland, newly formed team. 3-time British Rallycross Five Nations event winner himself. Max Langmaid takes his place. Tristan Ovenden as well is there too. So we have teammates in Godfrey and Ovenden. Keep your eyes on those. It's a team game. We are ready to race them for semi-final 2. Supercars ready to race. And we are off, and it's a fantastic start. A scorching start from Ollie Bennett just there. In that mini, a bit of coming together, a bit of body rubbing, manages to keep hold of it on the entrance to Talladega. Not sure how he kept hold of it, but he did, and he exits Talladega well and truly in the lead with the back end of that skipping out all over the place. And into Devil's Elbow with a solid lead, you've got to say, for Ollie Bennett. He'll be happy with that. BMW SX1. There's Ovenden slotting himself in a little bit further back. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming through right now, and it is Bennett who leads, Godfrey who leads ahead of Barrett. Then McCluskey, then Ovenden, and then at the back it's Max Langmaid. Back into Talladega they go. And up towards the jump. It's a huge jump. It's such a cool thing, that BMW SX1, isn't it? A flamboyant driving style. Flamboyant car. It's just a rocket, isn't it, as it exits these corners. And behind him, Julian Godfrey can't do anything to close up that gap. Currently sits at around 0.7 of a second. Hugely impressive performance from Ollie Bennett. Goes more than sideways into the Joker. Goes our third place driver. So Godfrey's in second, and now a position switch as Barrett goes back to fourth place now after taking the Joker. John McCluskey up ahead of him still has to take that mandatory Joker, of course, and Langmaid goes through as well. So out ahead is still as they were, Ollie Bennett and Julian Godfrey, but that swap of positions with McCluskey in third and Godfrey eking out that gap between second and third. Over McCluskey's shoulder. There's certainly an Ian Barrett looking at him. Down the hill they go, around the top end, you see at the north bend, and down with the one Sonic car. Into the Joker goes our race leader, Ollie Bennett, and behind him goes Julian Godfrey, and he's fallen back now to fourth, maybe? Yes, he has. Godfrey's fallen back to fourth after the Joker was taken. So Ollie Bennett leads the way, as he was before. So a couple of laps to go. Then it's John McCluskey, then Ian Barrett, then Julian Godfrey. Oh, and a bit sideways there, and very sideways there, and a bit of damage, I think. They're going to get the car restarted on the way up the hill. I think they are, just out of your picture. But limping up there as he goes. We'll keep an eye on what that does to the positions, but it is Ollie Bennett who leads the way. No change with Godfrey in second, who then dives into the Joker. No, he comes through. Godfrey's through now into second place. McCluskey there is into third after that swap over the Joker. Then it's Ovenden. Then it's Barrett, who had that bit of a slide at the exit of the Devil's Elbow. And it's Ollie who leads. Ollie Bennett leads the way by quite some margin. Somebody's hit some tyres down there. That's not going to be useful on the exit of the jump. There is Tristan Ovenden. And there is our race leader, Ollie Bennett. Down he goes, down Hairy Hill. Flicks it around, such an aggressive turn, isn't he? His driving style, look at that, just flooring it, and across he goes and takes the victory. Brilliant performance there by Bennett. He comes through in first. Godfrey second. McCluskey third. Tristan Ovenden in fourth. He makes his way through to the final. And Ian Barrett, well, because of what happened with him at the Devil's Elbow, he falls foul and is out in the semi-final stage. And Max Langmaid brings it home. So there you go. We have had our two semi-finals in Supercar. We know the lineup for the final, and that final is coming this afternoon at around 4:20. Set your alarms for that one, because I think it's going to be lively. Confirmation: Bennett, Godfrey, McCluskey, Ovenden, Barrett and Langmaid. Supercars would be taken back and prepped once more. And we look to the assembly area and to the pre-grid to see what's coming next. And I can tell you, we go from the noisy, poppy, shouty, loud supercars to the 5 Nations Trophy BRX Swifts. 1.6 litre Swifts. Let's get some classifications for you for the Swifts. It's Q3 for them. Matt Cake on the inside on car number 630, he takes pole. Then it's Samuel Peterson in the centre. At the front on the left-hand side is Ted Shepherd there, number 45, the red Swift. Then over the shoulder you can see car number 88, Steve Harris. No Phil Seath though, so it's 4 in this one. Bit of a clear up being done out on track still. Placing the tyre stack from the exit of the jump. The Marshall just crossing away now. Not in a huge hurry, but he is getting off the track as these 4 drivers sit and wait. Phil Seath to that DNS last time out. Unfortunately, it looks like he's not able to come out. Hopefully they can get that turned around for Monday. But here we are. Heat 3 in the Swifts. Swift Sport Championship. Qualifying Heat 3. Ready to race. Matt Cake on the inside. Keep your eyes on him. It's a great start from him. Also a great start from Ted Shepherd on the outside. Can he cut across in front of Matt Cake? I think he might be able to, you know. He has. What a great start there from Ted Shepherd. He dived across there onto Matt Cake. It's going to be a case of holding off the challenge that Matt Cake brings. And that is not going to be easy because Matt Cake has won everything he's looked at so far this weekend. And over the jump he goes. So you can hear the cars bottoming out at the bottom of the jump just there. As round they go the first time around the Devil's Elbow. Slightly longer race here for these 4 cars today. Up they go to the North Bend. It's a marathon, not a sprint here for these. This is Q3, remember, semi-finals for all of these do not exist when it comes to Swifts. It goes straight to the finals. This will set up the order for the final. Shepherd leads. In and out of the Joker goes Samuel Peterson. He's down into 3rd, or is he into 4th? No, he's managed to keep it 3rd, I think. Harris just there on the inside of him. There he is. And he's got ahead of Harris. What a great performance there from him as he goes into Talladega. So that's a great start, a great performance from Samuel Peterson. He's just got to keep his concentration. Over the jump he goes. And looking up ahead, it's quite a gap, isn't it, between 2nd and 3rd. 5 seconds, 4 seconds in fact, maybe a bit less. 3.6 in fact is the gap. Should have taken more time and more care when I was at school when I was learning maths, shouldn't I? But there you go. Race leader is Ted Shepherd. He's going to stay out, and into the Joker goes Matt Cake. Plenty of space behind him, so through he goes, slaloming his way through. Matt Cake exits, and he exits in 2nd place. He's got Peterson behind him in 3rd, but right on his shoulder, in fact, trying to get in the boot of his car. And Steve Harris has 4th. Over the jump, our race leader goes Ted Shepherd, but he's still, remember, got to Joker. Matt Cake has got a bit between his teeth, and you feel like if anyone is going to be able to stop Ted Shepherd, it's going to be Matt Cake, but he might be happy with this. 2 wins in the 2nd place would probably stick him in the ideal position coming to the final a little bit later on. Ted Shepherd is way off down the road, so Matt Cake is just holding off Peterson. Looks to me like Shepherd is going to delay it to his final lap into the Joker, and that's probably sensible, probably wise. This is qualifying Heat 3, remember. This isn't about elimination. There wouldn't be any elimination with 4 cars anyway. It is all about optimum position off the start. You want to get that advantage. If you be on the pole position slot there, that advantage over the others around you. Shepherd tucks it in nicely around the Devil's Elbow as over goes Matt Cake, and behind him Peterson, still keeping him honest, keeping him true. Matt Cake heads up the hill as our race leader goes round North Bend for the final time and heads down Hairy Hill. And you can see the gap. It's a pretty big gap there between Shepherd and Cake, and I'm not sure if they came together actually. A little nudge. It looks maybe just a bit heavy on the brakes, but Shepherd goes into the Joker. No drama for him. No, not the quickest Joker I've seen so far today, but it certainly wasn't the slowest. And through Shepherd goes to take the victory in heat number 3. Matt Cake 2nd, Samuel Peterson in 3rd, and coming up to the line now is Steve Harris to round out the 4. So now we'll know our lineup and the order for the final, and that final from the Swifts will be coming this afternoon at around about 4:40. 4:40 will be the time for that one. It will go Supercars, Retro, Swifts, Junior, Super Retro, and then Cross Car to finish off our day. Then it comes down to the finals. Got a couple of semi-finals still to come, really, but that's happening after a short break. So the Swifts disappear and the juniors emerge. 14 to 16-year-olds, juniors, their third qualifier. Goes straight to the final for them. Really impressive performances so far today from a few. Tommy Brown, for example, well, 2 second places in this heat's great performances from him. William Hands, well, he's not made it through cleanly in any race, and I'm not sure if he's actually going to make it out today. In fact, yes, I can see him. He is going to make it out. That's good to see. So Harrison Foley takes up the pole position. Tommy Brown next to him. You can just see an Ovenden because of the colours. It's definitely an Ovenden. That is Mason Ovenden. Left-hand side of your screen, the white car, that is Harrison Foley. Tommy Brown in the centre of the front row, and on the left-hand side of the front row, on the outside, is car 119. That is Teddy McPherson. Got a bit sideways, didn't he, last time out, Teddy? And that pushed him back to 3rd overall. Then we have Caden Harris. Nightmare for Caden in that last race, finishing 4th. Then it is another cake, this time Phoebe Cake. Mason Ovenden and William Hands on the back row. The thumbs are up. We are about to go racing for heat number 3. Heat number 3 in the juniors. Ready to race. And we are off. A lot of wheel spin, and Caden Harris, what a great start from trying to sneak his way through, isn't he? And he's done it, I think, Caden Harris. As they go up towards Talladega, they've all seen each other. 3 into 1, will that ever go? Never seems to, does it? But Caden Harris has kept it in the middle of the two, and I think he's going to emerge in 3rd place. Great start from Caden Harris. He'll reel them in from there, you'd imagine, as over the jump goes our race leader, and it's Teddy McPherson from the outside. Teddy McPherson. So Harrison Foley is in 2nd from pole to 2nd. McPherson 3rd to 1st. And Caden Harris 4th to 3rd. Some real moves and shakers on this first lap, the opening lap of this qualifying heat 3. There is Phoebe Cake heading down Hairy Hill. Round they go, very wide there from McPherson, very wide indeed. That will allow Foley to close the gap a little bit, and Caden Harris is also closing it down. In and out of the Joker goes Tommy Brown, nice and cleanly, no drama for him. And also in and out the Joker goes William Hands, just out of shots. There is a cake, that's a Phoebe Cake, ahead of Tommy Brown in 4th and 5th place. Our race leader just going through the picture, Teddy McPherson. Then it is Harrison Foley. There's Harris right on his back. Look at that. As they go in and out of the Devil's Elbow. Then it's Phoebe Cake. Behind Phoebe Cake, it's Brown. Up they go. This is 2nd and 3rd you're looking at right now. The battle for 2nd with Harrison Foley just ahead of Caden Harris. They head down Hairy Hill. What's he going to do here, Harris? Is he going to try and jump him on the inside? Is he going to stay out for the Joker? Yes, he does, and a wise move there for Caden Harris. Stays into the Joker, decides if Foley stays on the normal line, he's going to take the Joker, create some gap, drive into some empty space, close the gap ideally, and then take advantage as Phoebe Cake goes in and out of the Joker herself. And I'm looking out of the window, just trying to see what the gap is. And Caden Harris has started to close the gap already into 2nd place of Harrison Foley. There is Harrison Foley as they head up the hill. Caden is not far off. There's our race leader just there, Teddy McPherson. He's 2 seconds up the road from 2nd place. And Foley, there is Foley coming around, and there is Harris over his shoulder. You can use much more of that white part of the track if you need to. Into the Joker goes Harrison Foley. Will he be able to emerge in 2nd? I think he's going to lose the place. He is losing the place to Caden Harris and the Joker. Great performance from Caden Harris to utilise the space that he drove into after taking the Joker himself, and that propels him from 3rd to 2nd. But out ahead it is still Teddy McPherson, 2nd place. The man we're looking at right now, Caden Harris, or should we say the boy we're looking at right now, because it is the juniors. Over his shoulder, this is Harrison Foley. Such composure for such young drivers. Phoebe Cake just going around Devil's Elbow right now as our race leader is already at the top and out of the North Bend. So a bit of a gap between first and fifth. There is Foley, he's in third. There's Harris ahead of him. Into the Joker. Oh, and he's dropped it. McPherson's dropped it into the gravel on the Joker entry. Oh, that's an absolute disaster for McPherson. He dropped it on the entry into the Joker, and he gets himself beached. And it was his last opportunity. He beaches the car, and over the line, Caden Harris inherits the win. Harrison Foley second, Tommy Brown third. Wow, absolute disaster if you're Teddy McPherson. Phoebe Cake fourth, Will Hands fifth, Mason Overton in sixth, and stuck there in the kitty litter. Unfortunately, Teddy McPherson just had to keep composed and get through that Joker, but the pressure behind from Caden Harris and from Harrison Foley was too much for him, and he just lost that moment when he needed it, just needed that finesse, that control, and round he went from first to last on the final corner. That's the way it goes in Rallycross. You can never count it until they're over the line, but there's confirmation for you that Caden Harris takes the victory. We're all set for a final coming up a little bit later on, and I think with that happening, it's going to be one you should really tune into. That one is going to happen with the juniors at around about 4:45 this afternoon, 4:48 specifically, but around 4:45 if everything stays on track. Real shame though for Teddy McPherson. You've got to feel for him. He'll be devastated inside that car, but all they have to do is get it back, make sure it's okay. They should be able to get him out for the final without too much of a problem. I don't think there was any major damage. I think he just got stuck as he decided to go for a bit of a spin in the gravel. We're going to move on to Retro once they've got that car out the way. It's taking a lot of people to try and get that car out of the way, isn't it? 4 people trying to push a very, very light Swift, 1.3 litre Suzuki Swift out of the gravel, but it goes to show just how good that stuff is. It may have done something to the suspension, perhaps, you never know. So we'll get that car moved. They have to get the car moved. We've got the Retros up next, and although they don't use the Joker, it's in a position that you wouldn't want to leave a car. It's right in the way for any runoff. Safety first and all that. So we have Retro coming up next, with the likes of Dan Swayland, 2024 Retro Rallycross Champion. Terry Moore, Ian Biaggi, Rob Buckmaster and Paul Buckmaster also competing. Simon Hart in half-hide, and Joe Luke Eastwood should also be making his way, hopefully. But a DNF and a DNS for Joe Luke Eastwood, so we haven't seen him really at all today, so it'd be nice to see if we can get him out. Well, McPherson's car is driving off now, so that's a good sign. They should get that one ready for the final. As I say, the final taking place at around about 4:45. So an hour and a quarter to get that car turned around and ready to go. So the Retro qualifying Heat 3, it's a combined Retro starting grid for Heat 3 as it was for Heat number 2. Dan Swayland, here he comes. He'll take that pole position. DNS in race number 1 had that brilliant performance, that brilliant win in qualifying 2, giving him 50 points and 7th overall, but that sticks him on pole anyway. So in comes Dan Swayland. Here comes Terry Moore. Terry Moore in the Austin Mini. There's a 4th and a 2nd to his name. Then it is Ian Biaggi. A 1st and a 3rd for him. Top of the intermediate points at this stage. He starts on the outside of row 1. Rob Buckmaster, 150. He moves into position. Alongside him is car 137, Simon Hart. the Escort, the Mark 1, third overall at the moment in the intermediate classification, Simon Hart. And the back row is made up of, on the inside, car 53, just moving into position as you can see at the top of your shots. That's Paul Buckmaster. Then it is Ian Halfhide in the yellow Peugeot 205. And Joe Luke Eastwood has made it out. So a DNF and a DNS. We're going to go straight to the final for this one. And all the cars will make it into the final, remember, because of how many cars there are. An 8-car final. It's just about the order. Heat 3, qualifying Heat 3 for the Retros. Dan Swayland, Terry Moore, Ian Biaggi on the front row. Reigning champion on the left-hand side of your picture. We're ready to race. And we are off. It was a slow start though for Swayland, and that allows Terry Moore and Ian Biaggi to leap off the line. And it is Terry Moore that's got the inside and has got the advantage. You can see it is that little Terry Moore car and Ian Biaggi right behind him, but Swayland's trying to get past on the outside. He's going to try and power his way through off the exit of Talladega. Can't get ahead of these two. The BMC Mini Clubman and that little Austin Mini as well. Through the Devil's Elbow they go, and Swayland is still trying and trying and trying. Simon Hart's who we're looking at right now, he's trying to force that Nova into an error, but I'm not sure that's going to work. That is Paul Buckmaster who's trying to pressurise at the moment, but Buckmaster looks like he's got his wits about him as down goes Dan Swayland on the inside into Paddock Bend, and he manages to get the job done on Biaggi, Dan Swayland, so he recovers from that very slow start, poor start for Dan Swayland. As Rob Buckmaster maintains that 4th position. At the back end you've still got Ian Halfhide and Joe Luke Eastwood. They're still in the business. They need to get this race completed and get themselves through into the final a little bit later on. But out ahead, well, it is Moore, but he's got Swayland right over his shoulder now. And you feel like Swayland may have this done, maybe on the exit of the North Bend. Let's keep our eyes on this as we go up the hill. It is Terry Moore ahead, but a very different line from Dan Swayland. He'll try and flick that in and then maybe use the power now on the exit, but he can't because that Mini is like a little scalded cat and off it goes. It's like a little mosquito, isn't it, as it flies down the hill and goes round Paddock Bend. And even with the different dimensions of these cars, you can see there's nothing between them. The Mini is so good in these tight, twisty corners. Yes, the Escort's great on the powerful areas, but it's brilliant to see the difference between the two. The Mark 1 Escort going neck and neck, head to head with the Austin Mini around the outside of Talladega, and as they exit and go up to the jump, it is still as it was. Terry Moore leads Dan Swayland. Ian Biaggi at the back of the shot, just going over the jump right now into the Devil's Elbow. We're on lap 2. We're about to complete lap number 3. As around they go. Up the top end, you can see our race leader. The gap is nothing. It's so close. The gap is 0.4 of a second. It's one slight error. That is all that separates first from second place in this heat number 3. Before we head off to the final next time out, this is going to help sort the order. Terry Moore still has it, but Dan Swayland goes to the outside. Can he tuck it in on the inside into Talladega? Let's have a look as he goes around here. He keeps it on the outside, goes very wide, and is too wide in fact. He tries to get that propulsion as he gets straighter quicker, but that Mini just holds it off, but not now. After the jump onto the inside, Swayland has him. He takes him on the inside going into the Devil's Elbow. It's the exit of the jump that he got that one done. And Biaggi in the back of the shot, well, he's still watching this ahead of him, probably hoping there'll be an error made by both, but there isn't an error, and Dan Swayland moves up into first place with Terry Moore in second, and then over the back of them, Ian Biaggi. We'd be happy with third, I think. He's had a great weekend so far, Biaggi, just trying to do some quick maths with the points, and Terry Moore will be happy with the second place here as well. But Dan Swayland's the one who needs the points to give himself a better position, and over the line he goes and takes the victory, claiming 50 points, and he needed that to propel himself up the order and maybe, just maybe, stick him somewhere around the front row. I'm not sure, by looking at the scores here, if he'll quite make it onto the front row. Rob Buckmaster coming home 4th. I think Rob Buckmaster may just have the front row. Paul Buckmaster a little bit further back. I think it might be a second row start there for Dan Swayland. This final is going to be very, very exciting when it comes our way a little bit later on. What time is the final for the Retros? I hear you silently scream. Well, that would be at around about 4:30 this afternoon. So just under an hour from now, we'll see how this one plays out. But Swayland, I think, is starting on the second row with Terry Moore and Ian Biaggi ahead of him in the final. It's going to be very, very exciting. Make sure you stay tuned for that one around about 4:30. That's the Retros done then. And there's the confirmation for you of the Retro result. And we have got a small pause here before we move on to semi-finals. Retro semi-finals, oh yes, straight into the Retro semi-finals. Then it is the Cross Car and the RX 150, the combined championship, before we move on to the Supercars, the final for the Supercars. So with Super Retro semi-finals, we have Cross Car RX 150 semi-finals, then we have Supercar final, Retro final, Swifts final, and more and more and more in between. We'll be back here very, very soon. Should kick off again at around about 5 to 4. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Lydden Hill. We've got two semi-finals coming your way, starting off with the Super Retro before we move on to the Crosscar and the RX 150, the combined championship for 2025. So two semi-finals, semi-final 1, semi-final 2, all begins with Charlie French starting in pole position, alongside him Charlie Maroney. Great performance from him so far today, a fourth, a third and a third. Gives him 124 points in the intermediate classification. Ray Morgan starts on the outside of row 1 in his Escort Mark III. Then behind in row number 2 is Pat Duran. It's not gone all Pat's way at all here today. Made his retro bow last season, finished second overall, taking a 1 victory. Pat, quite a few second places along the way, 3 of those, and 2 third places as well. Then we have the Stratos, John Cross, starting on the outside of row number 2. Stuart Emery in that Volvo 242 in the back row on the inside. And then it is Andy Grant. Good to see him back out after that spin into the barriers, into the tyres, and the exit of Devil's Elbow a little bit earlier on. Semi-final 1, Super Retro. French, Maroney and Morgan on the starts. The front row, we're ready to race. And it's a great start there from Charles French, but what about that as well from John Cross in the Stratos? He leapt off the line and he scoops his way through into second place. A bit wobbly there, trying to go around the outside, inside, outside. Who knows which way he's going in the Stratos? It's pointing in all different directions at all times, it seems, but he's moved his way up to second place, and out ahead is Charlie French, who leads the way. Great start there from the reigning champion Charlie French. Great start, even better start though by John Cross in that Stratos as he heads up the hill. Behind them you could see Emery there putting a bit of pressure on and then locking up at the top of the, just out of the pictures, moving into the picture. There's Emery, big puff of smoke behind him. He was locked up as he went past Grant, and ahead of them, car 114, Ray Morgan. Ray started on the outside of row 1. And he's maintained that third position, but it's movers and shakers all the way through this one here. It's onto the outside he goes, trying to get past the Stratos. Can he do it though? Runs a bit wide, runs very wide, drops a couple of positions. Emery's got through there because of him running so wide. So it's now the Stratos ahead of the Volvo. And over the jump they go, Emery, and then you can see all very sideways as he lands 2 sideways jumps into the tyres, collision, contact, and into the barrier they go. Oh, that is a real shame. Huge amount of damage there though. And I think Pat Duran's also taken a fair bit of damage too. Let's just have a look at Pat's car. I think Pat's car's okay as we look up ahead, and that is Andy Grant. But I think this might be called, yeah, red flag has been called. You can see the red flag out. There's a red flag being waved, and I'm not sure all the cars have seen it. Yes, they have now. So they've stopped the race. Pat Duran continues up the hill, but I think he might be down on one tyre, one wheel, and still racing going on. But now they've seen the flag, and still going, still going. Now they start to slow. Oof. They didn't see the flags there, and that was a bit daunting actually, because they went over the jump. They had eased off a little bit, but they weren't fully easing off, were they? As the medics come round and just check on the driver, but driver is out the car. That's Ray Morgan. He is out the car. Well, that was a real shame to see, because Ray was going so well in that Ford Escort Mark III, but he got sideways. Pat Duran also got sideways off the jump as they both landed off the jump. One was sideways. Pat went through behind him, and as he landed, he was sideways too. Ray Morgan couldn't quite gather it up, and then Ray just had a little bit of a spin, a bit of collision, took out Pat, and Ray Morgan was well, the one who's come off worst, obviously, as you can see from the front of his car, as they just take their positions now at the bottom of Hairy Hill, and I'm just wanting to see whether Pat's going to be okay to continue. That's a sad sight, isn't it? that's I'm not sure that marshal really wants to be doing that job. He's not doing it with gusto, is he? But there you go. You can pick it up. Just pick it up and carry it. It's a lot easier. There you go. There we go. He needs a stick so he can whittle it along. Anyway, there we go. So this car's going to be collected. You can see Morgan is out of the car and being checked over by the medic. I think he's okay though. But a huge amount of contact. It was a great start, wasn't it, by Ray? Having a look at Pat's car at the back there to see. I thought it was crabbing a little bit, but I think it might be okay. Shouldn't take a huge amount of time to clear this up because it didn't make any contact with the barrier. It was just a spin and a collision, bit of coming together between him and Pat Duran, who I'm not sure is able to continue. I'm just having a look to see where they're going at the other end. He did have a fair bit of contact, didn't he? Pat's just taking the car back off to the pre-grid to assembly, so I'm not sure if he is going to be able to continue. We'll keep an eye on that, and they reform on the grid for semi-final 1, take 2. Up the car goes in front of me as we keep our eye on the drivers sitting. They've been told to make their way round, and I don't think Pat is going to be able to continue with this one. He has moved into the pre-grid area, and the Stratos is coming around. I think Pat's got terminal damage there for the semi-final anyway. Top 4 will progress through to the final, and I make it that we've only going to have 4 cars left after this, which means make it to the end and you've got yourself a spot in the final. There is the Stratos as we see Morgan's car being picked up and moved onto the back of the flatbed. There's the Stratos going back into position. John Cross, great start from him, wasn't it? What a great start from that second row of the grid straight the way through into the lead. And he's got to do it all again. Charlie French takes up his position in pole. Over the shoulder of the Stratos, you can see the red Escort belonging to Andy Grant. Stuart Emery in the Volvo 242. On the inside of that, well, it's technically a third row. More space though for John Cross to drive into, and if he can start like he did in that last race, well, he could be well ahead, couldn't he? If Charlie French, by the time they get up to Talladega, the first turn, the first long swooping turn here at Lydden Hill. Pat Duran definitely hasn't made it back out. I'm just trying to see out the window where his car's gone off to, and I think it's gone back off to see if they can get it repaired. For what? Well, for Monday, where we do it all again. Although Pat was 7th overall in the intermediate classification, so if there were to be a dropout, he might find himself sneaking in to the final. But a lot's got to happen between now and then for that to take place. Still a bit of clean-up, you can see at the bottom of your picture. The ambulance being taken away. And the forks as well. I think we might just see the re-emergence of Charlie Maroney. Let's see if we can get him back out for this semi-final. There's noise that Charlie Maroney does want to head back out onto track. Got a bit of a clear up going on just over at the end of the jump as they head towards Devil's Elbow. There is some discussion as to whether Charlie Maroney is able to take his place back on the grid. which was no, he's not restarting. So semi-final 1 is made up of 4 cars. How many cars progress to the final? 4. So it's all about the order. Got to make it to the end. First thing is make it to the end of this semi-final. Don't worry about the order after that, but you want to finish somewhere near the top 2, don't you, really? Look at that, absolutely ripped apart. Wonder where that wheeler come from? Well, there you go, front right. Real shame to see that from Ray Morgan in his car. Good performance from him. Everything looks like it's being cleared away. Should get a thumbs up from the start marshal. Well, here we go then. Semi-final for Super Retro. Semi-final 1, take 2. 4 cars. Charles French, John Cross, Stuart Emery and Andy Grant. We are ready to race. And we are racing, and it's another great start once again by John Cross, but it is a brilliant start from Charles French this time. Doesn't bog down and gets away, and it is as they were. French from Cross, from Emery, from Grant. And you imagine this one's going to be very clean as they try to complete this race and get themselves through into the final without any lasting damage. Over the jumps go 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And into the Devil's Elbow they all go as well. The Stratos is in second. The Volvo is in third. The Escort is in fourth and first. It's Charles French who leads though in the Escort, the Mark II Escort. Down he goes. Down Hairy Hill, turns right into Paddock Bend. The Stratos is holding a few of them up. You think Emery might be trying to get past that Stratos but cannot get it done. And judging by the gaps, I think Emery might have a bit of a leap on the Stratos, as you see, diving to the outside, then to the inside. And Emery, I think, maybe getting past. No, Grant has closed the door on him. Just uses the little pace of that tiny Stratos compared to that stratospherically sized Volvo, the 242. And over they go, and way up ahead. You have our race leader just going past the picture there, but that's second we're looking at, John Cross, in the number 99 Export Stratos. A bit wide though, that allows Emery to go up on the outside, and can he get it done? It's going to be a different line, but tucking it through. Grant on the inside there too, may have snuffled out a little opportunity, gets very, very wide and slidey on the exit, and a bit of contact there too between the two of them, but no lasting damage. And around they go. Stratos very late on the brakes, it goes very wide into Paddock Bend, and it's very messy, and that brings Emery back into the game, and the Stratos is still wide up onto the curbs, and the Volvo on the outside. Bit of contact between the Stratos and the Volvo, more contact, and that spins the Volvo right round, a 360 pirouette. Can he get it going? Can he get it going? Let's keep our eyes over there in the window. Can that Volvo get going? Nothing at the moment. The Stratos trying to get moving. Up ahead though, it's as they were. The Volvo is stuck. The Stratos is just about moving. It's quite a dangerous place. The Volvo is stuck at the moment though. Is this going to be another red flag, or will it be double waved yellows? Down the hill they go. And the race leader, Charles French, is out ahead as he goes up towards Talladega, and there is a stricken Volvo right on the line, just on the outside of the line into Talladega, and round Charles French goes, no problem for him. But this is it, curtains it looks like for Emery. What a shame. Grant goes through into second at the moment. The third place is the Stratos who got going, and I think, well, I'm not going to apportion blame, but when you look at it something like that, you do wonder whether or not the Stratos of John Cross is going to get through this one without some kind of penalty, because there was a bit of a coming together. I'm not sure who the aggressor can be deemed to be mainly. We'll have to wait and see there what comes out of any form of discussion with the clerk of the course and the stewards, but it is the Stratos who's hobbling around at the moment, just trying to get through this race. And out ahead it is Charles French who has this one. He's got the measure of it with just one more tour of this lap to go, and it is red flag. They've red flagged the race. Okay, the second time semi-final 1 has seen a red flag, and I'm looking at the number of laps, and I think they'll call the result at this stage, because 3 out of 4 laps done, that's 75%, as my maths does it anyway, but it should be enough with 2 bites of the cherry. And Just having a look at the Volvo. The bonnet is off and they're looking in. They can't get it going. So out comes the team once again to try and move a stricken car. And we'll deem in the next few moments whether it's going to be take 3 for semi-final 1 or if they're going to call the results. Andy Grant, John Cross and Charles French are the 3 remaining survivors from what started off as a 7-car semi-final. Those times I gave you earlier on for the semi-finals and finals, well, I'd rip those up and start again because everything has been delayed a fair bit because of this 2 bites of the cherry for semi-final 1. They are going to try and get that car moving. I think the driver is okay. There he is, in fact, just standing around looking. Stuart Emery. I'd like to get a microphone and chuck that into his face and see what words he has to say from that incident, because there was certainly a coming together between Stuart Emery and John Cross. John was on the outside going around. Stratos got a bit wobbly and I think ended up clipping him a couple of times. So we shall have to see the onboards, have to see the outcome of that conversation. But if you're going to refuel at this rate, won't they? Certainly stick some more oil in the cars. So we are waiting to see what happens if we're going to have another race. There we go, Stuart Emery being checked over by the medic, who says to him, look, can you take your crash helmet off? I just need to check you out, make sure you're okay. Look right, look left, there you go. He seems to be following all the orders, as you'd expect. It wasn't a particularly troublesome coming together for him. He didn't flip, he didn't smash into anything. There was no contact with the barrier or anything like that. It was just one of those uncomfortable watches with the Stratos and that Volvo coming together. You know, if that was a fight in the car park, I know it was money I'd put my money on the Volvo every single day if it was a outside mate. Let's see who wins. The Volvo's going to beat a Stratos, isn't it? In a fist fight, but out there on track, it seemed to go the other way. So just waiting for a few minutes now to see how they're going to move this on. Those bonnets don't weigh very much, by the way, if you're thinking that man must be Superman. They, you know, they're fairly light. And those cars are being sent into the pre-grid, into assembly, so I'm guessing they've called that as a result then, which would be French from Grant from Cross, I believe. There was 75% of that race completed and also some laps of a previous race as well, so probably the right decision, I would say, as they head back to pre-grid and to assembly, back to the paddock to get cleaned and repaired and fettled ahead of the final, of which all 3 of those cars will make. Semi-final 2 has got Alan Crockett, 2nd overall in the intermediate classification, and Vincent Bristow, who's 4th overall in the intermediate. A 3rd, a 7th and a 6th for Vince. Alan Tapscott in that Mark II Escort. 3rd in 2024, Alan. Those 2 podiums. Consistently gaining points, Alan, last season. I say only 2 podiums, but 2 third places, but banking 10 points, 11 points, that sort of thing. No drop scores this year either. Not that there were last year in retros, but in a lot of the categories there were drop scores, none this time round. You race, you get points. You don't race, you don't get points. It's as simple as that. So Emery's been towed away. They're really going to take that Volvo up the hill? Yes, they are. Over the jump it goes. Okay, I thought they might take the more flat routes. And Chessen's Drift and down the Dover slope, but no, they're going up the Lydden Hill, one of them. Well, it was a great performance from Stuart Emery today. Really impressed by what he was doing. A 6th, a 12th with a DNF and a 9th. But that was a really solid race, that semi-final for him. Probably deserved to get through to the final, so it's not nice to see. But that is motor racing, of course, and that is rallycross. They're getting the cars cleared right now as we move on then to semi-final 2. Will we be able to get through this in one take, I wonder? That's what my producer says to me quite often, but when we're live, we have no choice. The dust deck's gone down over on the far side just to mop up any spillage. It looks like a fair bit of a spillage actually on the outside edge of Talladega, so you want to stay away from that one. And now the track looks like it's clear. Looks very clear to me. They'll get the call, and here we'll go for semi-final 2. A bit of standing around waiting at this stage for the all clear. Over on the far side, I can see some kids rolling down the hill. They're having a bit of fun away from the racing. See how windy it is and the flags fluttering. It is extremely windy out there today. Lovely blue skies and wispy clouds, but when you step out there, you get hit. Alan Crockett then will take the pole position in semi-final number 2. A virtue of his 2nd place in the intermediate classification with a run of 2-2-2, a brace, second for Crockett, a brace of braces. Vince Bristow in the middle of the front row, and then on the outside of the front row is Joss Sturkens. Joss with a 10th, a 4th and a 5th, giving 113 points, earning the right to go on the outside of the front row. In 4th, it is Alan Tapscott, the Escort. In 5th, it is Steve Cousins in the Renault 5 Turbo. Steve Pascoe in the Sierra. Gary Simpson, well, he had a 13th in round 1, didn't he? And then a DNF and a DNS, so he had another DNS to his name, unfortunately for Gary Simpson, but hopefully they'll be able to get that car ready and out for Monday when we go again. Semi-final 2, super retro. Crockett, Bristow, Sturkens on the front row, creeping there. Sturkens naughty. Sturkens didn't go too far though. Ready to race. And we're off, and Sturkens gets away brilliantly on the outside. Crockett manages to bury the throttle and get his car moving as well. But look at that, the Renault 5 has jumped his way up. Brilliant performance from Steve Cousins, getting his way up into 3rd place. As they head around Talladega, it is indeed Sturkens who has the lead. He goes up to the jump, so from the outside of the front row, he goes into 1st place. And then it's Alan Crockett, who started on pole, who drops back to 2nd, but it could have been much, much worse for Crockett. He managed to bury the throttle and get himself through as Steve Cousins moves up into 3rd place and keeps that 3rd place. A great performance from Cousins, driving through that front row to secure his position in 3rd. And they head down Hairy Hill. Sturkens, Crockett, Cousins, Tapscott. A lot of Tapscotts on the timing screen, as you can see just there. But it is Vincent Bristow ahead of Alan Tapscott as they go round onto the straight here. Bristow, Tapscott in 4th and 5th respectively. Up ahead though, race leader still Sturkens. Over the jump he goes again, Sturkens, nice and cleanly done, and following suit Alan Crockett, top of your picture, will we get to see? It's quite a big gap. Cousins just there on the outside now. Can he get through? Can he lose the position to Bristow? Can he retain the position? Who knows? Well, he manages to get himself out of that one somehow off the exit of Devil's Elbow, because Bristow was right on him, wasn't he? But he managed to get himself through, and up ahead there's a bit of a battle going on for this first place. Very wide though from Bristow, very wide indeed. I think he might lose a position. He's managed to close the door though. Way up ahead. Look at these two really going at it. Sturkins ahead of Crockett. They are really going for this one. And behind there's a 3-car battle for third place. Top 4 qualify for the final, remember. And it is Sturkins who still leads, but he's been really pressed. As really Crockett is looking at him, wanting that front row in the final, isn't he? They're both going for this one. Over the jump he goes, and into third place we now see car number 97, Vince Bristow, makes his way up to third. Fourth place is Cousins. Cousins is in that bump spot now. If he loses one more position, he is out. If he loses to Tapscott, then he'll lose his position in the final. Seems to scurry away up the hill though, as down the hill these two come. Is there a change for lead? Yes, there is. On the inside, Alan Crockett keeps it together. He takes the advantage, Crockett, on the inside of Paddock Bend, and moves his way ahead of Steve Cousins. Then we have Bristow in third, then it's Cousins in fourth as they go over the line. That's your top 4. Alan Tapscott just misses out on a place in the final, and over the line goes Steve Pascoe. But Alan Crockett snatched that lead back on the Hairy Hill descent. Just got on the inside towards Paddock Bend, moving his way up into first place at the final opportunity. Great stuff from him. And that is semi-final territory done for Super Retro. Just waiting to see if we have grids and things yet for our finals coming a little bit later on. Just going to start with supercars, then we've got the Retro Swift final. Already have that one. We don't have all the others at the moment, so they'll be coming through over the next short while. So we move on to this next semi-final. Semi-final sees Richard Rees on the pole position. Before we'll go through, remember. Richard Rees on the outside. That's Jack Newman. 5th overall in the intermediate ranking. In the centre, well, that is car number 5, Will Ovenden. 2nd row on the inside is Stephen Jones. The Stephen Jones, yes. The RX 150 champion from last year. And Bradley Turner will take the position on the outside. So we are ready to go. Semi-final 1. Cross car and RX 150. This combined championship for 2025. We're ready to race. And the jump starts. And not just a small jump start either. That was, well, all the others were static, and sometimes when they're very, very close to it, you notice that they'll all go because they're all just keeping an eye, peripheral vision on each other, and none of the others moved. So that tells you that Jack Newman was a bit preemptive there on that, and so he'll be shown the sign to tell me he'll have to do an additional joker lap. So he's going to have to really, really gather his thoughts and composure and get around as quickly as he can. Jack Newman will be devastated with that inside that car, but he's going to have to get going again. The Irish driver, Jack Newman, just moving himself into position. Thumbs up to say yes, I know, I've got to do the additional joker. Once again, we are ready to race. Semi-final 1 in cross car RX 150, and they're all away cleanly this time. And Newman, who's got everything to do here, well, he was off unbelievably quickly as he goes into Talladega. Has he got the lead? No. Has he got second? Not quite so sure. Ovenden looks like he may have just crept ahead there, or kept it ahead. But it is, as they were, Rees, Ovenden and Newman in third place, but he's got 2 Joker laps to do. Remember, the others have only got 1. Around they go, around the Devil's Elbow, up the hill. Newman is going to be feeling all the pressure from behind with Stephen Jones, Bradley Turner behind him, and we know Steve Jones just how good he is. So Steve Jones has got all to pay. He's now at the back of the pile now, Steve Jones, the reigning champion for the RX 150s, and he overtakes, moves himself up into 4th and then 3rd, because into the Joker for the first time goes Newman. So that's one of them done. Big tick for him. And out of the Joker also comes Bradley Turner. So we know that Stephen Jones is up into 3rd. We know that it's Rees, Ovenden, Jones and Newman is in 4th. Newman's got to Joker one more time, but up ahead they've also all got to Joker as well. It's a game of strategy, a game of chess out here. Up the hill. It's very, very close. Just running a bit wide there. Very, very important they don't go off at the track. And they were told in the driver briefing that you must keep all 4 wheels on the white stuff at the very least. You can't overrun. There's Steve Jones. Exits. Down they go once again. And into the Joker goes Stephen Jones. Through he goes. And out he comes. And he's going to fall just behind Jack Newman, but Jack's got 1 more Joker to go, remember, as Jack needs to keep hold of this, doesn't want to lose this position. Top 4 progressing to the final, remember, so it would be okay for him because Bradley Turner is so far back. But up they go. This is a real battle between Stephen Jones and Newman behind him. Up into North Bend. Way up ahead, you've got those 2 drivers leading the way. It is Rees ahead of Ovenden. There they are. Still got to Joker, and into the Joker for the second and final time goes Jack Newman. You wonder how much further up the field he'd be if he hadn't had to do 2 Jokers out there, because he showed a great deal of pace, hasn't he? Best lap so far, Will Ovenden with a 46.558. Around they go, up to the top, round that North Bend. Rees ahead of Ovenden. That's a Will Ovenden, by the way. Down they come, down Hairy Hill. Around Paddock Bend. Into the Joker. Well, it was a case of do what the other guy doesn't do. So Ovenden goes in and out of the Joker. So now it's all down to Richard Rees and having to complete that Joker, but there really isn't a huge amount of pressure on Richard Rees now as he just looks on. Up ahead he is, there is Stephen Jones. He's made his way up to 3rd, and that'll be well enough for him. Not opportune when it comes down to the position in the final, but it'll do for him. Under the gantry goes Bradley Turner for the penultimate time, and round they all go one more time. At the top end there you see our race leader Richard Rees. He's got to go into the Joker, and down he heads. Over his shoulder Ovenden is there. You could just see him coming into the picture. There should be plenty though for Richard Rees as he goes in, gets the car turned, a little flick left, a little flick right, and he gets back on the power and over the line, taking the victory. A great victory for Rees. Ovenden 2nd, Stephen Jones into 3rd. And then, even though he had to do 2 Jokers, Jack Newman brings it home 4th. And coming down Hairy Hill now to complete semi-final number 1 is Bradley Turner. Round he comes. And over the line. So we know 4 that are going to be in the final, which is coming, the cross-car final is coming at the end of the day, 5:05, some sort of time around there. Maybe a bit later because of the delays here today. Not so sure, actually, they might have tightened it up a little bit, but there you go. We had semi-final 1 done. Semi-final 2 is still to go, and that features where we had the RX 150 Rallycross Champion from 2024 in that last race in Stephen Jones, came home 3rd. We've got Max Weatherly in this one, the reigning cross car champion from 2024. Max Weatherly second in the intermediate classification, just 2 points off of Richard Rees, so he's going to take up that nice position in pole. Benjamin Bartlett, he'll start in the centre on the front row. You can just see him there in the picture. Into position comes Max Weatherly. Benjamin Bartlett, he takes his position up there. Benjamin, 121 points with a 5th, a 3rd and a 4th in the intermediate rankings from the qualifier 1, 2s and 3s. On the outside line, on the front row, is Caandro van der Viver. Second row, Lewis Gatt on the inside and James Constantine on the outside. Lewis Gatt had a 10th last time out in this race. Thumbs up, here we go. Semi-final 2, cross car on RX 150. Top 4 go through to the final. Ready to race, and we are off, and it's a brilliant start on the outside for the Belgian driver as they head down towards Talladega for the first time. But he's on the outside. Can he hold that position? He's got very wide. He manages to gather it and bring it back in. Yes, he does, closing the door on those behind him. Oh, and a very squiffy on the landing. You've got to say, from Max Weatherly, got a bit sideways, but managed to gather it up. A huge amount of power and pace. And Caandro van der Viver has managed to keep it together and just close the door, but he might be running a little bit wide now as Max Weatherly looks to close down and go one way or the other. Will there be an early joker? Will they all stay out? Let's have a look here. They all stay out. Do they know we have one joker at the back of the pack? As the Belgian driver gets a little bit sideways again, and there's top 3 are so close between them. In and out the joker goes Lewis Gatt. He's going to try and take advantage of this clean air to drive into as these 3 squabble. And once again, Caandro just gets it a bit wide on Talladega. Huge amount of air there from Max Weatherly off that jump into the devil's elbow. It's getting congested, the top 3 so close. Not even a second covering them off. In fact, around about 4/10 of a second cover first to third as they head down the hill, hairy hill, into Paddock Bend and into the joker. Oh, 2 cars jokering. Oh, that might be a mistake. I'm not sure why that happened, but you can just see that could have held them up. Max Weatherly and Bartlett there, both jokering. I would have thought Bartlett would have stayed out if he'd seen Weatherly go in, but he decided to follow him through. And that could hand the victory to Caandro van der Viver, who is ahead at the moment. Max Weatherly still closing him down, but jokering one after the other. That's never really going to be a great idea, especially when you've got a couple of laps still to go. If you're a driver in front jokers, maybe just stay out and then you can drive into the clean air and take advantage. Even if you fell back to third, you're exactly where you started, so nothing to lose by staying out, but there you go. He didn't stay out, he went in and he lost that position, or that position was kept as it were. He had no opportunity to gain. As a bit messy, got to be saying, Caandro is a bit messy in the joker, and that allows Max Weatherly to get right on the back of him. So it's Caandro van der Viver and it is Max Weatherly right on each other at the moment over the jump, and just waiting in a holding pattern behind is Benjamin Bartlett should anything happen that gives him the opportunity. Once again, Caandro running a bit wide into the elbow there, devil's elbow. And at the top end, they're still going at it, and Max Weatherly has got the job done finally. He gets the job done, Max Weatherly, as they head once more down to Paddock Bend and tucking it in. There's a yellow flag being waved. Not sure why there's a yellow flag. Oh, that's why. There's a bit of bodywork just there, and they collided with it, but there you go. Around they go, no damage done, no major damage done. Anyway, onto the final tour of this lap. And Max Weatherly, every time he lands, it looks very unstable, doesn't it? But he manages to gather it back up again, as Caandro is just ahead of Benjamin Bartlett. This is the top 3 at the moment. They've been really fighting. It's all about position in the final, isn't it? And, well, it's hard to choose what's going to happen. Stick a pin in this one, I reckon. as Max Weatherly runs down that hill for the final time in this semi-final number 2. It's a brilliant performance from Max Weatherly. He really held himself together. Great composure, crosses the line, takes the win in the semi-final. And Kayandro van der Viva, Benjamin Bartlett, and then Lewis Gatt making his way through into the final. There you have it. So that's the semi-finals done for today for round number 1. Everything now is all about position in the final, where you're going to come today in the opening round of the season. And we're going to start with the supercars. So let me just make sure. That's the one grid I don't yet have, is a supercar grid, and that is because there's been a bit of a dispute, I know, going on. So we still don't have the final grid for that one. After that, we then got retro. Before we move on to the Swifts. And then after the Swifts, we go on to the junior before going to super retro. Still a bit of well, a few questions to answer really as to what's going to be happening with this grid for supercars. As I say, I know there's a dispute going on. Not sure what the outcome for that dispute was. I'm looking at the screens right now and there's nothing telling me at the moment which way this grid's going to go. So as soon as I have some news for you, I shall bring you that news. But at this stage, we're waiting for the supercars to sort themselves out. And there is no grid just yet for them because I know there's been that dispute. The dispute was between Derek Tohill and Ollie O'Donovan. Bit of contact, a fair bit of contact. In fact, there was the contact on the exit of Talladega, and there was a bit more contact around North Bend down Hairy Hill as well. So Ollie thinks that it was all fair and fine, and I know that Derek Tohill thinks that it wasn't fair and fine. That's the nature of motorsport, isn't it? There's always somebody who's happy and somebody who's not quite so. So we're just waiting on this grid for the final, round 1 of the supercar, the British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. So I'll stop talking for a few moments until we have some information to bring you about this, but stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we have the finals coming up. Well, here we go. Slight change to the schedule, and that is that Retro is going to be going out first. And that is all down to the fact that the supercar dispute is ongoing. So we don't know what the order is going to be yet for that one. And so here we go with our attention to Retro, where they've been very, very exciting, haven't they, throughout the course of today. And Ian Biaggi, where he's starting this final from pole position. Alongside him, Terry Moore, and on the outside is Simon Hart. You go to row 2, and it's 2 Buckmasters side by side. Rob Buckmaster on the right, Paul Buckmaster on the left in car 53. Then it's Ian Halfhide. Then, that's right, it's Dan Swayland. Dan Swayland, the reigning champion, is on the back row, centre of the back row. On the outside, it's Joe Luke Eastwood. Expect fireworks here from this final. First round of the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Retro class. Biaggi, Moore and Hart, and the reigning champion Swayland on the back row of the grid. Expect fireworks. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be thrilling. 2 Buckmasters going side by side. Here we go. We are ready to race. Although we're not. There's a false start. We'll work out who's not quite in position. So after what was a brilliant build-up, we then hold it off again. Just checking it through. Want to see. It wasn't a jump start. I didn't see any movement. I think somebody's just slightly out of position. So having a quick look around, I didn't see a jump start, I have to say. All the cars, no, we are okay to go. All cars are in position, so pointing back to the lights, no one has to move. We are ready to race for the final of Retro. Oh, and we do have a jump start. We've seen some brilliant starts here today from Terry Moore, but that was not one of them. And Terry Moore just went a fraction too soon, and that means they've got to somehow get that car all the way back, which I think means that Dan Swayland's going to have to reverse and move his car out of the way. And Retro, because there are no joker laps, if you jump start, you get pushed to the back of the grid. So Terry Moore has just given himself a very hard task indeed. Such a brilliant performance at the course of the day, Terry Moore, with a 4th, a 2nd and a 2nd, and then getting himself onto the front row of the grid for the final. See him throw his hands up in the air as soon as he did that jump start. He just went a fraction too early, didn't he? But that's all it takes. Just the tension. Just moving him into position, so he's going to go into the back row. He's got a very, very tough job ahead of him now. No joker, so it's not like you can even take a joker and gain an advantage that way, as Dan Swayland gets put back into position where he was on that 3rd row. And now we have a 4th row being created with Terry Moore. Lost in mini. So for Biaggi, he had a bit of protection, didn't he, from Dan Swayland? That's now gone. So for the 3rd time lucky. Here comes the final for Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Retro, ready to race. And we are off. Wheels spinning from Biaggi. Cannot get the power down. Just that front end lifting up. But he is away. He's away and down towards Talladega. And he is in the lead. Swayland has moved his way up, I think, to 3rd now. He has indeed gained his position to 3rd. Terry Moore makes the jump a little bit. Has moved his way up the order, I think, to 6th maybe right now. Somewhere around 6th anyway. As up to the jump they go. Oh, and there's contact. and the Nova is forced off and down the hill there. Biaggi just coming together with him on the jump. And, well, evasive action, evasive manoeuvres, and Paul Buckmaster bails off to the left-hand side of the jump, doesn't go down the jump, just drives down the hill and rejoins the track. A big lock-up at the top end here. We have Biaggi leading the way with his door open, a bit more ventilation for him, trying to keep himself cool under all this heat and tension that's going on around. So Biaggi leads the way with a door that's flapping away too. Maybe he's trying to take off, who knows. In second place, though, Dan Swayland. In the third place, it's Terry Moore. How did that happen? Dan Swayland coming from the third row, Terry Moore coming back from the fourth row. 1, 2, 3 they sit, and Biaggi is leading, and Moore is now second as Swayland moves out wide, gets a bit wide on Talladega, and they go back to the jump. Can Biaggi get through this time without any drama? He can do. And at the back there, Rob Buckmaster is moving around left, right. Military sort of driving that one. Simon Hart is in fifth, and up goes Swayland, up goes Swayland, up goes Swayland. Oh, I thought he was going to get into first place there. What a run he had then on Terry Moore, and I thought he was going to get past Biaggi as well, but don't write him off. Swayland's got the inside. He's got the inside down Hairy Hill into Paddock Bend, and he takes them. Swayland moves up to first, or does he? Because Terry Moore's coming back at him. Terry Moore, they're racing fairly, and Swayland has the inside contact there now between the two. As they go back towards Talladega, it's Terry Moore who has the lead. Swayland in second, and Biaggi still with that door flapping open. He is in third place. It's so close, so congested. Buckmaster is in fourth. That is Rob Buckmaster as they go back towards the Devil's Elbow, and we know Swayland's got the power as they head up the hill, but can Moore do anything to close the door? He forces him to the outside of the North Bend, and around he goes. Oh, Biaggi going up onto two wheels. That door really going hell for leather. As the bodywork flaps away, down they go again. Terry Moore once more around the right-hander at Paddock Bend. Behind him, he's got Dan Swayland. You can see how close they are from this fantastic drone shot. Biaggi is some way back, but still keeping them honest, as they say. And into Talladega once more they go. Terry Moore leads the way, and it's the reigning champion, Dan Swayland, who is in second place after running wide. He's got the power, we know, on the exit of the Devil's Elbow. So is he going to try and set this one up? Heads down over the jump, gains a huge amount, doesn't he, on Terry Moore at this point, and round they go up the hill. Terry Moore's going to keep that inside line the best he can, going to force Swayland out wide. He does it once again and keeps him exactly where he wants him, but Swayland's got the power on the exit as they head down Hairy Hill. He's still got time. A couple more opportunities, you'd imagine, for Swayland in this one. Terry Moore runs a bit wide, closes the door once again. Biaggi is in the background, still going strong in third place, and it is still in fourth place Rob Buckmaster right on his shoulder as these two still squabble around Talladega, and you get a sense that Terry Moore is just trying to keep Dan Swayland exactly where he wants him. That escort, he needs to manipulate the escort, but over the jump the escort's going to have the inside line as they go towards the elbow once again, and out they come. Swayland on the power. Moore is going to keep him on the outside as they go into this North Bend once again. There you go, positioning the car defensively, forcing Swayland onto the outside, and around they go once again. It's all about defensive driving, and I tell you what, if Moore wins this one, it's going to be a very, very impressive defensive drive from this amazing performance as they go up to the line then, and it looks like he's done it. Terry Moore goes over the line to take the first race of the season in the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship, bringing it home in first place. Over the line in third goes Ian Biaggi with the door wide open, but what a fantastic performance that was from Terry Moore, holding off Dan Swayland for almost the entire race, forcing him where he wanted him. That was a brilliant performance from Terry Moore, as over the line comes Joe Luke Eastwood to round out the finishers. Well, we have one more still to go. Ian Halfhide is going to bring his car home, but what a performance from Terry Moore. Defensive driving, aggressive yet defensive, if that makes any kind of sense. He had to force Swayland exactly where he wanted him, manipulating Swayland at every single corner, forcing him out wide on the North Bend, keeping the line on the elbow and watching him in exactly where he was on the exit of the jump as well. Brilliant performance from Terry Moore, taking the first round of the season in the retro class. More to come from that on Monday. It's going to feel like a long wait, isn't it? And there's the confirmation. We have it. And it was Terry Moore who took the victory. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Dan Swayland, well, he asked the questions, didn't he? But every time he asked a question, an answer was provided. Excellent, excellent stuff from Terry Moore. And I'm sure we'll see more of that. I'm sure we'll see more of that over the rest of the season. He has won the opening round of the season for each of the last 3 seasons now, including this one. You want to put your money on someone to win the opening round of a retro class in the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship, you have to put your money on Terry Moore. 3 times out of 3 he's won the opening round. So we have to glance now to the paddock to see what's going to be coming next, and it looks like we're moving on to the Swifts. So we're still waiting on the outcome of the dispute, shall we say, between 2 drivers in Supercar before we know what that grid's going to look like. That's why we'll have a look at the Swifts. And, well, Matt Cake will be occupying that pole position. Everything Matt Cake has done so far today has been pretty special. 2 victories and 1 second place in the intermediate classification from qualifying 1, 2 and 3. It's the quickest time, obviously. Matt Cake starts in pole position, then it is Samuel Peterson. They've had a real battle, haven't they, today? Samuel Peterson came 3rd in that last round in the qualifying 3. No semi-finals in this class. Harris and Phil Seath make up the 5 for this one. Thumbs up. It's final time for the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Swift class. The Swift Sport Championship. Matt Cake has got to be favourite, but Samuel Peterson's looked good, looked very good, and they're off. And it's a great start from Cake. It's a great start from Shepherd. He had a brilliant start in the last qualifying round as well. In qualifying round 3, and up they go towards Talladega, and it is Shepherd just a nose ahead on the outside, which means that Matt Cake is going to keep that position as they come up to the jump. These are side-by-side rubbing shoulders, and on the inside it's going to be Ted Shepherd. Not sure where that came from. Ted was brilliant on that jump there on the inside, and it looked like Matt Cake maybe just conceded a little bit, saying, I tell you what, you can have it and I'll come back a little bit later on and see where I can get you on the next opportunity. Better to fight again, isn't it? As Shepherd heads down Hairy Hill. Just behind you can see Cake be working out where to best attack Shepherd. Ted Shepherd had a 5th, a 3rd and a 1st in the intermediate classifications in Q1, Q2, Q3, which means he finished 5th, 3rd and 1st overall in the races because of the numbers of cars out on the grid. So you can just see always a bit of a wide line at the top just there, and I think that's Peterson ran very, very wide, dropping back a position there. Not great for him. Shepherd still leads, but it's Cake not far off, and I think, yes, it is indeed a jump there. Steve Harris has got ahead of Samuel Peterson. It's not what he would have wanted, dropping all the way back there, very scruffy on the right-hander Talladega. There is a bit more of a battle going on, as you can see. Peterson trying to get that position back off of Steve Harris, and he might get him on the outside, but then he's on the wrong side into paddock. But no, he manages to keep his foot planted. And I think he's going to overtake as he goes into the joker, or he stays into the joker. Good idea actually for Peterson, does it, gets it done, and he'll come out in a bit of clean air as well. So that's a good move there. Got right on the back, didn't he? And decided to take the joker, probably a wise move. Get it out of the way, use that free air. You know if you can get back on the tail end of him, well, you've got an opportunity because he's going to have the joker, and he's going to have the joker soon. Up they go one more time. Well, a few more times, but up they go one more time towards North Bend. And it is Shepherd leading, and he's now opening up a bit of a gap, 1.1 second gap in fact from Matt Cake. It's not going to be enough to get in and out of the joker, but they both have the joker. Is he going to do it right now? Look at the attitude of the car. No, he's not, and I think Cake will. Yes, he does. So Cake goes into the joker, mainly because Shepherd didn't go into the joker. So now it's all going to come down to this. Get the pedal to the metal, Cake. See where you come out as Peterson makes his way back up the order slightly, as in and out of the joker goes Steve Harris. And way out ahead is Ted Shepherd, and we have a stricken car. Can't quite see where that is actually, but we do have a stricken car. Oh, it's on the top end actually. It's over on Hairy Hill. The driver is out of the car and just jumping over the barrier now, so the yellow flags are waved, so there won't be any overtakes going on just there down Hairy Hill. That's Phil Seath that has had to pull over, unfortunately for him. Down the hill they go, and it's Ted Shepherd who still leads the way. And into the joker he goes. And Matt Cake doesn't need to. Matt Cake comes out, and they're neck and neck as they go over the line. It is Shepherd, I think, who's got him ahead. As he no, Matt Cake on the inside. Shepherd, I thought, had just had the pace, but Matt Cake with the inside line had advantage. And there you go, goes back into the lead, or into the lead, I should say, for the first time since the pole position where he started the race, but he lost it on the start line. And Matt Cake can now just bring this one home, you'd imagine, just maintaining the gap to Ted Shepherd behind, but Shepherd's still going to fight him all the way up the hill. Bodywork flapping all over the place on the front end there of Ted Shepherd's car. He's taken a bit of a battering, hasn't he, around North Bend and down Hairy Hill. Yellow flags, so he can't overtake. They've got to lift a little bit, and they carry on past that stricken car. Down they go towards Paddock. In and out they come. Cake leads, Shepherd second, third over their shoulder is Peterson. It'd be a very different story if Peterson hadn't dropped it a little bit in Talladega, running really wide, getting very scruffy, didn't he, into Talladega that one time, and that has really paid to his chances of winning the race itself. Matt Cake leads. Finished fourth in the championship last year, but only ran 3 rounds in total, Matt Cake, so imagine what he could do if he ran the full season. Will Ovenden was the champion in Swift Sport last year, but it's a bit of a different line there. Cake, maybe Ted Shepherd just taking his eye off his braking point, or was he trying to get a different line? It didn't work if that's what he was doing, but he knew he couldn't overtake on the exit anyway, so maybe it's all about positioning here as they head up to the line for the final time then. And it is a great performance from Matt Cake as he goes over the line to take the victory. Ted Shepherd second and Samuel Peterson in third. A brilliant performance there from Ted Shepherd, forcing the issue, making Matt Cake work extremely hard. But it was down probably to Samuel Peterson just running wide in Talladega and losing the opportunity to take the victory there in that one moment, or losing the opportunity to maybe even fight for the victory. But another great performance and another great final there. Matt Cake takes it to set up his season very nicely indeed. As I say, fourth last year overall, but he only ran 3 rounds of the season, of the 9-round season. So he starts off brilliantly here with a perfect score. Nicely done for Matt Cake. He'll be looking at Monday, rubbing his hands together then, won't he? Because if he can get another one of those, well, what a story that'd be. I think we're going to move on to the juniors next. So we've gone from the 1.6 litre Swifts to the 1.3 litre Swifts. Still looking to see if there is an answer to our dispute. Still no grid for supercars, so it looks like we are going to move on to the juniors. Q3 last time we saw the juniors out. Because of the number of them, they'll all be in the final. Just waiting to move that car on Hairy Hill. Lydden's gobbled up a few cars so far today, hasn't it? It looks like into position we are going to get the juniors onto the grid. Wait for that car to be moved, but we are pretty much ready for this one to get started. They've got it all ready, they're prepared, aren't they? Caden Harris takes his position up, pole position for him. Caden Harris first in the first race today, qualifying 1, 4th in second race and 1st in the 3rd race. Caden Harris. Harrison Foley, 273. He's had a 3rd, a 1st and a 2nd, so he's had 1 of each. Then it is Tommy Brown on the outside of row 1 on the right hand side of your picture. Tommy's had a decent day as well, a 2nd, a 2nd and a 3rd, very consistent. We saw 1 cake, we got another cake, Phoebe Cake this time. On the 2nd row, on the inside of the 2nd row, Phoebe Cake with a 6th, a 5th and a 4th so far today. If it's going to go like that, we're looking for a podium here in this final, aren't we? Teddy McPherson alongside her, car 119, that's the 273, that's Harrison Foley we mentioned. But 119 is Teddy McPherson, a 7th, a 3rd and a 7th. Mason Ovenden on the inside of row 3, and then William Hands in the centre of row 3 with a 5th, a 7th and a 5th. Just waiting for a few of the marshals to clear at the top end. They'll put some dust decks down, just getting some of that fluid out the way. Weeping it all out of the way, just trying to maybe pick up a bit of a dust cloud, but I think it's all good. So, Caden Harris, Foley, Brown, Cake, McPherson, Ovenden, that's Mason and Hands. It is the Motorsport UK Junior Rallycross Championship round 1 final here from Lydden Hill. Ready to race. And it's another great start from Harris and from Foley. Brown dropping back a little bit off the start there, and Cake can't quite get through. But into the first turn, into Talladega, it is Caden Harris on the inside. He'll take this one. He'll keep the lead just ahead, and I mean just ahead, though, of Harrison Foley, who himself is only just ahead of Teddy McPherson. And it's Cake, Phoebe Cake, as they go around Devil's Elbow, and behind is Tommy Brown heading up the hill for the first time. Mr. Consistency, isn't he, Caden Harris? A bit of a favourite to win the title when you look at the championship last year. Well, Caden came in 4th, Phoebe came in 5th, and Teddy McPherson came home in 3rd last season. So pick any one of those 3 or another. Do we know? Do we not know? Into the Joker, we have 2. We have Harrison Foley going in, and we have Tommy Brown going in, and we also have William Hands going in, and this time William gets through without any drama whatsoever. A bonnet going up for Ovenden, and that's not an ideal driving position there for Mason Ovenden. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to continue. I suspect he'll try to, but he might be forced off. As up ahead, it is Caden Harris that leads the way from Harrison Foley, from McPherson. Then it's Cake. So that bonnet is still up. It's just driving around. At least he knows the circuit now. I imagine he'll pull over, but I think he's probably thinking about championship points. But it's okay because you are where you are. Around we go one more time then, into paddock, and into the Joker goes our second place driver. So in goes Teddy McPherson, so Caden Harris still has to Joker. There's Phoebe Cake, there is Harrison Foley, and there goes Brown just behind her. Race leader is Caden Harris, some way up ahead, but he's got to Joker still. 3.7 seconds is the gap ahead of this man, Teddy McPherson, in second. 3.7 seconds might not seem like a lot, but remember these are the 1.3 litre Swifts, so 3.7 seconds is quite an advantage out on track. Up Hairy Hill they go. This is Phoebe Cake battling with Harrison Foley. This is for third place. Cake in third, Foley fourth, and just over the back of the picture there you've got Tommy Brown in fifth, also joining the party, running a bit wide on the exit. In and out the Joker goes Caden Harris, and he emerges still in the lead, so that's all well done for him. Just got to keep composed, and I'm sure he will. Caden Harris leads the way ahead of Teddy McPherson. Then it is Phoebe Cake, then it's Harrison Foley. A few more laps still to go out here. Still a lot to happen in this race, you suspect, as our leading drivers go down towards the Devil's Elbow once again. Devil's Elbow has eaten up and spat out quite a few people today, and Phoebe Cake has run very, very wide as well into the entrance of the elbow, and that is allowing Harrison Foley up on the outside of her. She's positioned the car well, but I think Harrison Foley might take her here on North Bend. She goes in, and I think he might get her on the outside on the exit. No, she's positioned the car brilliantly there, just blocking, but Harrison Foley might have her on the inside now of Paddock Bend. I think he has. Phoebe Cake has to go to Joker. She takes her Joker, and she then drops back a couple of positions as Harrison Foley makes his way up into third place, and it is Tommy Brown in fourth place. Phoebe Cake drops down to fifth right now. Up ahead then, 2.73 Harrison Foley, as we keep our eyes on that one. Harrison Foley battling with Tommy Brown at the moment, but our leaders, it's still Caden Harris, and right on Caden's shoulder it is Teddy McPherson. Over the jump goes our third and fourth place drivers. Foley followed by Brown, then it's Phoebe Cake as they go round the elbow. Up ahead though you've got our leaders, Caden Harris, he's ahead of the 119 Teddy McPherson. Just two to go. Down the hill and around the top end we see our third and fourth place. Here's our race leader and our second place, Harris and McPherson. Fair bit of a gap between those, and our third place, Foley and Brown in fourth. It's neck and neck between first and second and third and fourth at the moment. Two real battles going on as they head up to the jump one more time. It's so close. Can McPherson find a way? Can McPherson squeeze an error out of Caden Harris? Still, we have Mason Overton racing around with his bonnet up as well, so that's quite a sight to see. These are the leading pair as they head up one more time to North Bend. And down they come. Will Overton get in the way? I'm sure he won't, but these two are still fighting on the exit. Down they go, down the hill. A bit of dust kicking up right now. And round Caden Harris comes, round Paddock Bend. No error for him, no error from at first neither. It's going to stay like this as they go over the line, and Harris takes the win. The opening round of the season goes to Caden Harris. And well, we said he was a favourite for the championship. He certainly is, but McPherson, he's also a favourite for the championship, and they came home first and second. Caden Harris first, Teddy McPherson second. Harrison Foley, well, waited that one out, didn't he, to come home third. Tommy Brown in fourth. Phoebe Cake in fifth place for her. She started fourth, dropped back to fifth, but Caden Harris bringing that one home from a pole position, but he had to work for it. William Hands goes across the line now to take sixth place. And Mason Overton, well, he's still going around with his bonnet up, so he will take that position. But there you have it, Caden Harris taking the victory ahead of Teddy McPherson. In third place was Harrison Foley, Tommy Brown and Phoebe Cake. It came down a bit to the Joker strategy, didn't it, as over the line goes bonnet up wonder, Overton. So we have our result then from the juniors, from the Motorsport UK Junior Rallycross Championship opening round, and it was Caden Harris who took the victory ahead of Teddy McPherson and Harrison Foley. while we have a look at that result, a quick glance once again to the pre-grid to see what's going to be coming next. We're still waiting, I think, for our next grid for the supercar, or our grid for the supercar anyway. Super Retro is what's going to be next. So, Super Retro, their opening round of the season, 2025. Live Nations British Rallycross Super Retro class. Charles French will start on pole position, Alan Crockett in second, and Joss Sturkins, well, he'll start on the front row as well, on the outside of the front row. Just waiting for these to be moved out onto the grid. I think there's a bit of track work being done, just having a look around. Not sure on this delay at the moment, but there is a delay. It's a fairly quiet pre-grid, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what the delay is. I can just tell you that there is one. Still waiting on our grid for the supercar class, so I imagine it will go straight after this into the MS UK Cross Kart and RX 150s, and we'll probably finish our day with the supercars. We've seen quite a lot of intense racing today, and we're going to see a little bit more. We have 3 more finals coming your way: Super Retro, Cross Car and the RX 150s, and Supercar as well. Charles French took the victory in semi-final 1, so he'll make his way to pole position. Alan Crockett took victory in semi-final 2, so he'll start alongside him on the front row. Joss Sturkins came second in semi-final 2, but because of the time, with a quicker semi-final time, he'll also start on the front row on the outside. So they start to line up. It is Charles French, Alan Crockett and Joss Sturkins, as we say, 1, 2, 3 in that order. Then it is Andy Grant starting in P4. And Vince Bristow in P5 in the BMW. Bristow finished 3rd in semi-final 2, the quickest of the semi-finals. A little bit further back. Well, John Cross was supposed to be there, but I don't think he's coming out, so we'll have to see about our reserve drivers. Alan Tapscott is number 1 reserve. So just listening to the radio at the moment, and it looks to me like John Cross is not going to be able to make it out into the final in the Lancia Stratos. That coming together, wasn't it, with Stuart Emery. Stuart Emery has made it through because, well, he finished 4th. Because that race being at red flagged, he finished 4th. And therefore is back in the final. So it's good to see Stuart Emery back in the final. I thought for a while he wasn't going to be in that final because of the damage to his car and not completing, but it was because of the red flag and the countback that he was allowed to enter into the final. So Steve Cousins lines up. Car number 50, then it's Emery, and then it's Tapscott on the outside. It is the final for the Super Retro. We are ready to race. And creeping on the outside, but Josh Sturkins managed to get it away. And a great start for him. 6 laps, remember, on this no joker. Around they go. It was a brilliant start there from Alan Crockett. Got the leap, didn't he? On all of them, including Charles French, who's trying to make up that ground. And Josh Sturkins also in the background as well, keeping them very, very close. And it's the BMW of Vince Bristow. Around he goes, and they all head up the hill. There's Andy Grant. Managed to get through. He's had a torrid day, hasn't he, Andy Grant? So it'll be nice to see him complete, but slowing on the hill. I'm not sure what the cause is of that one, but we'll try to get to the bottom of that one a bit later on as well, as we watch Vince Bristow. There you see a slowing Grant. And I think he might be, yeah, he's moving across. I think he might be out of this one entirely. Up ahead, though, we see 1, 2, 3. It is Alan Crockett, Charles French, Sturkins. There's Cousins there going through, and there is Grant, has picked up the pace. So whatever was the problem, maybe it was just a slow exit on the Devil's Elbow, not quite so sure. Back up to the jump they go, and over they go. Race leader Alan Crockett, but right on his tail it is Charlie French, the reigning champion. 3rd place at the moment, as well as Josh Sturkins. Came 2nd in semi-final 2, Josh Sturkins. Definitely got some pace about him, but he's got to make all this up without any kind of joker, because as I say, these retros do not joker, they just go round and round the normal lap length, the 1 mile lap length here at Lydden Hill. There is 42, Charles French, the reigning champion, trying everything he can to put Alan Crockett under a lot of pressure, but it's not working at this stage. Crockett seems to have the measure of him, forcing him where he wants him at every opportunity, which is brilliant defensive driving. You've got to be aggressive, you've got to be attacky, but you've also got to be mindful of those cars behind you as flames lick out the back of Charlie French's exhaust. And up the hill they go as we look back at the battle for 3rd. That's Vince Bristow in 4th, trying to hunt down Sturkins. But he's got a bit of a problem, hasn't he? He's got Emery on his shoulder now, and Emery's joining the party. They all start to close this up. They're all closing up a lot, aren't they, at the moment on 3rd place. Our race leader, 1, 2, as you look just here, it's still Crockett ahead of French. French goes to the outside on Talladega. No contact, thought there might have been, but the gap is very much closing. This battle for 3rd is intensifying as outruns very, very wide French, and that allows Crockett to gain a bit more of an advantage as they go into the jump. A really wide line on Talladega, or through Talladega, for Charlie French. Maybe trying a bit too hard, but the battle for 3rd is becoming incredibly intense. Sturkins has the lead. He's in 3rd place at the moment, the lead of the 3. This battle for 3rd, as we keep our eyes on 1st and 2nd. This is 1 and 2. Let's see, over the shoulder, there is 3rd place. Look how close that is, though. 4th and 5th in your picture. Bristow ahead of Emery, and down the hill they go, and if they can work together they could start to reel in Sturkins. They were closing the gap, and they closed it even more on the exit of Paddock Bend, and as they go up towards Talladega, well, it's Bristow who looks like he might now be vying for this 3rd position on his own, but Emery is still there. Look, 3 of them going for it. It's 3 for the fight for 3rd, and looking out of the window I can see the battle's intensifying as up ahead Charlie French is still chasing down the race leader Alan Crockett, but not getting much joy as these two still battling behind. Can't seem to get anywhere close to Josh Sturkins. Every time they get close to him they fight each other again, and Sturkins starts to move away, and that is exactly what Sturkins wants. He wants them two to battle. If those two can battle, then he can do what he needs to do, just focus on the track ahead. As behind, over the shoulder, there's another car joining them. That is car number 91, Alan Tapscott. It's going crazy, and there is a spin at the bottom of Hairy Hill, and that was our 3rd place, Josh Sturkins. And the checkered flag has gone down, and while I was looking that way, Alan Crockett took the victory. Charlie French 2nd. Sturkins, well, he was supposed to come home 3rd. He didn't quite get the memo, Sturkins, which means I think it was Emery. Just having a look now, because our timing screens have given up the ghost. Crockett, French, Sturkins, Emery. Well, it wasn't Sturkins, as we know. Crockett, French Emery, or was it Tapshot that's out? Who can tell? Who can tell? No Tapshot's there. I can see him waving. It was Josh Sturkins. So position 3, but he's off. Well, we have to work out what's going on there because our timing screens say one thing, but our brains say something different. Alan Crockett did take the victory, though. Charles French came home second. And while I was looking the other way, the checkered flag went down. But it looked like the driver who was guaranteed third didn't take third. And that is very disappointing. If that's the case, on our timing screens, it'll be Stuart Emery that gets that third position. But somewhere along the line, Bristow is there, and he's not showing. So we'll have to pick through the bones of that one another day. All I can tell you, though, is that Crockett got the victory, and Charles French came home second. Well, we've had drama, haven't we? We've had drama from the start to the finish in all these races so far, and that one was particularly dramatic with Josh Sturkins just going out on Paddock Bend and just running wide, and all he had to do was bring that car home. I say all he had to do, like I could do it. The shame for him. We're still waiting for the grids, by the way, for Supercar. So if you're wondering why we're not going to Supercar next, that is because the investigation is still going. The conversation is still underway. You wonder what conversation. The stewards make their decisions and they'll stick with it, of course. And Josh Sturkins makes his way off with a car that's limping badly, makes his way off the track. It's a shame for him. Great performance from Josh. Brilliant, brilliant performance, in fact, until that final corner. And all he had to do was just keep it together, get round Paddock Bend, and he had a surefire third place. Didn't get the third place. Still waiting for that timing screen to update to the actual result. But I got a feeling, not sure if Emery finished ahead of Bristow. See, Bristow isn't showing on the timing screens, but I'm sure Bristow got past. That's what it looked like anyway. Confirmation will come at some stage. Next final then is Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship Cross Car and RX 150, the new championship, the amalgamation of the Cross Car and the RX 150s. Here they come. Our penultimate final of round 1. Round 2 coming on Monday, so we can do it all again Monday morning. So, Cross Car and RX 150 final. Taking up pole position, Richard Rees. And what a great, great performance we've seen from Richard. He won semi-final 1 ahead of Will Ovenden. Max Weatherly will start in second place in the middle. Will Ovenden starts on the outside, the red and white, red and yellow car. Leandro van der Vieva will start on the inside of the second row. Benjamin Bartlett alongside him. Then Jack Newman, Stephen Jones, both there. Stephen Jones on the inside, Jack Newman in the centre of row 3, and number 81, Lewis Gatt, on the outside of row 3. And then row 4, Bradley Turner. So 9 cars making up this Cross Car and RX 150 final. Penultimate race of the day, penultimate race of round number 1 here from Lydden Hill. We are ready to race. And these awesome little cross cars and RX 150s head off down to Talladega for the first time in this final. 9 karts, 9 drivers battling it out, and a bit of wheel to wheel just there, nudging each other into Talladega, and that's allowed Ovenden to move his way up. And is he claimed first? No, he hasn't. It's a bit of a sideways manoeuvre just there, but over the jump goes our race leader, and that is Richard Rees. He's looked so impressive this week and so far. Or so far today anyway, but Ovenden is going to challenge him up the hill. And challenge him he does as they go into the North Bend for the first time around. Just behind you've got Leandro van der Viva, and just behind him Benjamin Bartlett, all fighting it out as well. Jack Newman is also in the picture into the Joker. We have 2 of these karts going on lap number 1. Through they go. That is number 7 Max Weatherly and number 61 Bradley Turner. So Max Weatherly, the 2024 Cross Car Rallycross Championship champion, takes a very early Joker, trying to gain some advantage as our race leaders go over the jump around to Devil's Elbow, and our race leader is still Richard Rees, ahead of Will Ovenden, ahead of Leandro van der Viva. Benjamin Bartlett is in 4th place as they head up the hill again, and then Jack Newman with the Irish flag on his tail, and there's a change of position as the Belgian driver takes 2nd place from Will Ovenden into paddock. So we've had a leap there, and into the Joker we have Newman goes. Well, he got some practice last time, didn't he? Had to take 2 Jokers last time out, but he made it through anyway, got into the final. He's an expert at this Joker this weekend. Our race leader is still Richard Rees. He's got a bit of a margin now, around about 8-9 tenths of a second over the Belgian Leandro van der Viva, and then it is Ovenden. Ovenden ahead of Bartlett. The gaps are small though, it's very, very congested. 2, 3, 4, very close together. Then a bit of a gap up to 5th, and then a small gap to 6th. And then you could start to see them spread out a little bit. The field spread here is, well, it's not massive. As one car exits the North Bend, another one starts to the approach as they go down to Paddock Bend now, our race leader. That there is Will Ovenden as he goes into the Joker, takes his one very nicely, comes out cleanly, and will he join ahead of Max Weatherly? No, Max Weatherly's got the inside into Talladega, so it hasn't worked out just there for Will Ovenden. Well, there's still a lot of this race to go, so maybe it has. Don't speak too soon. Our leaders ahead go over the jump. This here, though, is Max Weatherly, the 2024 Cross Car champion, and he's fighting it out with Will Ovenden, the 2024 Swift Sport champion. So 2 champions going hell for leather towards each other, as up ahead it is still Richard Rees who has the lead ahead of the Belgian driver Leandro. Very experienced cross-car driver Richard Rees. He has that lead. In and out of the Joker comes Leandro van der Viva, but it's not the greatest Joker. And Max Weatherly looks like he's secured a 2nd place. Yes, he darts in front on the Joker merge just there. As up ahead, you can just see the gap that Richard Rees has, but he's got to Joker still. We've done 4 laps now. He's got to Joker. He's got to get on with it. He's just trying to build the gap while the others squabble behind. What he really wants is them all to fight. There's another overtake, another undertake really, in the Devil's Elbow as Ovenden runs a little bit wide, and that allows, I think, Bartlett to make his way up there. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens and the order in just a second. As down the hill goes Richard Rees, he leads the way. 2nd is Max Weatherly. 3rd is Leandro van der Viva. Then it is Bartlett and Ovenden. In and out of the Joker goes our race leader, and he stays ahead. He does stay ahead. It is Bartlett in 4th. This is getting feisty. This is getting very, very close as we approach the end of this race. 1 more lap. Keep it clean. Richard Rees has got a driver breathing down his neck, and that driver is Max Weatherly, and he takes him on the entrance into the Devil's Elbow. What a great manoeuvre on the inside. He's done it and takes his way up to the top step of the podium as they head up to North Bend for the final time. Max Weatherly, he somehow has done it there from absolutely nowhere. Over the jump, late on the brakes, saw the opportunity on the inside, and round he goes for the final time. Let's keep an eye on this one. It is Max Weatherly who has it. Max Weatherly takes the checker flag ahead of 55, Richard Rees. Leandro van der Viva takes 3rd. Benjamin Bartlett 4th. Will Ovenden 5th. Steve Jones down in 6th. He'll not be happy with that. The 2024 RX 150 champion. Jack Newman in 7th. Lewis Gatt in 8th. And Bradley Turner in 9th. Well, how about that drama to the very end? A fantastic, fantastic opportunistic moment there from Max Weatherly. And that is why he's a champion. It's that sort of maneuver, that sort of driving, that sort of attention to detail, taking advantage of those sorts of opportunities that make you a champion. And my word, he snatched it, didn't he? He snatched the victory from the jaws of second place, Max Weatherly, and definitely earned the top step of the podium. But there you go. We've got one more final to go. Can it live up to what was provided just there from the cross cars and the RX 150s? Well, it's going to be very, very difficult. Almost as difficult as finding out what the grid for the supercar final is going to be. And that is what's on its way, folks. Stay tuned, because we'll bring you the final for supercars in the next few minutes. When exactly? I'm not quite sure. All I can see in the assembly area right now are two O'Donovans ready to go. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a few moments with the supercar final for round one here from Lydden Hill. Well, here we go. It was a bit of a delay, as I'm sure you can understand. A bit of an investigation going on there from the semi-finals, but it appeared to have got to the bottom of it, and maybe reasoning that if they carried on discussing it, well, we'd hit curfew and we'd have to start on Monday morning with a final for supercars, which I'm all for, by the way. I think we should do that every year. Just do it anyway. Just have a final. Just keys in a hat, and whatever you pull out, that's your position on the starting grid, and then you have a final from that one. But I'm not rewriting the rules right now. Welcome once again to Lydden Hill for the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, the opening round of the season, and it's been a bit of a humdinger, if you can say that. I'm not so sure if you can, but anyway, we've had a number of finals, quite a lot of heats and semi-finals, and we're waiting for the cars to arrive in assembly now for us to get underway for the supercar final, the final of the day. We'll do it all again on Monday, as I say, with round number 2 of the season. We have an 11-round season. Next up, after Monday, off to Mondello Park on the 24th and 25th of May, then to Pembrey on the 26th and 27th of July. We're going to Franston-Loillac on the 29th to the 31st of August, back to Mondello Park for the 4th and 5th of October, and we finish off back here at Lydden Hill on the 8th and 9th of November with the famous fireworks as well. So that's what's coming up for this 11-round campaign. So starting it brightly is extremely important, and that's what that investigation was all about. Disputes left, right and centre from a couple of drivers. Well, the steward, the clerk of the course, have come up with their answers. Just trying to find out what the outcome was anyway from the judicial, so can't quite give you the actual answer. Let me have a look, quick look here, see if I can come up with it. I'll try and get some information for you as to why it's happened the way it is. But anyway, we can tell you that Ollie O'Donovan is going to start in pole position. Whatever the outcome was, well, he won semi-final number 1, and he starts in pole in semi-final, in the final, sorry. Derek Tohill will start on the outside of the front row, sandwiching Julian Godfrey, who won semi-final number 2, and he pulls into position right now in his Citroen DS3. Remember, it's a teams championship as well this season. And Julian Godfrey, his teammate, is Tristan Ovenden. And Tristan Ovenden is going to start on the back row of the grid, on the outside of the back row of the grid. Derek Tohill, he's coming through. He'll take his position on the outside of row number 1. Peugeot 208. A launch there for him. 6 laps, 1 tour through the Joker. So Ollie O'Donovan waiting patiently there on the start in that Ford Focus. The DS3 alongside him, Julian Godfrey. Then on the outside, Derek Tohill in the Peugeot 208. Next up then, well, Patrick O'Donovan's made his way through. He's going to start on the outside of row number 2. Patrick O'Donovan starts 5th. Came 3rd in semi-final number 1. Had to make that recovery, didn't he? Alongside him, car number 12, that is John McCluskey. John's there by the virtue of finishing 2nd in semi-final 2. Was the slower of the semi-finals, so he starts in row 2, P4. McCluskey in that Fiesta. Patrick O'Donovan in the Proton Iris has been reworked over the winter, that car. P6, P7, P8 coming in right now, but in reverse order. So P8 is car 72. That's Tristan Ovenden, just on the left-hand side of your picture. 69 moving into position. That is Michael Seller. Michael Seller got through by finishing 4th in semi-final number 1 in the VW Polo, former Johan Christoffersen Polo. And then a real favourite as well, Ollie Bennett. Oliver Bennett will start P6. in that BMW SX1. So here you go. There's your grid lined up finally. And we are ready for Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy, round 1, coming to you from Lydden Hill. We bring the noise, we're ready to race. And we are off, and Godfrey moves across close to the door, and McCluskey, who's trying to bully Ollie O'Donovan out of position and into the lead, where it is a change of leader. It's Tohill in the lead, and Ollie O'Donovan there just protecting his son Patrick, who just manages to make his way through into second. It was a great start from Patrick, trying to force the issue, and Ollie O'Donovan doing a fantastic job to allow Patrick to move up the order. How many times have we seen that over the seasons? Well, Tohill leads at this stage up to the North Bend for the first time, heading down Hairy Hill, and it's a great exit. Tohill running wide, a great exit for Patrick, who just leans on him down the hill. He's going to have the inside line. Will Tohill go to the Joker? No, they both go into the paddock bend, and on the outside, Bennett goes into the Joker. So it is O'Donovan Patrick, that is, ahead of Derek Tohill. Then it's Ollie O'Donovan, and in and out of the Joker goes number 42 and number 69. That is Oliver Bennett and Michael Seller. And in the lead is this young man, Patrick O'Donovan, over his shoulder. Derek Tohill is going to still try and close up that gap. You imagine Ollie O'Donovan's going to do a fantastic protecting job now on them all, with John McCluskey trying to hunt him down. Bennett is on a real push at the moment as they head up towards the North Bend. There is your race leader, Patrick O'Donovan. There is Ollie O'Donovan. And there, one further place back is John McCluskey. Some bodywork rubbing maybe, I'm not quite sure, certainly some smoke. 42, that is Bennett. Around he goes, very sideways around paddock bend, but manages to grab it back. Out ahead though, it is still O'Donovan. That's O'Donovan Jr. Patrick O'Donovan is going a bit sideways, kicking up the dust as he goes. Tohill's got to drive through that dust. Can't quite see where he's going over the jump. And we've had a change of leader and into the dust. Not sure what's going on. Oh, Ollie O'Donovan has fallen back to 4th, and there are a couple of cars all over the place behind actually. Not quite sure which car that is over the back there, but I can tell you Patrick O'Donovan leads. Tohill is 2nd, Bennett is 3rd, Ollie O'Donovan is now 4th. As they head down the hill, Patrick O'Donovan has the lead. Into the Joker goes Tohill. In and out he goes. Bennett sideways once again, but he's not going to be able to claim that 2nd place at this stage. It's very dusty. Can hardly see anything heading towards Talladega as the drone flies through it. Patrick O'Donovan has got quite a substantial lead. Some 3, nearly 4 seconds he has on lap number 3, or lap number 4 that we're currently on. Tohill's in 2nd, Bennett in 3rd. Ollie O'Donovan is in 4th, and Bennett is still chasing down Tohill, and he's really got the bit between his teeth, Bennett, hasn't he? He's already jokered, as we know, so has Tohill. Patrick O'Donovan still has to joker, and will this be his chance? Will he do it now? It looks like it from the attitude of the car. Yes, he does. Goes into the joker as the others head down afterwards, but Patrick's got too much of an advantage. An easy call there for his spotter, saying just joker now, get it done. So Patrick O'Donovan has the lead, still has the lead over Tohill from Bennett. Then Ollie O'Donovan. In and out the Joker goes Julian Godfrey, and then car 72, Tristan Ovenden. Patrick O'Donovan just has to keep clean now as up to the jump, 2nd and 3rd go. There's nothing between them. Into the devil's elbow, and Bennett looks like he's going to try and sneak through. No, the door gets slammed shut unceremoniously on him as up the hill they go once again into the North Bend. Patrick O'Donovan leading by 2.5 seconds, so the gap has come down after the Joker, but no real drama for Patrick O'Donovan as the other two still hunt him down. And we've still got a bit to go in this one. No end in sight as Ollie O'Donovan, well, there's a huge gap between 3rd and 4th for Ollie O'Donovan as we look to our race leader still way out ahead. This is the fight for 2nd. Patrick O'Donovan going over the jump right now. The battle for 2nd is between Tohill and Bennett, and it's going to be his last chance. Bennett, is he going to do it on this final time around the devil's elbow? No, he's not. Up the hill he goes. He's still chasing it down. Patrick O'Donovan rounds the corner once again. A great season for Patrick last year. He won all but one round that he entered last season, and that one was won by his dad Ollie. But this season he starts surely with a victory in the opening round of the 5 Nations Trophy, and Ollie O'Donovan is going to come home in 4th as Patrick takes the win. Derek Tohill in second, and Bennett in third. Ollie Bennett in third. There is Ollie O'Donovan, did a great job on his son, or for his son. But then at the end, there was some incident at the exit of Talladega, certainly involved Ollie O'Donovan and AN other, not sure which one. But that allowed Bennett to sneak on through. So Patrick O'Donovan takes the first round of the season with a victory, 3.1 seconds ahead of Derek Tohill. Then it was Oliver Bennett in third place. Ollie O'Donovan in fourth place, 10 seconds off his son. Well, breathless, wasn't it? Julian Godfrey brought it home in fifth. Ovenden in sixth, Seller in seventh, and John McCluskey, I suspect he was the one that got nibbled at there by Ollie, or was part of that incident around Talladega. But we have the result. There you go. Patrick O'Donovan, the reigning champion, the three-time champion, starts the campaign for 2025 in the Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy with a victory. He came from some way back, the second row. Patrick O'Donovan burst through by the first turn. The exit of Talladega was in the lead, and he never looked back. Great time to Joker, plenty of time for him to do that, and the victory was his. The victory was assured. It really was a solid performance in a tricky start to a race, really, with sort of unknowns going on around. Who was going to start where and why? But we have done it. We are through our first day of the season, and because it's a double header and because it's Easter, we have a day of rest tomorrow, but we'll be back with bells and whistles on for you, I can assure you, on Monday morning. Make sure you tune in for that. But until then, thank you very much for your company. Hopefully you've enjoyed all the action here from Lydden Hill, but we are done for round one of the championship. Back again on Monday.